the floor over to Sarah, who is going to be showing us 2 games, the first of which is Succulent. Oh, except we don't have Sarah's sound yet, not in my ear at least.
Oh, okay.
Hold on one more minute there. I just want to remind everyone that technical difficulties make us endearing and quirky, not frustrating. We feel as though we are pioneering new ground here in the world of virtual conventioning and attempting to figure things out as we go on the fly. Hopefully we'll pave the way for everyone else a preemptive "you're welcome." I'm getting a joke from Eric Martin in my ear saying that we could just have Sarah pantomime the rules for the entire time. So I hope you know how to, yes, exactly, to correctly define different types of gardening styles and cuttings, denoting 4 different colors in just hand motions. That's something, a skill maybe you didn't realize.
You can hear me
and
now.
I believe you can hear me. I can indeed. Yay. Welcome and thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me. How exciting. Yes, this is wonderful. I get to be in my own house, but I'm still here. I even have a lanyard so I can pretend that I'm at BGGCon. It's very exciting. But yeah, I wanted to show off Succulent because it's springtime and this is a new game from J. Alex Cavern. And we're so excited for this to be coming out on June 10th. But the BGG store actually has it available right now. So just to give you kind of a brief overview of what this game is about, you are going to be planting and growing succulents, which are, of course, little cactus-like plants that are all different colors. If you've seen them in real life, they can be just a huge variety of colors. So each player is going to pick one of those beautiful succulent flower colors, and that will be yours for the game. And each one of these different plots that you place will be the green part that you can see there on the board. And you'll be placing a plot there. Oh, yep, that green one right there. Just like that. And then you collect all of the succulents that you can see through those holes. So you plant it, or you put that down, you collect those different petals, and then you'll use those as resources throughout the game. And one thing that you'll want to do with those once you've collected them is turn them in for these projects, which are those cards on the right hand side of the board. And that's the main way that you'll get points, and that's also how the game ends. Once somebody has collected a certain number of projects based on how many players you have, the game will end and you'll add up your score. But of course, there's more to it than that. So you'll be
a little bit more interaction between players than that as well.
For sure. So based on where you plant your succulent gardens, you will then either give people the ability to collect those petals as well from the supply or not. So you want to be really careful as to where you put your things, but you're collecting certain different colors that you want for the projects you're working on. So you do have some motivation to plant things next to your opponents. Also, when it's your turn, you can choose to either plant a succulent garden or you can put your player token on one of those project cards. If you do that and any player, yourself or an opponent, completes that project card, you also do get a bonus. So in addition to the petals, you'll also see these water droplets, and the water droplets come in small or big form. The small ones you'll collect by placing on certain parts of the board, which are a little bit hard to see, but next to some of those petals, there are little tiny blue dots that are much easier to see in real life. And those are, yep, right where she's pointing, those are gonna be little bonus ones that you can use sort of like a wild card. Oh, hey, there we go. You definitely see them now. Yeah, so when you plant something there, you'll collect that little bonus, which you can use as a wild petal. But if you place your token, like I said, on one of those projects and somebody completes that project, you get a big water droplet, which counts as one of those petals for the rest of the game. So anytime you complete a project, you just automatically get one of that type. So it is a little bit of engine building. You can build up the different types of petals that you have on your board. And when you look at the player board itself, you'll notice that there's several different colors of petals, and you'll be putting your water droplets in there. And like I was saying, you can use them kind of as wilds, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. It's not a one-for-one. Each different player board highlights different colors of petals that you'll specialize in. And when you've completed all of the water droplet spots next to a petal, you can either remove all of them and get one wild petal, or if one of those big droplets is there, you don't have to remove it, and you would just remove any of the small ones. So that also helps you at the end of the game, because the water droplets will take up spots there that have points next to them. So in addition to getting points for your projects, you also get points for any of the big petals that are on your board at the end of the game. And of course, those don't go away when you utilize that space, so they'll be stuck there for the rest of the time, which is great because they get you points. Also, as you are placing these different plots in the main board area, if all of the small water droplets have been covered up, then you'll flip over a new expansion board on the side, and that allows you a little bit more space to be able to keep growing that garden. And that's important because the project cards aren't just straight up points. Some of them are based on where you have placed your plots during the game. And the more you can grow that area that you have available to you, the more some of those are going to be worth. So some of them you really want to continue that expansion and make sure you get lots of points. Some of them you're going to want to try and stick everything kind of in the middle and be really close. So you're not necessarily going to be trying to do the same thing as other people based on which project cards you've been able to collect. So it's a really beautiful game that allows you lots of different paths to victory, which I really like. It's not a super long game. You're looking at 45 minutes or less. And I think it's really fantastic for being able to teach brand new gamers, which I think a lot of us are in the situation where we're maybe not able to spend time with our regular game crowd that knows these big, huge, heavy games that we like to play. And so we're playing with our families or people who have never really experienced board games for the first time. So this one is fantastic. I actually played this the other day with somebody who had never ever played a board game before, and she was very nervous about it. But she was able to sit down and play and understand it, and we had a great time. So I think this is a really appropriate game for right now.
Because there's no hidden information in this game, you could play this remotely doing exactly as we are showing it now with one overhead camera like this, where people can just see one person is the disembodied hands and they're plunking down the various cuttings and water droplets on your board. And, it's more for you to rule police them from afar.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we're, of course, like a lot of companies are, we're working on getting this up on Tabletopia to be able to play during some events we have going on in the future. So we have lots of options for you to get to try this out. And I hope people really enjoy it because I've had a lot of fun working on this game. And I think J. Alex Cavern did just a fantastic job altogether. So yeah, like I said, this is available on your store right now, which is new. So that's pretty exciting.
Yep. Geek Game Shop.
Yep, and this
so
will
we have a
ship out
question
right away
from our chat. So what are the little trowels and forks for? From MS Midler.
So those are actually your player markers. So when you're deciding if you want to support a project, which is one of the actions that you can take on your turn, you would take your player marker and you actually put it in the little box on the project. So that little brown corner on the bottom, and that just shows over on the project cards.
Okay.
So there's that little tiny brown box. So before you had collected a card, you would put that on there. And then if anybody completes that project, then you would get one of those big water droplets. So you can complete it and get one, but it also sort of marks it as I'm trying to work on this project, but if you finish it before I get there, then I'm going to get a bonus. So it's kind of nice. It's not conflict, but it allows you to interact with players in a really nice, subtle way.
Well, and I really like, too, that each of the player boards has a different ratio amongst the 5 different types of succulents, that it does allow you to be focusing on different things, even though your pool of actions is the same and you're looking at a same shared board. I think it does allow you to not all trample on top of each other, to use a gardening metaphor.
I hate it when people trample on my garden. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It gives you motivation to try and go for different combinations on the main board. So that does break it up a little bit, because otherwise, if they were all exactly the same, then you would only need, say, 3 water droplets to be able to get a purple one. If everybody had that same ratio, it would be a problem. So I think that was a smart. Yeah, exactly. So that was a good game design choice right there.
Well,
Nice.
we are
So,
going to
yeah.
start to shift towards the second thing that you're producing, but we're going to give Nikki a chance to swap out boards. So, Sarah, just while Nikki is wrapping up Succulent, there it goes, and we're getting ready to put out Space Battle Lunchtime card game, which I had to look at my board to make sure I didn't forget any words there. I just wanted to know if you had any news for Renegade Game Studios that you might want to share for things coming up or plans for 2020.
Absolutely. So as you are doing, we also have a virtual convention coming up on June 5th. We're doing that for free, letting people come and play our games. We're going to be doing all sorts of interviews and workshops and demos. It should be really fun. So if you're interested in that, please come by. The other thing we're doing is we're actually advertising through BGG right now for spring sale. So we have 4 games that if you want, you can get a bundle of all 4 of those games for $100. Just go to renegadegames.com and you'll see the big link for that at the top. And it's a really, really good deal. We're just kind of doing a little bit of spring cleaning in our warehouse, and we're really just at the bottom of those last couple of games that we have left over. So go check that out. It's a pretty good deal, and we all have a little bit extra time right now. So play some big heavy games.
I will fully admit I've gotten into 3D printing lately, and I was making an awesome first tile marker for Ex Libris, and then realized, now I should paint it. So now I've just ordered all sorts of miniature paints, which I've also never done. It's like this rabbit hole just got a lot deeper.
Oh, miniature painting is really fun. We actually have a workshop for beginner painters that we'll be doing on our virtual con on June 5th. So if you're learning about
I didn't even mean to tie that back in,
but fantastic. No, that'll be fun. I think a lot of people are getting into painting.
So
Nice.
Nikki very nicely has, I'm going to look at this again, Space Battle Lunchtime card game all set up, ready to go. So I'm going to, there you go, pass the baton back to you.
Awesome. So Space Battle Lunchtime is based on a really cute graphic novel by Oni Press. And if you haven't checked out graphic novels for a while, this is a really good one because it's basically about a chef battling in space. So a cooking show where these different chefs are trying to use intergalactic ingredients to create these really wacky dishes. One of my favorite things about the game is actually the names of the dishes on the cards are just hilarious. So if you get a copy of this, definitely check those out. So the game itself is actually really simple. And again, this would be a great game to try and teach people in your household who are maybe just getting into gaming for the first time. And the idea is that you are collecting ingredients that you're going to spend to make these dishes. But just like any cooking show, you probably aren't going to have exactly what you need to make the perfect dish. So you're just trying to get as close as you can to what the judges have asked for. So at the very top of the board, you'll see that we have 3 different judges for this particular show. There's a big deck of them, but we just pick one for each different game that we play. And each of those judges will give you a bonus if you make exactly the dish that they asked for. But if you can't quite get there based on the cards that you have, then you can still get points for your dish. You just don't get their bonus and you don't get quite as many points. So right underneath the judges, you'll see those 4 dishes that they have asked us to make. And each one of them has ingredient requirements at the top. So you'll see those little dots underneath the name of the dish. Those are the different types of ingredients. So it might be 2 blue, 2 purple, and 1 red. And that would mean you would need to discard those cards to be able to take that. But some of the cards have more or less of those ingredients on them, and you might not get the exact combination. So if you do get the right number and the right colors, you get the gold value. If you get the right types of ingredients, but the wrong amount of them, you'll get the silver value. And if you get the right number of ingredients, but they're not the right ones, you only get bronze because it probably doesn't taste very good.
What, bitter? I thought you said sweet. Like, what? Doesn't it taste beautiful? Come on.
Brownies with hamburger instead, it's close. It looks right. So, so you might not get as many points for that. And if you do get the gold one, like I said, you get the bonus. Also, each one of the chefs has a specialty. So I might really like cooking sweet dishes. So if I'm able to use a sweet ingredient on my turn to turn in for one of those, then I'll get a little bonus, which is flipping over my spatula. And once per turn, you can flip your spatula over, and if it's on the bonus side like that, you can spend that by flipping it over to do any one of the judge bonuses. If it's on the other side, then you can turn in one of the ingredient lists to make the dish, and if you use your thing, then you'll go to the bonus side. It can only flip once a turn though, so you do need to be careful and remember to use it when you can. So that's what your special player does. Each one of the different characters that you can choose from at the beginning of the game have a different type of ingredient that they really like to work with. So how do you actually get these ingredients? On your turn, you have a couple different ones. We already talked about turning in your ingredients to get a dish completed. That's super easy. That takes your whole turn. Or you can get ingredients in two different ways. One is you can just take any ingredient off of the larder, which is that area in the middle of the board you can see. Just take one of those, or one off the top if you don't like any of those, and that's called stealing an ingredient. Or you can trade an ingredient, which means you discard one of the cards in your hand, and each one of them has a number of ingredients on it, either 1, 2, or 3. So if I discard a card that has 3 ingredients on it, then I can take 3 cards from the middle of that board. So I discard that 3, and then I could collect 3 of those, and they go into my hand. I can't have more than 7 cards at a time. So that's how you get a bunch of ingredients, and then you spend those to be able to make a dish. But remember, you want to have the exact number of ingredients correct. So if you go over, if you add too much salt to your dish, it's not going to taste very good. So that would bump you down to either bronze or silver, depending on the dish. And that's pretty much it.
Well, I wanted to highlight one thing that I thought was really cool with the graphic design is, like, let's say we finish, I think it's chicken fish way over on the left-hand edge there for one of the recipes. Let's say we finished it perfectly and we got gold. You're going to tuck that card under your chef, and you're going to tuck it under so that little gold flag is visible, because that tells you I scored this as gold. Yep, just like that. And thus I got the maximum amount of points. Had you done silver or bronze, you would rotate and have the corresponding side show in that little flag underneath. Yep, just like that, underneath your chef. And then that's how you have an easy tally of how accurately you did that recipe.
I do really love that. This game is actually designed by Daniel Solis, who happens to also be a graphic designer. And I think he probably came up with that, which was a really, really smart way to do it, because there are some of the judge abilities that allow you to upgrade a dish, which is really easy to do because of the way that it's set up. You just turn it underneath your character, but you'll never lose track of your points this way either, because you're not bumping it or messing with tokens or anything. And the goal of the game is just to be the first chef to get to 21 points. Everybody gets equal numbers of turns. So you can easily add up all of your points because they'll be right there underneath your chef. And that's Space Battle Lunchtime. And that's really about it. This one is $25. It is coming out on the 27th, which is next Wednesday. So again, you can order it from the BGG Store right now and get it a little bit early. So it should be fun. And please do check out the graphic novel. It's very cute.
Yeah, which actually I wasn't aware that it was paired with a graphic novel. So that just adds like another layer of intrigue onto that. Give a little backstory to your Lunchtime card game.
Yeah.
I did just want to also mention too, how many players does it support?
This one goes up to 5, which is nice. So your whole family can play. Secondly, is only up to 4 players. It makes it all nice and mathematically even. But Space Battle Lunchtime does go up to 5.
Well, Sarah, I really appreciate that you were able to join us today and give us 2 beautiful tours of the newest things coming out, and share a little bit news of what's coming on with Renegade Game Studios and your events later this year. In the last minute we have here, was there anything else that you wanted to share with the world, or should we send you on your way?
There's one more game that I really want to tell people about. Search for Planet X. If you have not seen this game yet, it is just incredible. It's one of my favorite games coming out this year. It is coming out on June 10th as well, and it is a deduction game. So go look it up on BGG. There's lots of info about it. We're going to be playing it and doing demos during Renegade Con next weekend, or in a couple weekends, June 5th. But yeah, come check it out with us because it's a really amazing game. And maybe I'll be able to jump on Board Game Geek TV again in the future and show you that one.
I certainly hope so. Well, Sarah Erickson, thank you so much for giving us the time, and good luck with your event in a couple weeks. And I'm sure we'll be chatting later in this year.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. Good luck with the rest of your event.
So we're going to take a moment to pause, and we're going to, there we go. I'm here with the awesomely dressed Tom Wetzel for Kosmos Games. Yeah, you win that prize, Tom.
Yeah, hi, how's it
Tom,
going?
Going great. How are you?
I'm doing really well, thank you.
I want people to hang on to the visual image of you in your awesome outfit for a few minutes, because the first game I would like to talk about is actually the Liberation of Reitburg, which is part of the Legends of Andor universe and series.
Yeah.
Tom's outfit will make sense for our second interview. So I'm just going to toss things straight to you. Why don't you give us a quick overview of what people are trying to accomplish in the Liberation of Reitburg?
All right. Well, yeah, thank you. And that board looks perfect. So, Liberation of Reitburg Castle, it actually takes place in the great world of Legends of Andor. And it's full of storylines, and this is just one of them. So, in this storyline, there's a dragon coming to attack the castle, and you and a group of heroes are trying to prepare the castle for the attack. And to do that, you need to get rid of all the creatures and, of course, accomplish some tasks. So what you're looking at is the board all set up with cards. You'll notice some of those cards show creatures, like the troll or the herog or the scrawl. Okay, so all those creatures, you need to get rid of them. And the way you get rid of them is by fighting them. Now, each person who's playing plays up to 4 people, technically 2 to 4, but because it's a cooperative game, you could play with 1. You just have to play 2 characters. And so you control one of those characters on the right-hand side. They're all, color-coded, the little standees and the deck of cards that you get with each character. And one of the things I love about this game is, and it's a good comparison. So the deck of cards that you have, you're going to be playing those to do actions like fight or move or gaining willpower. But it's a limited deck of cards, and to get them back, you spend a turn, and it also progresses the story and makes more creatures come out. It's a mechanic a la Concordia kind of. And I really like that. I think it's really clever. But this is cool, too, because it's completely cooperative. So you might think to yourself, like, it would be worth it for me to, sacrifice a turn and take my cards back early, whereas your teammates might think, no, we're just about to win if I do this. So it's a great, it's great for doing that cooperative, fighting together, kind of working together atmosphere experience. Yeah.
Yeah, and unlike some of the other Legends of Andor games, this one does have a narrator deck, but I would say it's a little bit more self-contained than maybe some of the other Andor games. Would you agree?
Yes. So this, like I said, this takes place right before the dragon is coming to attack the castle, and that's just one like a screenshot or snippet of the bigger story. And in this case, if you want to play the game again, which you will want to, you're going to play the exact same scenario. But the difference is those cards that you see there, that's just a sampling of how many there are in the actual game. There's so many cards. There's so much. There you go. Variability, replayability, and even those important cards that have the green little question mark. Those are the task cards. And essentially, the goal of the game is to uncover those and fulfill those tasks. And there's a lot of variety even in that, if there wasn't enough to have the variety with the characters. Yeah, and so and it's really cool too, because boy, I'm just really excited about the game. But there's 6 cards, and you have to accomplish 4 of those tasks. So maybe one of them comes up and it seems like it's too hard for you at the time. You move on and try another one. I like that. It gives you some extra ability to kind of decision make.
Well, I think this also makes it very approachable if people like, I've never heard of Legends of Andor. Well, that's fine. This might actually be like a nice little nugget. This one, as you said, a snapshot in this much bigger narrative saying, oh, well, I like the art and I sort of like this character style. And maybe now I want to dig deeper into the world of Andor.
That's exactly the kind of the motivation behind producing this game. We've been very successful with the Legends of Andor whole series. There's 3 big boxes and 3 more small boxes, and there's so much content. And I feel like the hobby world, the people who are watching this are probably already very familiar with this game. It won the Kenner Spiel in 2013. Very popular, right? This is an attempt to attract even more people, maybe some people who are less apt to buy a $60 game that's going to take 2 hours. This is a $34.95 game that you can set up and play in less than an hour, more like 45 minutes. And it still gives you that really cool cooperative puzzle making, decision making kind of feel.
Yeah, I think puzzly would be like the most apt word I would use to describe it, which like totally that and co-op is like totally scratches double bells for me to mix my metaphors.
Scratches both bells. I get it.
Sure. We wanted to mention too that if people did want to purchase this now, they could do so through the Geek Game Shop. So if you're like, oh yes, this sounds right up my alley, then go right ahead and go get it.
Yeah, I mentioned the price earlier. $34.95 is a great price, but I mean, more importantly, it's such a great game. Like I feel like it packs more in that game than that price point. It's really great.
I want to, as we're sort of pivoting, now away from the world of Andor into space. We're going to give Nikki a moment to sweep that board to the side and bring on the new one. So while we're giving her a second, you guys have a bunch of games now that have acclaimed some fame. Both you're publishing My City and The Crew, which is what we're just about to talk about, which are both Spiel des Jahres and Kenner Spiel des Jahres nominees. If you guys, what do you think the availability is going to be like for these games? Because they are flying out the door faster than any of us can keep them in stock.
Yeah, they have been doing very well. So The Crew, good news, it's available in the UK again right now, the second printing, which means the US version is on its way to us right now. So you might be able to see it in just a couple of weeks' time. So that's exciting news. And then My City, we're hoping to have that available end of July. The boat's not even on the water yet, but that's what we're hoping for.
All right, well, let's dive into The Crew. Now, we did talk about this a little bit yesterday while we reviewed all the Spiel des Jahres nominees from all 3 categories with 2 of the jury members yesterday. But let's assume maybe people haven't seen that. They know nothing about The Crew, which, the search for the 9th planet. So why don't you just dive in and explain for the uninitiated the eloquence and beauty of this game?
Well, I'm such a huge fan of this game for many reasons, and one reason is because as a kid, my family and I, we weren't board gamers. We weren't the hobby board gamers, but we played cards and we played hearts for hours and hours, and I love that you could we played it so often, but we were still excited every time we played it. The Crew, it's in that same world of a trick-taking game. And I just love that we've got so many good reviews of it, and I don't want to like single any of them out, but some of them come up with some great catchphrases about how like this is not the game that you would be teaching your grandma, but the one that your grandma can teach you. I love that because it is a trick-taking game, which has been so popular for so long, but is kind of it's in the hobby world, but I feel like this one really brought something new and fresh. And that's why it has kind of taken off so dramatically. All right.
Yeah, so I personally have taught this to people who don't even know what the phrase trick taking means. And this has been a great introduction saying, okay, well, now you've played a trick-taking game. Like, oh, did I? Oh, that's not so bad.
Yeah. Beth, did we play this at BGGCon last year? And we
Yes,
did
we
a great
certainly
job,
did.
right?
We did a great job. In fact, that's been my single best run of this game to date. And I walked over, he was like, oh, we need a third. Will you play? I was like, no, I'm too tired. And because it was you, you're like, come on. I was like, all right, fine. And then 11 rounds, not a single mistake.
Yeah.
That was after I walked away playing with my husband and Eric Martin saying, no, I'm too tired. I'm getting too grumpy. And then what did I do? I immediately went and sat down and played with you and did awesome. So
yeah, that was truly an epic game there for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
So trick taking, for those who don't know, and I don't want to get into a whole bunch of details, but everyone is dealt a hand of cards from the big deck there. And on your turn, you're going to play a hand from your card. Everyone in the around the table will play one card, and depending on which card you played, you will have won that trick. Typically, and as is in the case with this game, the highest number, you'll notice all those cards have colors and numbers, so the highest number in the originally started color is going to win the hand. So let's say that the pink suit started the hand that's out there right now. It looks like there's a 9, and so the 9 would have taken that, right? That's the core of a trick-taking game, and generally you're either going to want to take it or not take the trick, depending on whether that's good or bad for you as an individual player. But what's fresh about the crew is that it's completely cooperative, and that you're working together to make sure that the right person wins the right trick. I mentioned before that I played Hearts with my family all the time. And when I went to Essen and got a copy of this, I took it home to my family at Christmas, and we played this game and just had the best time. It's so easy to pick up. Because we played so many games of Hearts, it was so immediate to just like get the little like nuances of the game and how like you can communicate not only with your communication token, which is a brilliant part of this game, but also in like what card you play at what time. And yeah, there's so many small details, and I think that's why Eric Martin likes the game so much as well, is that you can really dive into just the most minute things.
Well,
yeah,
there's 2 points I want to make sure we hit upon, which is, yeah, let's definitely talk about how that communication token works, because that's something I think is totally unique with the crew, and also to make sure we talk about the logbook as well.
Yes. Thank you. Obviously, I'm like a little dog when it comes to this game. I get distracted, and I'm like, I'll talk about this. Okay, so yeah, communication is perhaps, I would say, the most brilliant part about this. Like, making it cooperative is cool, but the communication token is really key. So everyone's going to get one of those helmets down there, a little token that's got a red and a green side. And so every mission, and we'll get into that a little bit later, every mission you're going to be able to communicate once. But what communication means is you can take a card from your hand and play it out in front of you, face up, so everyone can see it, which is great information. But not only that, you can use the little helmet token to place it on the card. And if you put it at the top of the card, that means that this is the highest card of that color in your hand. Whereas at the bottom means it's the lowest card of that color in your hand. And the middle means it's the only card of that color in your hand. This is super valuable information as you try to determine who should be getting which tricks. Which leads me into the logbook. The logbook, it's got 50 missions. What a mission is basically a goal or a task. So the first one is really simple. Essentially, you have a mini deck of cards that replicates the big deck of cards, minus the rocket trump cards. But one of those cards is going to get revealed, and one player is going to need to win that card in a trick. That's it. Once the designated player has won, in that case, the 7 green card, then you've cooperatively as a team won. And you move on to the next one where now you have 2 cards. So you'll see they get a little bit harder and they progress as the game continues. And it's got some really great mechanics in there as well, because it's not just about taking certain numbers. Because one of my favorites is the 5th mission where one of the crew members.
My favorite too.
And they can't take any tricks at all. So you as a team are working together to make sure your sick crew member doesn't take any tricks. I just love that because it really gets everyone to work together. You go through the whole thing. Yeah. So it's really
as you progress across those 50 missions, they get harder and harder and harder and harder. One of the things we were talking about yesterday is, unlike a game like The Mind, where you have to do the challenges in order, and as soon as you make a mistake, you have to reboot back to the beginning. In this, if you wanted to start at mission 30, yeah, fine. If you just want to replay mission 30 over and over and over again, fine.
Yeah, so
and
I love the
campaign.
campaign idea where you can actually take, there's a little space there in the logbook, because it's a logbook, for you to write down how many attempts it took you to do each one of those missions. And at the end of the 50 missions, you'll have kind of like a score, and you can compare that against what other people have done. But when I play, I just play the ones that I like. I pick and choose, and I like that it's, pretty free to do that.
One of the things you had pointed out to me when we played at BGGCon that I didn't realize too is that if you lay out all the cards of one color in order, 1 through 9, they form one dioramic image, and every card also has a little in-joke on it, either geek culture, science culture. So that's something, if you just want to mess around with the cards and try to figure out what's a little joke on that one, that was something I didn't realize until you told me.
Yeah, I love that. And it's, it doesn't actually make the game any better or worse, but I love the attention to detail.
Yeah.
And also a nod to the culture.
Yeah. Is there any plans to, obviously the game is in German and English right now. Is there any plans to translate into other languages, specifically Spanish?
I believe so. Yes. I don't have specific dates on that, but I'm almost positive that that's going to happen.
As we're just in our last couple minutes here, it's not, and if people have any other questions about the crew, please, continue to ask. We're just going to, kind of broaden that to other Kosmos tiles as well. I wanted just to highlight that the English-speaking audience is very excited that the Target expansion is now going to be released in English.
Oh, wrong way. Yeah. Yeah, I'm also very excited. And I want to thank all of the people who have emailed me, and literally hundreds of people have emailed us to ask for that expansion. And those comments and those requests really do mean something to us. We take them serious. So thank you. I'm also excited for it to come out.
I'm just reading the question for the benefit of everyone that we have at the bottom of our screen is back to the crew. Is there any plans for there to be additional missions outside of the original 50 that are currently in the logbook?
So this is pretty cool. Due to the pandemic, the German office has made a bunch of extra missions available, and it's cool that you're visiting a moon in surrounding Mars, and those are available in German right now, and we're translating them into English as we speak. So those should be available very soon. And there's 3 cards, and each card has 3 missions, so an extra 9 missions. I also just got confirmation that yes, Daviau Games is doing the crew in Spanish, and IELLO is doing it in French. There's also going to be Dutch, Italian, Japanese, Korean, and most East European languages.
All right. I think that should cover a pretty good percentage.
Yeah. It's pretty popular.
Question from Chatty Boy, which is our very own Chad Kryzen, of how did you get so awesome?
I learned by watching you guys.
Oh, Good answer. Nikki actually has very nicely put out one whole rack of cards there. So if people want to get a little sneak peek of what the panoramic looks like, that's one complete image of 1 through 9 all in one color. You'll have to get the game to look at all the little jokes that are hidden on each card. But yeah, I think that attention to detail also really struck me as well.
So the second printing, which will be available soon, they've kind of highlighted the numbers a little bit more because we heard that some people had a hard time seeing the numbers, but the panorama is still going to be there.
And then just to kind of wrap us up too, was there any, you're continuing to put out packs of Exit, the game, which is your escape room adventure games. So are those continuing sort of on the schedule that you've maintained for the last couple of years?
Yes, and they're incredibly popular right now, and it's interesting to see how, as we produce these games, the original ones like the Abandoned Cabin and Pharaoh's Tomb are still doing very well for us. So happy with those. The 4 that are coming out this year: Exit, Stormy Flight, which you can see there. There's Theft on the Mississippi, which is one of my personal favorites because I like, similar to Dead Man on the Orient Express, kind of the solving a mystery. There's also, so those 2 are out right now. And then coming out later this year, we have the Enchanted Forest, which is cool because it's like grim fairy tales come to life. And then we also have the Cemetery of the Night, which I'm excited about because I love, you know, the whole like lore and tombs and that kind of thing. It's cool. Looks cool.
All right. Well, Tom, I really want to thank you for giving us a little tour of all sorts of things coming out from Kosmos. So the crew and the liberation of Reitburg and some of the new Exit titles coming out this year. And for currently and My City, also another SDJ nominee. And for, at the moment, having the best outfit of any of the presenters we've had so far.
Well, thank you, Beth. Thanks so much for your time and thanks for putting this all on. This has been great. You guys are doing such a good job.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah.
So we might take a quick break while we switch things up for both our next host and our next presenter. So we will be right back after a moment.
Hi, this is Eric Martin with Board Game Geek. I'm here on the second day of BGGConline, meeting with Kelly North Adams and Ken Hill. We are going to start the day looking at musical chairs, a card game just released on the market by Rio Grande Games. And Kelly is hoping you could lead Lincoln and Nikki through a hand of the game.
Sure, no problem. So you're going to start the round with 8 cards. You would deal every player 8 cards, and the starting player would play their lowest card in their hand. Actually, on the board, I see multiple little tokens. One token goes in front of you to show your player color, and the other token would go out on the board. So, yeah, perfect. Just like that. Awesome. So you've already dealt out 8 cards, I see. And the starting player would play the lowest card in their hand. If they had multiple 2s, for instance, they would just play a 2 down to table, and they all players are going to share the same central play area. So all players are going to be playing cards the same line in ascending order. So then player white.
The cards. I was going to say the cards effectively represent the music that is being played, and the music is going to keep being played and added to by everyone.
Yeah, so kind of like a brief overview would be the cards simulate the play of musical chairs in the classical game musical chairs, and players are going to be playing cards to a central play area in ascending order until the current player doesn't have a legal move, and then the music would stop, and players would score points based on the chair they landed next to, and then a little power would come off of the board, and you would continue doing that for about 8 rounds. And at the end, you'd tally up your points, and the player with the most points would be the winner. So that's kind of the overview. And yes, the cards simulate music in the game.
Okay, so I believe Nikki played a 4. She'd move her token 1 to 3 spaces clockwise around the board.
Yep, just like that. Perfect. And then the next player would play their lowest card that's higher than the one that was just played. They can also play some optional actions, but I don't know how detailed you want to get into this explanation. But
sure, we can give some options available. You're not forced to just play your lowest card that's higher than what's currently out there. You can play a rest, a repeat, same number.
Yeah,
so you have choices based on your hand.
Yes, exactly, Eric. So there are other cards in the game as well, other than the suit cards, and those cards are rest and repeat cards. And repeat cards basically just allow you to play a card to the central play area that basically copies the last card. So if that repeat card was played on that green 5, it would effectively become a green 5 for scoring. And then the rest card you would play in front of you, and they just count points. And they just let you stay in place on the board. So if you're in a really good spot and you just kind of want to hang out there, it allows you to do so. So you would continue playing, just like Nikki and Lincoln are playing here, until a player chose not to play one of the optional actions, or they couldn't play anything higher than the card that was just played, and the music would stop. And then players would score points based on the chair they ended the round. Yep, perfect. Okay, so this looks like they've stopped here. So, okay.
Oh, there you go.
10. Okay,
Nikki
so this is
in.
this is a short game here. Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, that's a good setup.
That's right. Head to the green. You want the green, Lincoln? Okay, so if no one can play at this point,
no one.
And we just assume that no one has any cards, no repeats, no rest.
Right. So then you would score points based on where you are next to. So it looks like player black is next to the green. So they would score the green cards. Pink is next to the pink chair. So they would score the pink cards. And you look at the last card that was played at the central play area, which was in this case the green 10. And so the power on the green chair would come off of the board. And any player that's next to it, which in this case is the black player, would have the option of purchasing that power, and they can use it for the rest of the game. And the powers are varied. There's quite a few of them in the box, and the setup's random at the beginning, so each game's going to be a little different. I think there was a question of examples of some of the powers, and some of the powers are, they give you more options to play during the game, maybe increase your hand size, give you better scoring opportunities at the end of the game, things of that nature.
That's right. So different movement options. You can move farther or backwards or stay in place. You don't have to move at all. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So in this case here, the 10 was played and the power was removed. So then black would take all of the green cards from the play area and put them in their score pile. Plus, you can also score any green he could also score any green cards in his hand that is lower than the highest card he scored. So he scored a green 10, which means anything in his hand that's green, in this case a 1, he could also put in his score pile as well. And then
he can
blue,
also use that 1 to purchase the special power.
Right, good point, Eric. So because the green power got removed, if he wanted to purchase that power, he just takes any card from his score pile, discards it, and now he has that power. And in this case, that 1 was perfect because it's not worth any points. So he discarded that card and it was able to get a power that is worth points and also gives him a power. So let's see. Pink would score the pink cards on the table, as well as any pink cards left in their hand that is lower than 7. And blue is not next to any blue card. There's no blue cards in the central play area for blue, so they would not score any points this round. And that 10 yellow would just get discarded. Exactly. Perfect.
All right.
So
and
you
can
would do
refill
that
your
for,
hand.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
So
refill your hand or
discard,
ditch your entire hand.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
Right. Yeah, go ahead. It's back and forth. There's a little bit of a delay. So sorry if I'm talking over you. But yeah, you would discard your entire hand if you choose, or you could keep what's in your hand and just draw back up to 8. And then you would play that just again for usually around 8 rounds. Each round, generally a power gets removed. So on average, it lasts about 8 rounds. It's pretty simple to play. It's a little harder to master, but yep, that's
it works really well, mostly because initially everything is worth nothing. Like no colors are worth anything. You have some idea of what's in your hand and where you might want to go, but you don't know how long a round is going to last and how far you can move and where is best to go, and it sort of develops over the course of a round.
Yeah, you said that perfectly. So a lot of it is determining what kind of setup you have at the beginning of each round, what cards you have in your hand, designates a lot of what your round's strategy is going to look like. And of course, what cards people play to the table. You might end up changing your strategy during the game because of what's being played. And then the tension of not knowing when the music's going to stop, because you don't know what the player before you has in their hand. So there is a lot of tension there, trying to get on a chair that you really want, but could also score you a lot of points, things of that nature.
Okay. All right. We had someone asking about the inspiration for the theme. I want to make sure we get Ken in as well, talking about the other title, Golf Mobile in Ohio. I can mention that Kelly North Adams wrote a designer diary about musical chairs that was published on BGG News. So if you go to the musical chairs game page on Board Game Geek, you will find that under the more links section, and you can find out more about the entire design and development of the game, which has changed since its origins. So
yes.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Kelly. I don't know if you were staying around as well for Golf Mobile in Ohio or anything else.
I think I'm going to jump off, but yeah, thank you so much for having me, and yes, thank you for showing musical chairs.
Thanks for creating a great game.
Thanks so much, Eric.
All right. That was great to have Kelly on to show off the game. Ken Hill is here with a new edition of Golf Mobile in Ohio. The game was originally released by Winsome Games several years ago, and now Rio Grande Games has a new version with updated components compared to the original Winsome release. And hopefully Ken Hill can give us a little overview of how the game works. Like many Winsome titles, the design is extremely straightforward with very few actions available to you, and you typically having no idea what you're doing when you start playing. So, Ken, hope you can tell us a little hint of what we're supposed to be doing in here.
Okay, well, hopefully everybody can hear you. I could not hear a thing Kelly was saying, so hopefully she did a good job with musical chairs. I think we're really happy with the way it turned out, and she was great to work with. But now on to GM&O. So GM&O is the first of a series of Winsome games that we're going to be producing. We have 2 more that are in process, and we hope to do many more with them going forward. I hope that everybody enjoys my last minute banner here. I was very jealous of Tom and his Kosmos sign, so I had to rig something up so I could be just as cool as Tom was. So anyway, Golf Mobile Ohio, we worked pretty hard on this particular game. It went through a couple of iterations. Todd Sanders did an awesome job working on the graphics. Essentially, what you're doing here is every player is an investor in railroads. You don't really own a railroad on your own. You're just investing in railroads. And you have to really enjoy auctions to enjoy GM&O, because there's lots and lots of auctions. It's a pretty typical Winsome game. Lots of cubes, lots of auctions. The game starts out with an auction of a very particular railroad, the Southern, which starts in Charleston, which was the original railroad that started around 1830. And that railroad, the South Carolina, must be auctioned on the very first turn of the game. So when we have an auction, it's essentially a once around. It's a standard round robin auction. Everybody has to bid or not bid or drop out of the auction. The winner of the auction then takes the money that they their bid. Let's say if they bid $12, they would take the $12 that they bid, and they would use that money to build track. Each track cube costs $3 to play on the board. So you would play a cube of a particular color on the board. Now, this is where the trick comes in, because you can see at the top of the board, there's lines of cubes. The lines of cubes basically tell you exactly which railroad is going to be which color. So at the very beginning of the game, there are more green railroad cubes than are any others. So the first railroad of the game, which will be the South Carolina, will be green. And so when the South Carolina starts, it will have the green cubes will be the color of that railroad. That's very important, because at no time during the game can two green cubes ever touch each other. There'll be many railroads that'll be green, but they can never touch each other, because at that point you would never know which railroad you're looking at. Is that the South Carolina, the Virginia Central, or one of the other 20-some railroads that are in the game? So the winner of the auction gets to place track. They connect to cities, and when they connect to cities, they get victory points for doing that. They also get the control of the precedent share of South Carolina, and that will pay dividends later on during the game. So with the first auction out of the way, there are other things that you can do. The first action we talked about was chartering a railroad, and that's picking a railroad that hasn't been started, putting the president share up for auction, and having an auction that goes around the table. There are some rules about the number of the amount of money that you can spend on an auction, and you have to be able to make it connect to at least two cities. Otherwise, it's not a legal auction. The next thing you can do is you can auction a common share. So the South Carolina that we started in our previous example, someone on a later turn could say, well, we're going to auction the other share of the South Carolina. We call this the common share. There are only 2 shares available for each railroad in the game. So this is another typical auction, except there's no minimum bids. You can bid 0 on this share, and 0 is an actual bid, and you can win a share with a 0 bid. Any money that is spent by the winning bidder can then be used to build additional track for that railroad. When that track is built, that also scores points for the person who did the expansion, not the person who owns the share of the South Carolina. Everything that you're doing in this game is all about trying to connect the cities and make points for yourself. It doesn't matter who owns it. The other thing that happens when I get this, if I win the share of the South Carolina, is I get dividends. Every time a common share is auctioned, that little track over there on the right-hand side of the board that says common stock sales, that's the one, it gets pushed up by 1. When 2 common stock rounds have happened, that thing gets pushed over to the second side, all dividends are paid. Dividends are very simple. If you have the president share of a railroad by itself and no common share, it's worth $5. Once the common share has been auctioned, that share is then flipped over, and it's now worth $3. There we go. And it's the same value as the common share, which is also worth $3. This is the only way that new money is introduced in the game, is when dividends are paid out. There's no, like revenue round, or you're not trying to calculate how much each railroad is trying to make. It's just a straight share of dividends. So one of the ways that you can get points in the game, and we've got it sort of set up here in the middle of the board, is as you connect to different colored railroads, you get additional points. So right here in the middle, you can see where when a green railroad connects to blue for the first time, it's going to get an additional point it's going to be an additional victory point for making that connection. So not only do you get points for connecting to cities, but you also get points for connecting to railroads of a different color. The next time you connect to blue with green, you can still do it, but you don't get any points for doing that. But again, it's important to emphasize that two colors of the same railroad can never touch each other. For example, you can see in Atlanta right there in the middle, there's a blue railroad moving out of Atlanta up to the northeast. There's also a blue railroad in, I believe that is whatever that city there. That's a different blue railroad, and those two cities, those two railroads can never touch, because that blue one and that blue one are different railroads. So as the cubes at the top of the board start to be taken down, it's all about timing in terms of what colors of railroads get started, by whom, with how much money they have. It's quite a bit of brinkmanship and gamemanship involved here as you look around and go, well, hey, Eric only has $11. I can bid 12 to take over this railroad that's really advantageous because I know he can't outbid me. All the money and all the information in the game is open. The game ends when the last color, which is purple, when that last color of cube comes up on the board, the game ends immediately after that's been played. So there's a few other actions you can do during your turn. You can expand a railroad using your own money. That's a good way to generate some points. And with all Winsome games, there's usually a pass action. You can always pass. If it's nothing you can do that's to your advantage, you can just pass your turn and let somebody else take control and see what happens. A lot of times you'll have to do this in this game if you don't have a lot of money. This is it's a little bit of a weird game the first time you play it, and it takes a minute for you to kind of wrap your head around it. But once you do, it's very clever. And I say 2 games of GM&O are really never the same.
So, and if you see the question on the screen, how does this design compare to something like Irish Gauge or Age of Steam or 18XX? The rules are very straightforward in terms of which actions are available to you. Can you compare this to other Winsome titles or 18XX?
So I would say this is much less complex than any of those titles. Irish Gauge, there's still a little bit of, hey, I've got to calculate some income and that kind of thing. But I hate to use this word because I hate it, but the meta game in GM&O can be quite interesting. When we did this a few weeks ago, when we were doing some podcast stuff, we played with the same 4 players 2 nights in a row, and the games were vastly different. This game's all about timing and all about being in the right place in the right time, and having just that extra dollar that over your competitors in the right place. So, and like I mentioned, we've been doing a bunch of these. They're all going to come out in the same format. This one we did it's a half-size bookshelf box. Todd Sanders is doing all the art for us. We have Trans-Siberian Railroad and another 2 more titles coming out later this year, and maybe more after that. I see the Gator Dave says this seems like a quick game. Yep. Well, it's 45 minutes to an hour. Probably not much longer than that.
Okay. It seems as well like a lot of positioning issues. Since the colors can't touch, you can stymie a railroad in terms of where it can even build based on where else you build around it, which just fences in other people. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
You would think because the go ahead, Eric. Sorry.
No, I was going to ask a different question. So yes.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I was just saying, just because the start is sort of programmed, people will say, "Oh, the game's at the same way every time," and it's definitely not.
Okay. I was going to mention as well, we have a couple minutes left. Rio Grande Games just relaunched its website. I don't know if you just talk about that, what you're trying to do here. Rio Grande is sort of increased its output. Its release schedule the past couple of years. I know you were brought on as full-time employee and developer. So I don't know if you just want to talk about something about the company in general for a minute.
Sure. Well, let's say Rio's been around for 21 years. I think it's safe to say that we were a pioneer in all of this. Jay Tummelson, who is the owner of Rio Grande Games, is pretty much, been on the leading edge of the spear for quite a while. And so there were a number of things that we needed to take care of, one of which was the website. It hadn't been updated for a while. We've now got a new modern look there. We're trying to massively port all the data over. We have 375 games that have been published at one time by Rio Grande Games, and every single one of those games had to be touched at least once. We're about 250 games into 375. So if there's something that's not there yet, you'll have to be patient. We'll get to it eventually. But we do have a lot of stuff coming out later this year. We have a very full pipeline. We've got some really, really great games. We're working with some new designers, so people you never heard of. But we also have a lot of games still coming from Tom Lehman and, of course, Donald with more Dominion expansions. So it's a good mix of old and new. We've got some things coming out later this year that we're very excited about. We're trying to also increase our ability to put more information out on social media, and we're on Twitter now and starting up the newsletter again. So come to the website, sign up for the newsletter. You'll get some information, I promise.
All right. Thank you very much, Ken, for an overview of Golf Mobile in Ohio. It is available now from Rio Grande Games. Appreciate you coming on, and I'm sure we'll talk to you again in the future.
No problem.
So,
Thanks,
Steph Hodge is take care. Steph Hodge is coming in to host for the next hour. I will just mention, working for a website that has 115,000 game listings on it, I can certainly understand the issues that come about when you are trying to update things. There's a lot to take care of, a lot of details behind the scenes. So Steph Hodge will be on soon. We will have Magali from Matagot looking at Aztec and Vintage, and then we will continue. So until then, I'll just...
Hi. Welcome. I am Steph Hodge with Board Game Geek, here with Magali from Matagot. And we get to look at a couple awesome new games, starting with Aztec.
Yes. So hello first. Good evening,
Hi.
for French people. So Aztec is a brand new game. It's going to be released like late May, actually next week in France, and probably in June. Is everything okay?
I hear something. Oops. All the cards are going. I think we can keep going.
Yep. No,
Okay.
start from the top, please. Introduce the segment, please, Steph. We're just going to start from the beginning.
Okay. We're going to start from the beginning.
Let's do it.
I am Steph Hodge with Board Game Geek, here with Magali from Matagot, and today we get to look at a couple games called Vintage and Aztec, starting with Aztec. Tell me a little bit about this game and how many people does it play? How long might it take?
So Aztec is going to be the perfect game for summer. It's a short game. You can play up to 6 players, starting with 3 players, but the more the merrier. And basically, you're going to have to lie to win. So you are an adventurer, and you finally find the lost temple. And now you have to share the treasures made of jewels. And you don't want a chair, but basically you want everything for you. So this is it. You're going to have to, using these cards there, you can bet on what you're gonna have. So basically, for these cards, for this card here, I can have 3 blue and 1 yellow. But this card, I put it face down in front of me. So, for example, if I prefer to have 3 blue and 1 red, I can lie. Okay, so you have those player boards. So we are children. All of us have the same way to win points, and it's by having a red, a yellow, and a blue gem. Okay, so if you have the trio, you win 2 points. It's the same for all of us. And then at the bottom of my player board, I have a specific way to win points. So for example, for Daryl, it's 2 red, it's a point. It's a point. Okay, so this is the way I'm going to think when I have to retrieve my gem on this card. So first thing we are going to do is take our own card, the first one of this pile here. Have a look on it and take the gem we want. So I can say the truth, or I can lie. Okay, so I put the card just face down in front of me and put the gem I'm going to bet on the top of the card. We all do that at the same time, and then we are going to talk together and bet on other people saying the truth or lying. Okay, I can only bet on one people, on one other player, and the thing is you are going to win things or lose things depending on if you are accusing the right people or not. So for example, if I'm telling the truth and you bet on me, we both win something because I told the truth. So basically I'm going to get the gems from my card, and you are going to get something, which is, I think, an artifact. And an artifact, it's a card like this, and it's basically end of game points for me. So for example, it's in French, sorry. For this card here, at the end of the game, for each pair of blue gems, I will have 1 more victory point. If you lie and I'm accusing you, and by talking together, I convince someone else to accuse you too. So first, you won't get the gems you want. You will get the gem from the card, and that's it. Okay? And let me up. If we are several people to accuse you, we all gonna win an artifact. So again, end of game points.
When you place a gem, on your card to either bluff or tell the truth, is it just one gem, or do you have to put like multiple colors?
It's the gems from the card. So basically, it's between 2 and 4 gems. You know that at the beginning of the game, and on all the cards at the top, you're gonna have 2 colors. So, for example, if you play 3 colors, we all know that you are going to lie. It's true. There's no card like that. So yeah. So no, it's between 2 and 4 gems. Okay. And 2 color tops.
Cool.
Top. And we didn't talk about those cards there.
Yeah, what
we
are
have
those?
3 of them. So at the beginning of each round, you have a black stone, which is a cursed stone. Okay. So at the end of each round, we are going to count to score all. For example, let's take the yellow gems. Okay. So the player who has the most, he's cursed, and he's gonna take the black gem, the cursed stone. So you have to get gems, but like you have to balance your game, because if you have the most of yellow or blue or red, you're gonna get the cursed stone placed on the matching card. And you don't want cursed stones, because
it doesn't sound like I want that.
Now it's going to be points you're gonna have to that lower your score at the end of the game. So this is the line at the top of your player board.
Okay, so having 3 cursed stones might not be so bad, but having more than that, like up to 10, that could be really bad.
Last time we played with the Matagot team, one of us had more stones that you have spaces on the board. The black one. So it's
well,
really,
I guess
really
there's
bad,
at least a cap.
And he lost, of course.
Okay, so did you want to tell us anything else about this game, or did we want to go on to Vintage? This seems pretty simple, very easy to get into. I definitely want to try it. I'm really, really bad at bluffing, so...
Yeah, you don't only have to bluff, you have to convince other people to follow you on what you are saying, because it's better when you accuse someone and you are... the more to do it. It's better when you have someone with you to accuse someone, because if you are accusing the right people, the people who is lying, the person who is lying, you're going to win more. So yeah, it's not only finding the people saying the truth or bluffing, but being able to talk everyone into what you are saying right now and persuade them to just get on your team.
And so just to clarify, this was for 3 to 6 players?
Yes, exactly.
And somebody, Loopy Tunes, asked if it's based on an IP.
No.
Or is it just...
you have kind of an Indiana Jones spirit in that. And children, they kind of look like they are inspired by the whole Stranger Things kind of thing. But this is it. It's just inspiration.
So it looks familiar. That's great. And so obviously this is available, and it's easy to learn, easy to play, plays quickly. This is definitely one to check out. I am very excited for it. Great theme.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for sharing, Aztec.
Just the size of my head. So, yeah, it's small, it's easy. to learn to play, and it's perfect for the summer nights, I think.
Oh, for sure. So next up, while Nikki is changing boards over, did you want to talk a little bit about Kemet expansion? I heard that's coming out.
Yeah, it's coming out, and it's not an expansion actually. It's a brand new version. It's a 2.0 Kemet. So it's Kemet Blue and Silent, and it's going to be live on next Tuesday. So we are all really exciting. It's the very first Matagot Kickstarter campaign. So it's brand new to all of our team members. It's a new experience for all of us. But the game, the components, I saw everything. It was on the table of my coworkers. So it's kind of amazing. The campaign will have a lot of surprises. It will last 3 weeks. And this is a project we are working on for a year now. So yeah, it's exciting and we can't wait to launch it.
Yeah, when you work on something for so long, finally seeing it come to life and get an audience is very exciting. So I can totally understand that.
We want to show it to people. Yeah.
So that's coming soon. You said going to be on Kickstarter. You said in a few weeks.
No, I said next Tuesday. So like in 5 days
next Tuesday.
From now.
So like
the 26th.
Excellent. So we can look for that. So hopefully we have Vintage set up that we can go through a little bit of gameplay with that. You could tell us briefly about Vintage and how that works, how many people, how long.
So Vintage is it's a small game. Small because the box is small. It's from a Pocket Mini range line. It's a Bruno Feduti game, so of course at some point you're gonna have to annoy other players. And it's about collecting items from a flea market. By collecting items, you're gonna have collections of same kind of items, just like phones or TVs or robots. So this is one kind of collection you can make, or you can make a collection of colored items. So for example, you can but you can try to have the max of the black ones or the blue ones. And the third type of collection you can make is the year of production, the release year. So you can try to get most of items from the 70s, the 60s, or even the 50s. So this was really cool working on that because the art is kind of fun.
Oh my God, I love it. It's beautiful. I mean, I'm just attracted to bright, bold colors, so this is like totally right up my alley. And I see like the 70s and the 80s.
Yeah. Yeah, we are right in the middle of that. So Vintage, you're gonna have your hand, and in front of you, some cards are placed face up, and it's your market. To make sure that your cards are your own and you can have them counting on the collection at the end, you have to take them from your market in front of you into your hand. So each turn, you're gonna have to first take a card from someone's market. No, sorry. No, it's not that. First, you're gonna have to take a card. Yeah, let's forget about that. You take a card from your own market, so in front of you, and you place it into your hand. So this card is secured for the end of the game. The second thing you are going to do is... I don't remember. It's a long time I didn't play. Second thing you can do is you can steal from another player market a card that you just want and place it into your own market. For example, if you are attracted by the robots here, by the blue cards, you can take one.
So all of the robots are blue. No, it looks like robots are also orange.
Yeah, you have a green one.
So you're
a
trying
yellow
to
one.
create sets.
Yeah, in your hand. Exactly. Sets of red one or sets of robots. And something that can interest you is also the number of on the card. For example, on the black TV, the 4 is the score that the card was in the end. So 4s are better than 1, for example.
So if you have a set of TVs, like she's put out there, do you get
You
to
have to
score
get the majority
all of the
of that.
TVs?
You score all the points you have on cards are in your hand at the end of the game, and you score for majority. So I for TVs and all of the items, there are 7 of them in the game. So maybe if you are lucky enough, 3 of them will be the majority at the end.
So you really only need 4 TVs in order to win the majority.
Yeah, and sometimes even 3 if the game is well balanced and everything. One other player is going to have 1 TV, one other is going to have 1. So maybe usually 3 is enough. It's a bet, but usually it works.
So a simple turn might be just to draft a card from the display, and then your turn is over, and then you just keep going around drafting these different cards.
Your turn is made of 3 actions, and I'm just getting the rules on the side, so I'm not saying something that is not true. Just want to confirm the way sometimes I just make up rules in my head, and they are not the right ones.
She's reading the rules. Yeah. So all of the categories will score at the end, or just the ones that you have?
All of them. All the ones you have really well aligned. So first we are going to, for example, start with the colors. So all players are going to say how many cards they have, for example, in the color black. And the player who has the most black cards is going to win the 6 points. Same for blue, same for green. We go all through the colors of the game. Then we start we do the same for the items. So we are going to count robots, phones, TVs, lamps, everything. And in the end, we are going to count all the items you have that are made in the 70s, for example. This is 10 points. And if, for example, if 2 players have 3 items from the 70s, the player who has the oldest item is going to win the points.
Oh, okay. So it's not split evenly. It's whoever has the oldest item. That's interesting. So it might not be the point value. It might be the year. Got.
So this is it. So yeah. So your turn is 3 actions in this order. So first you can choose 1 item card from your market in front of you and take it into your hand. So you are sure that you have it in the end. Okay.
All right.
Then you can steal another item from someone else or take the first card of the discard pile. When you are the first player, there's no card there, but then there is a discard pile. And 3, you are going to take 2 cards from the main deck, 2 cards. You look at them. You take one for your shop, so your market, the card face up in front of you, and the other one goes to the discard pile. So this is it. Your turn, 3 actions.
So is the discard pile face down or face up if you're drafting from it?
It's face up. It's face up.
So you know.
And then, depending on the player count, we are going to go all the way through the deck once or twice.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's a big deck.
And so you'll have a lot of
And
cards
then-
at the end of the game.
Yeah. You have, I think, depending on what you stole and everything, you can have like 10, 11 cards, depending on the player counts. And then we can do majorities. So
That's
it's
awesome.
quick, it's fun. You can annoy other players, which is my favorite part.
That's my favorite part too.
And this
Oh my
is like
goodness.
a
Yeah,
really
so but
small box.
does anyone else want that rocket cycle? I think we all want that rocket cycle. There's a comment from. So yeah, the art is great. The colors are bold and colorful. It really gives me that 70s vibe. The cover, it's like it's very vintage. It's very 70s, which is pretty great. Seems very easy. Again, how many people does this play? It seems like it plays pretty quickly.
Yes, and it's from 3 to 6 players, 20
3 to
minutes.
6 players, 20 minutes, and then you play again.
Yeah.
I'll see. My problem is I get like drawn to like specific cards, things that I really like. So I'll be like, I'm gonna take that no matter what it costs me. That's what I want.
And sometimes we
and
all
so-
go for the same card. So you steal the card from another player market, and then some other player is going to steal it from you until you don't have it in your hand. It's not secured, so anyone can steal it. And sometimes, usually in the game, there's one card. It changes all the time, but there's one card that everybody wants. You don't know if they want it for the color, for the item, or for the year of release, but we are all fighting for only one card.
Yeah, we just got a comment. One board family says, it feels like a game Austin Powers would have in his collection. And I agree. Yeah, baby, yeah. Oh, man. So you said Bruno designed this game, which is great. And did he come up with this theme, or did you guys help with the theme? It's fun.
From the very beginning of, from what I remember, when we tried the first prototype, it was already this theme. So yeah, we didn't change anything. We just had to find the right artist, and I think we did. So I'm happy.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. Is there anything else that we need to know about vintage, availability, or anything else that you didn't say? We have a few minutes, so if you have anything else you'd like to talk about.
Vintage is from the Pocket Mini range, and it's going to be available like early June. And we have some new games in this line too. We have a new one called Matcha. We have a game named Seals, when you are trying to collect ancient Japanese seals. So, and the size of the box is really handy for this range because, yeah, it's small, like it's this size. And you can take it with you. It's just a deck of cards, so even for people who are traveling and that usually don't take the box, it's really easy to put in like a plastic bag. So. It's small and
Sounds
it's
fun.
not really expensive. Like the box is 10 euros in Europe, so it's almost $11 for you
affordable
guys.
for sure.
So, yeah, that's cool. That's small card games that you can take with you wherever you go.
And again, next Tuesday, you launch the new Kemet game, which is a standalone game, which is exciting. So we got to look for that on Kickstarter.
I
but
hope
for
so.
Vintage and
Hopefully.
Aztec, the games we get to view today, they all look beautiful and accessible, fun for the family, plays quickly. These are all games that appeal to me for sure, as well as Kemet, which is a bigger and heavier strategy game. So you guys produce so much variety of games, and it's wonderful.
Aztec and Vintage are for the beginning of the game night, just to set the mood. And then you can get Kemet on the table. And Kemet is also like a really, really fighting game. So start like kind of smooth with Vintage or Aztec, but you have to fight a bit, or at least lie, or steal from other. And then you put Kemet on the table, and then this is fight.
That all works very well.
Yep.
Well, I appreciate you coming on and sharing these wonderful games with us, Magali from Matagot. We saw Vintage and we saw Aztec, both of which Vintage will be available soon, if not already on the Geek Store. I'm not sure. I haven't looked for that one, but Aztec is available, and you should be getting all these games soon.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Yes. And I think we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with Beth Hiley and Rob Daviau soon. Exciting.
Thank you. Bye.
Hi, I'm Steph Hodge with Board Game Geek here with Sydney from Indie Boards and Cards. This is very exciting for me because I simply love this game, Kodama 3D.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. It's a really fun game, and I'm not just saying that because I'm paid to say that.
I agree. It's really great. So I am going to let you tell us all about it.
So Kodama 3D is the third installation in the Kodama universe, which actually encapsulates lots of different types of games, even though they're all about building trees in order to create homes for the little Kodamas, which are forest spirits that only exist in happy forests. So you try and make your tree as happy and beautiful as possible to attract as many Kodamas as you can. And all of these games are really meditative and calm type of experiences, great for families. A lot of them have variants that are good to play with kids, and Kodama 3D is no exception. So in Kodama 3D, every player gets one of these little trunk pieces. You can see at the top there, if you move your hand backwards so that it's the 3D piece. Yeah, so that's the trunk of your tree that you begin with. And every player has their color of Kodama on it. And from there, you'll build out your own tree using these branch pieces that are in the middle of the table. So when you take the branch pieces, they actually connect into the little X's at the end of each of the branch starters. So you'll be building out a 3-dimensional tree in sort of any creative way you can imagine, since they connect, each branch connects in 4 different ways from 3 different branches, and then every branch has 2 new ways to attach from there. So each, if you stick it in a little harder, it won't fall. But basically, at the end of every game, you'll have an entirely unique tree that you've built yourself. So it's half game, half art project for me when I play, and just really beautiful. And the way that you actually play the game is these cards with the leaves on them all have different goals you're trying to accomplish with your tree. So they might say, gain 7 points if you have 4 blue Kodama in a row, or gain 2 victory points for every caterpillar that you end up with on your tree. And so as you take your turn, every turn you add a new branch to your tree until you end up with 12 branches overall. And while you're adding those branches, you're keeping in mind which goals you're trying to accomplish in order to make your tree score as many points / be as attractive to these Kodama and the requirements they have for the tree that they want to live in.
Yeah, so one thing that I personally really like about it is the use of the little Kodama meeples on the board that you are drafting these little tree pieces. So you have to think in advance what you're going to be doing.
Yeah, so it's actually a really very simple mechanic, but there's a lot of depth to the strategy of how you're getting these branches out of the forest. So every player has 2 of these meeples, and in the beginning you do sort of a snake draft to put them onto which pile they're going to start on. So every pile can only hold 1 Kodama. And on your turn, you can move either of your Kodama along this grid. The grid is differently sized based on your player count. So in a 4-player game, you'd have a 4x4 grid and so on. And you can only move your Kodama in a straight line within the forest without being able to jump over any other Kodama that are in your way. So for instance, that green Kodama meeple that you see in the corner can move 1 space to his left, but he can't move diagonally or down while he's in that corner because he can't jump over other Kodama. But then the piece that you actually take from the forest and add to your tree is the branch you just left. So when you move your meeple, you're reserving something you're interested in having in the future, as well as deciding which branch you specifically want to add now, as well as considering, oh, if I move my meeple to this branch, it will open me up in a straight line to be able to get to this next branch that I'm interested in. Maybe it'll still be there when my turn comes around and I'll be able to access it. The last part of your turn, after you take the branch and add it to your tree, is if you added a branch that doesn't match the branch it's attached to in either feature, which there are 4 feature, flower, mushroom, firefly, and worm, or Kodama color, which there are also 4 Kodama colors, then you get to take a new goal card from the row of face-up goal cards and add it to your hand. You can also choose to take the one that's secret, like the top of the deck, without knowing what it is. So there's a balance between most of the goal cards want you to focus specifically on one type of feature. So it might score points per flowers. So you think, I just want to get as many flowers as I can. But sometimes you might want to place a branch that doesn't actually match up with something else you've been working on specifically, so you can add more of these point scoring goal cards into your hands, and then you have the potential to get a higher score at the end of the game. So there's a lot to think about, even in this really simple pick up and move, take the branch you were on, get a goal card sort of dynamic. So it's very easy to grasp, but difficult to master.
Yeah, and I think if you're already a fan of like the Kodama series of games, this is a great like shoe in. I think it's actually a little bit easier than the other Kodama games, which I think is great, and the table presence is amazing.
Yeah,
because you're building this beautiful tree.
I think it has a really great balance of being more strategically complicated than the original Kodama, because the way that you're taking your card, well, in the original, the branches were all cards. In this, they're branch pieces. So in this one, the branch pieces are drafted in this more strategic way of planning ahead where you want to put your meeples and what straight lines they can go in and such. Whereas in the original, you just picked one of the 4 cards that were face up and went around the table picking one of the 4 available cards. But at the same time, this one is actually more intuitive as to how you build the tree, because the original Kodama, you could add your branches on in any sort of configuration that you could imagine, as long as it followed certain specific placement rules, which could be a little bit tricky to wrap your head around exactly how you wanted it to be added to the tree, because there were just so many possibilities. Here, the strategy of drafting the branches has become more intricate, but the actual placement on the tree now has a set number of places it can possibly go because of the way the branches all attach onto each other. So you just end up.
This one is available. It was delivered to Kickstarter backers recently. Now, I know that there's a new Kickstarter for the Kodama Forest. Do you want to talk a little bit about that one in conjunction with this one, or how's it different?
Yeah, so Kodama Forest is actually probably the most different of the Kodama series. We're really branching out in a new direction. Sorry.
You went there, and I appreciate it.
You see it, and you can't ignore that it's there. But no, so Kodama Forest, as the name implies, first of all, is also a pun because it's the 4th Kodama game, is about building an entire forest for your Kodama rather than focusing on just one tree. So there are these maps of your forest that all have different configurations. They have stones and other impediments that differ from map to map. And each map is placed in between 2 players. So you're working on one map to your right with the player to your right, and you're working on one other map to your left with the player to your left. But in spite of that cooperation, it's still a competitive game, because the winner is whoever does the best on both their maps added together. So you're trying to juggle your focus on helping each of the 2 maps so that you get the best combined score. And the way that you do it
sounds very different.
It's very, very different. Yeah. So it's mostly just Kodama in terms of the universe, the art style that we all know and love, the bright colors. There's adorable animals and like plants and Kodama that you're inviting into your forest. But the play style is actually really different. How you do it is every turn you draw these Tetronymos from a bag in the center that all have different shapes. And you take 3, or well, at the beginning you take 3, and then you choose of the 3, 1 to put to your left and 1 to put to your right. And then the next round, you'll take another 2, so you'll always have 3 to draw from. And in addition to just trying to cover up the space as much as possible with your partner, there are symbols on the edges of the Tetronymos that if you manage to line them up together, you get bonus pieces to put on your mat and cover up the space faster, because you get scored based on how much empty ground you cover with forest and turn into a beautiful forest for your Kodamas.
That's awesome. You started a chain of puns on the chat.
I am so honored that I can have this positive impact on the world.
So that sounds amazing. So we all have to look for a Kodama Forest coming soon. But a little bit back to the 3D version of the game, which is now available for people to buy. So it's very light and easy because it plays in 10 rounds, right? I mean, I remember when I played it, it was just like super fast. It was like over. I'm like, what? I didn't do everything I wanted to do.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those games that you get through and you look at your score and you're like, wait a second, I made all the wrong choices. I have to play immediately again and make better choices about what I'm doing with my Kodama, which branches, and how many goal cards I'm getting. The first time I played, I completely ignored the goal cards in order to focus on the ones I started with. Big mistake, apparently.
Yeah.
The cards that score you points are a little bit important in the game, and you should maybe get them.
I mean, I had a ton of cards. I was playing nothing in conjunction with anything. I was just like, I need more cards, and I didn't end up scoring like much at all. So there's a balance.
So it's a real like fine line between where you go from making sure your tree fulfills the requirements and trying to get more goal cards. Because sometimes you might see a goal card that you've already, completed. So all you have to do is play off branch and you can snatch that up for free points. But is it worth it? Because you have 10 rounds in which you gain 10 branches. And then at the end of those 10 rounds, you also get the 2 branches that your Kodama meeples are currently standing on. So you'll add 12 branches to your tree over the course of the game, which is not that many. For some of these goals require a lot of sort of commitment from these types of branches. And in addition, all the branches are being taken by all of the different players. So when a pile runs out, you can't land on that pile anymore. You can still move your Kodama meeple over the pile as if it was there in a straight line, but there's fewer and fewer places for meeples to stand, so it's harder to move around the forest because you're being blocked in more directions.
Trisha commented, if you can see that, we're just so lucky to have this amazing Kodama universe. Yeah, I mean, so it is a great universe that so many have been involved in over the years. So it's very exciting to see the line continue with Kodama titles. That's awesome. And this is available in the Geek Game Shop right now. Maybe we'll get the little slide in.
Hey, there it goes. But this is one of my favorites to play as sort of a end of night. Everyone's a little tired. We've been playing a bunch of games and people want to turn their brains off for a bit and look at something pretty. And it just, it's very engaging because you have the physicality of building the tree and getting to see what you made grow, but there's still enough of a game there that it's engaging for the players and just really accessible and fun.
Yeah. So aside from Kodama, I know Indie Board and Cards has a ton of games that have just been released, are being released. Is there anything you want to talk about? Maybe the Sherlock Files. I know that I saw a download available. If there's anything you want to mention.
The Sherlock Files is an amazing series of games. I
love it. I love it.
I fully agree. Yeah, it's a really simple, probably the simplest mystery game you will ever play, but it really gets to the core of what you want out of a mystery game, and just like gets you that good feeling of, oh, I'm putting the clues together and I'm figuring out what happened in this crime. Is basically the entire game is just a deck of cards, and on every single card is one clue. So it might be someone, it might say, the victim's wife said he returned home at 3 o'clock. Or it might be a picture of a pocket watch, and maybe it's got something interesting on it. And it's fully cooperative. Everyone at the table has a hand of these evidence cards, and they're only allowed to say very small amounts of information about the cards while they're in your hand. So every card has certain words underlined or up in the title. And so you might say, oh, I have a card about someone named Marcia. And then someone else at the table will be like, oh, I have something about someone named Marcia too. And then you start communicating, oh, well, maybe that means she's relevant to the case. And if you decide that an evidence card in your hand is relevant to the case you're trying to solve, you can take the card from your hand and put it face up on the table so that everybody can see that information on the evidence card. And now it can be openly discussed. But about half the cards in the deck are actually irrelevant information. It's like of people who are around the case, but red herrings or just bringing stuff up that's not relevant. And so if you have a card in your hand that you think, I don't think the brother actually is important, they're trying to distract us with this, you can take the card from your hand instead and put it face down, which means you're not allowed to discuss what information was on that card until you get through the entire deck and everybody decides one by one if you think it's relevant or if you think it's irrelevant. And then you just, as a group, discuss every piece of information open on the table or that you can remember from cards you discarded and try and create a sequence of events, decide what you think the answer to the mystery is. And since the entire game is in this deck of cards, there is no, oh, we went to the wrong location and didn't pick up this clue, which you might find in other mystery games, which is always very frustrating, like that you go back later and you're like, oh, well, we didn't have that. In this game, if the answer was on a card that was discarded, one of your friends discarded that card and then forgot about it, so you always have someone to blame.
Yes. I find that when I play this game, I'm like, that's not important, that's not important, that's not important. I just end up discarding a whole bunch of cards. Like, I know what it is, that's not important.
There's always the element of, oh, well, I can remember what's on this card, so I'll discard it just in case. Because at the end of the game, you take a quiz. So the quiz has 10 questions in it, and one might be like, who's the murderer? And one is like, what happened to the stolen money? So all kinds of questions about different aspects of the mystery. And you score points based on how many of them you get right. But then you lose points based on how many irrelevant pieces of information you chose to put face up in the table. So every time you're like, better safe than sorry, let's, make sure everybody can see this, you're potentially lowering your final score. So if you think, oh, I can remember the information on this card and later recount it to my team, it'll be fine. But maybe you thought X, Y, and Z on it was relevant. You're like, oh, I discarded a card that said he got a haircut, 2 days ago. So that's all it had on it. But it actually said he got a haircut from this character who, has an alibi elsewhere. So if you can't actually pull back all the information from that card, then discarding it is hurting your team because you don't have that information in front of you to draw from while you're trying to put together the mystery. And it has that real feeling of those old school mystery books where you just read the whole circumstance and you know that all of the information is laid out in front of you and you just have to get that lightning bolt to connect the two pieces of information. You're like, oh, we always have that moment when me and my friends play. We have that moment of someone going, wait, what if it's this? And then everything starts falling in and it just feels really great to have solved the mystery. Actually feel smart.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. And so I think there's like the demo version is a download available that anybody can go and just download and play, if you feel like doing a print and play.
So the
it's a
Sherlock Files boxes come with 3 mysteries in them. They're not replayable because once you play them, you've seen all of the cards, but you can, pass them along to other people who haven't played them. But they come with 3 unique mysteries in them. And then we have the demo deck is just 1 mystery. So it's like a third of what you would get in the actual box, that you can download the whole deck and print and play it and get a taste for what the game is like. And we already have more mysteries that we're hoping to get in stores. Soon is a relative term, but we're definitely really putting out more of these.
Excellent. Well, I really appreciate your time, Sydney, for joining us. And we will be on the lookout for more titles from Sherlock Files and Kodama series. The Kodama 4 is coming out. So I really appreciate you being here, joining us live on BGG.CONline.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. And I'm going to bring on Beth to show up some Geek Up stuff.
Cool.
Hi, everybody. So I'm popping in on the end of this block just to do a quick show and tell with some of the stuff that I have not yet announced that is coming down the pipeline. Now, a lot of you might have bought some of our microfiber bags and like just the plain ones. And so if you got our Quacks bags, you might recognize this shape, this sort of circular bag with a circular bottom, and we just made a blank version of these. I'm doing 5 colors to start, the traditional 4-player colors plus black. And if people like these, then I'll expand it out to the entire color line that we have for the small bags and the medium bags. These will officially be called the large bags for now, at least. So if you just really like kind of having those blank bags and you're looking forward to a bigger shape, a different shape, then these are something that's coming down the pipeline. Now I have one that I can partially share. We're going to be doing a Geek Up set for Watergate. And I don't have the plastic pieces yet, but we are doing a draw bag. And so this is a composite image of some of the artwork from the game. And so one side, since this is a 2-player game about the Watergate scandal and Nixon's resignation, this bag is also 2-sided in that one side represents the journalists and one side represents the administration. Oh, I said that backwards. Journalists, administration. There we go. So this will be our first bundled set that we're doing, not just plastic pieces, but we're doing plastic pieces and a bag. So we haven't kind of put those 2 pieces together yet. So this will be our first attempt at doing that. So it's kind of a new process for me and for the other BGG people. If you can hear, I've got the next bit of metal, and I'll do my best to hold this up to the camera. A couple people asked a long time ago when we came out with the Underwater Cities plastic pieces, oh, wouldn't it be great? And this you could be my audience, Steph. Wouldn't it be great if we could do money for the credit chips in there? Like, couldn't we make it out of metal? Oh, yes, we could. So we've got this is the one, and that's about as close as I can get before it fuzzes out. So this is sort of in a bronze color, and it says Underwater Cities in 2018, which is the original publication date of the game. On the back, this is the exact same size as the cardboard piece in the game. Then we've got the 5, which is sort of in a silver tone with the same unique image on the back. Tilt that up a little bit so my ceiling lights can catch a few more of those details. And I apologize if this is as close as I can get holding them up, but I'll post some stuff soon. And then the 10. And in the game, the 5 and the 10 happen to be the same size. So to make that more clear that we gave them 3 different metal tones, and then the back is the same as well, where it's got Underwater Cities 2018. And then the last thing that I'm going to show off for right now, which is going to be fun for me, is the new BGG poker chips. Now, we're also working on a just playing card deck. It's going to be but I've been working on this for a long time. And this is the traditional colors for poker chips. So, if you play a lot of poker, the 5 is generally red. So we stuck with those original colors. But what makes this, what we've been working so hard to pull off is that there is an imprint, and I'll kind of tilt this up to see if I can get the angle. It actually is imprinted Board Game Geek all the way around the edge. That's something that I can feel while I'm touching this chip. I can't quite get a good angle to maybe show that, but it gets you an idea of kind of stripes and colors, and it was fun to pull from our new branded colors to kind of come up with some designs, what the stripe combination should be. Yes, I've noticed there's been a lot of ladder envy behind me, and I don't know if anyone has noticed that every time I go live, there's something different on that shelf. So if you want to look back through the feed and see all the little guest appearances of things that I've had on the shelf behind me. So here's just a few more examples of some of the chips that we'll have coming up. Going up to 1,000 is the highest denomination. So that is just a few things that we have coming up soon. We are going to take a quick break while we queue up for an interview with me, Matt Leacock, and Rob Daviau. So projected cost for the poker chip set, don't know yet. Don't know. They're on their way, so I need to figure that out soon. But they will be sold in bundles of 25, so you can create sets as you please, and we'll probably also offer sort of a kit that's like a common 300 or 500 array of different denominations. So yeah, that's what I need to figure out in like the next week or two. So way to call me out on that one. But I will tell you, the reason I'm making such a face is they are 14 grams each. So they're about the heaviest, most luxurious poker chip weight that you can get. That's heavier than casino standards. So they're very luxurious in person. Very, very excited that's finally happening. Anyway, signing off for just a moment while we get ready for our little interview chat, and we'll be back in a minute. Hi, everybody. Welcome. My name is Beth Hiley, and I'm here with two game designers extraordinaire. Rob Daviau, please wave in case people don't know what you look like.
Hello.
And Matt Leacock.
Hey.
Joining us is also Eric Martin, who is here to smile and look pretty.
Well done, Eric.
We had to fill a 4-shot here, a 2x2. Yeah.
So we drafted him. It's really delightful to be able to have you both on at the same time and be able to have a little group conversation here about projects that you guys are working on and reminiscing about some old stories. So Matt, I'd like to toss things over to you first off, just to talk about some of the things that you have on the hopper that you are allowed to share.
Yeah, let's see. Well, first and foremost, I can say that we've been having fun with the Pandemic Survival tournament. So for those of you who don't know, there's this World Championship every year for Pandemic Survival, which is this way for teams to compete against each other, teams of 2. And well, it's been canceled this year, obviously, for obvious reasons. But that hasn't stopped us from trying to get people engaged with it from their homes. So I ran a pilot test. This is groups of 2 competing with other groups of 2 anywhere in the world to try to be the first team to find 4 cures or the last team to survive. And it went pretty well. So I wrote up the notes and some tips and put that up on the website. So you can find that there. This is on the Leacock.com website. So we're trying to find things that people can do when they're sheltering in place, basically. So that was one of the
I will add, I was
things.
part of that demo group, and was it 7 teams? All but one of us all died, not only in the same turn, but on the same card.
Yeah, I didn't. So I'm not as experienced as some of the Z-Man crew in designing these scenarios, and I thought, oh, I'll make it just a little bit harder. These people are, they're really good. And I stacked the deck a certain way and just wiped out 6 of the 7 teams with 1 card. But yeah, it went pretty well. I thought it was certainly a lot to keep track of as you're playing. I was moderating the game, but it's kind of a fun way to do a Zoom session if you're looking for a new diversion on Zoom or anything to try out. The other big news, I guess,
everyone have a copy of Pandemic like on their end. And,
yeah, that's
and
right.
I think the big recommendation.
Yeah, I was just going to say I wrote it up with the understanding that you could have the first or second edition of the game and you wouldn't have to have any expansions, but you do need to have a copy of it or some pretty serious technical knowledge as to how a team of 2 can share a board and still compete. But
and then I had interrupted you that you were talking about your
yeah. So the other pandemic related news. So we announced Pandemic Hot Zone recently. This is Pandemic Hot Zone North America. It's a shorter, faster playing version of Pandemic. So this is something I've had in the works for a couple years with Z-Man. It started out as like a demo game that we could give to retailers so that you could walk up in a store and check out the game and actually even play a full game while you're just standing there. And it was so popular that we decided to productize it. And so what we've got now is this game that takes place only in North America. It takes about half the time, so it's about 15-20 minutes, and costs about half as much. And it's really quite small, so it's fairly portable. The box is smaller, and it's sort of like Pandemic kind of cut in half. So if you're looking for a way to introduce the game to people who haven't played it before, it's sort of a stocking stuffer kind of price point. So
and before you get into your last project, sit on that last one for a moment.
Okay.
I'm going to toss a link into the chat because you wrote a really lovely, the New York Times approached you to write a really lovely op-ed. And so I just shared that link in the chat if anyone cares to read it. But I'm actually going to still have you sit on that. Yeah, it's eloquently just perfection, honestly. And I think anything you want to say about Pandemic, I think that article says it perfectly.
Yeah, it's a strange time for that brand and for all of us. So I was fortunate that they reached out and it was, so yeah, check it out if you can.
So I'm still going to have you sit in your last project just so, sorry, go ahead, Eric.
Sorry, isn't there also a print play version of the Pandemic?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Beth wanted me to sit on that or not, but yeah. So if
they've released the link to it, so
they haven't released the street date for Pandemic Console North America, but stay tuned for that. That should be coming soon. But if you want to try it out in the meantime, because a lot of us are stuck at home, you can go to the Z-Man website or my blog, and we've got a link there to a full print and play PDF. You can go there, download the entire thing. You'll need to supply some tokens, but it's got all the cards, it's got the full set of rules, and it's got the board tiled out, and it's all set up so you can run it off in your printer and try it out at home. So, and if you're looking for disease cubes, you can try out some. You can use M&Ms or something like that. If you don't
I think that was Donna's idea, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Donna's idea. That was great. And she's like, if you lose, you can just eat them all.
It's your consolation prize. I'm going to just ping pong over to Rob so he doesn't sit and twiddle his thumbs too, and then we'll ping pong back and forth between you two until we run out of cool things that you're developing. So Rob, you've got a bunch of restoration stuff that has been doing well lately.
Yeah. Right. In January, we did the Return to Dark Tower Kickstarter. That went very well. Thank you to all of you who backed it. And we got a big team doing design and development and manufacturing, and we're starting to get samples from the manufacturer of how things will work and making little tweaks to make sure the tower does exactly what we want it to do, and play testing the game and getting a real app. That's all going well. And we've got Unmatched, a game that we launched last fall with Mondo Games, is doing very well, where anyone battles anyone. And it just wanted to mention that we have a new game of that called Cobble and Fog, which is all Victorian England. That is almost at port and should be out towards the beginning of June. You'll be able to order it directly from the Restoration Games website, or we're going to put it into retail. We understand right now retail is a little tough. Some stores are open, some stores aren't, but that will be coming out. And, with everything going on, might have missed that we did a second edition of Stop Thief that really focuses on the cooperative edition, the cooperative version that people like. And we have a new Downforce expansion that just came out as well, called Wild Ride, where you literally can jump a shark. It's going to be our last expansion, so why not?
I saw the early prototypes of the ramp where you actually go, it's made me want to mush together a pitch car, and that just so I could actually send something flying off for real. And
hey, it's your game. Do what you want. No, I saw the art director. You're jumping over lagoons, and he drew a little shark on one of the ramps. I'm like, are you jumping? I'm like, yeah, I like it. Let's keep that. That's a good touch.
Matt, I'm going to toss it back down to you. You've got another an expansion coming out for Era.
That's right. Yeah, Era Medieval Age is going to see its first expansion. Been working on this for quite some time. It comes with a whole bunch of new structures in it, and it has a name now. I can tell you the name. So this is the first time ever. It's called Rivers and Roads. So it obviously comes with rivers and roads in it, as well as other structures like gates and bridges. Quarries, armories, chapels, all sorts of goodies in there. So it's a big box, and it comes with another disaster and a bunch of scenarios. So you can go through the 3 scenarios that kind of introduce you to everything. And then when you're done with that, you can roll your own scenarios or even play with all the bits from all the games. So look for that. It was scheduled to be out at Gen Con, so it should be late summer, early fall for that title.
Now, the reason I think most people are like, why we have the two of them in a call together is you guys are most notably known for combining forces for Pandemic Legacy, both season 1 and season 2. And there is another.
Oh yeah, I'd be happy to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, talk about the fact that we can almost talk about the fact that the details of the game. It will be out this year. Obviously, with COVID and everything going on, there have been some manufacturing delays, and the date isn't exactly pinned down, and we don't want to start talking about it too early. So not today, but hopefully very soon we will start talking about it and showing it. Very excited about the last game in the trilogy, and it will be out this year.
Which
I don't have much more to add other than I'm looking forward to it as much as Rob and everybody else.
Yeah.
Well, I just hope I'm looking forward to it with conditions. Because
Okay.
I asked, I was like, do you guys want me to share this story? Because I had a little adventure during the prototype.
Yeah, you cosplayed it. It was great. Tell us about
I did.
that.
I cosplayed it. Yeah, and I just really hope that the retail version does not have the same outcome. So the guys here had given me a batch to test, and with our Chicago group, we've been longtime play testers for them for Pandemic Legacy, and we had to get everyone's schedules aligned and to get it done by a particular date. We had to do it all in one day. And of course, we film it for them. And as we progressively go through the day, my posture just sort of gets continually worse because I felt like, okay. And by the last hour, like something was not okay. Just horrible pain in my middle. And at one point, I don't really remember much of the last game, but apparently I just put my head down on the table. My husband, John, says, "Are you okay?" I was like, "No." He's like, "Do you want to stop?" I'm like, "No." Kind of pulled it together, stopped the footage. John drove the other guys home, comes back. I'm sprawled on the stairs, and I was like, I think I need to go to the hospital. And it turns out I needed my gallbladder removed. So I finally, once we realized what was going on, and I was now drugged up on morphine, it was about 1:30 in the morning. I looked up at John, and the doctor's there getting ready to sign me out. And I look over at John, and I said, "You know what? Today got meta." And he looks over at the doctor. He goes, "It's okay. She's actually still making sense." So yeah. I cosplayed Pandemic Legacy.
You got to put a warning on the back of the box now.
I know. Not
Beth, you can stop the playtest. You know, like
I know, right?
If you feel like you need to go to the hospital, you're like, "Hey, I need to go to the hospital." You'll get your playtest later. We go, "Okay, that's a very good reason."
Yeah, I just want to let potential. I just want to let people to know that people who want to buy the next season do not have to give up an organ to play it. Like,
there you go.
No,
I went the extra
actually
mile.
Not part of it. Yeah, we cut that from the game after. We're like, okay, that's a bit much, and we just we deleted that part.
But now the other reason I wanted you guys on together too is we were talking with the Spiel des Jahres, two of the jury members yesterday, reviewing the nominees for this latest batch. And you guys were awarded a special award in 2008.
Special prize. Let's go with that.
Sure.
Right.
Derek will look that up
2018.
for us.
It was 2018.
Which has is a very uncommon thing in the world of SDJ. And you guys got to go to the ceremony. You were given said special award. And I just wanted, that's something that I think a lot of viewers in America don't realize, that like this award ceremony is a big deal.
It is a very big deal. I have been there twice. Matt, you've been there 600 or 700 times. I forget.
Matt Leacock is the Leonardo DiCaprio of the Spiel des Jahres.
I think I went there in person 3 times. When Pandemic was up, I live streamed it down through a chat and then ran that through Google Translate and watched it in my pajamas with my parents at like 3 in the morning. With the other ones, I was there in person.
It is a thing. It is in Berlin. There's a dinner the night before. Very nice, very fancy. And then there's the morning of the event, which I forget what time it starts. Everything's a little sort of incoherent, like especially when we were nominated and we didn't know we were getting a special prize. It's the type of thing where I go, "Wow, it's a pleasure to be nominated." And it would, I don't really need to win, and I can't believe I was nominated. And then you get in that room and everyone's talking in the lights. You start going, what if I win? What if I don't win? Like it gets very real, very fast. And the entire thing is in German, so I just nodded at the points where I thought I should nod and waited to see if the name of my game was called, and it wasn't the first time. And the second time we knew it was, so it was much more chill.
Oh, that was so
being
different.
In that room.
I mean, they designed the whole thing for just incredible anticipation and expectation, and you're in there, and the stakes seem so high, and everybody's looking around trying to look into the jurors' eyes because they know, but you don't, and they got a big curtain that they pull off, and all this is just designed for all this maximum tension. The last time with the special prize, we knew ahead of time, and it was just so Nice, because we went up there knowing we had won. It was just wonderful.
Yeah, that was second time because I knew what was going on. I knew that we were getting a special prize. It was just an absolutely wonderful week in Prague and Berlin with my family, ending with a prize where when I still see it on my shelf, I think, how did I get one of these given the nonsense that I make? So thank you, Matt, for pairing up with me and letting me ride your coattails to Germany.
Oh, we couldn't have done without you, Rob.
In all my interactions with both of you, I love how both of you are like, oh, you do all the heavy lifting. No, you do all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, it's true. Matt does all the heavy
lifting. I think both those statements are true. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But I know I've asked you guys this question before, but I think it's something that a lot of people are curious by, because while there are lots of people who combine forces to design a game together, you guys are both known for very distinct things that I think people didn't realize maybe they would actually go together until Pandemic Legacy. And you both have very different working styles too, and also live on opposite sides of the US. So I'm just wondering if you guys might be willing to share a few details and how do you have had a long distance relationship for a long time.
Yes, Matt's never been to my house, and I've been to his house twice.
I guess
but he also lives right outside San Francisco, so it's fun to go there.
It doesn't
actually, our work
like
style. It doesn't. Our work style is actually closer than you would think. I'm fairly disciplined, and people at Restoration can tell you I'm deadline driven and detail driven and focused. My games tend to be more casual, and when I worked at Hasbro, I made games for younger people and things like that. But our style is fairly similar, and Matt taught me a lot about how to be that disciplined, so it works. I think both of us are willing to stick to the ideas that we really like and let the other person be like, okay, that one's important to you. Let's give it a try. And then we let the playtesting data decide, right? And we both will give up. We'll be like, yeah, that thing I spent 2 hours fighting for? You were right. That was a horrible idea. So let's move on.
Yeah, I think we both understand that you have to start out and everything's going to be terrible, and you go through that trough of despair, and you gradually make it less terrible, and you kind of let the player's behavior indicate what's working and what's not. I think our styles of work are very similar. We come from somewhat different backgrounds, and we worked on different types of games in the past, and we just bring all those experiences together. And they mesh really nicely.
Yeah, there are a few things that.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, I think both of you have definitely designed based on the reaction of your players. So I know you both do a ton of play testing on your designs, and that's obviously something I've seen from the playtester point of view. But I think that's part of what maybe made you mesh together so well, as you both realize the importance of that.
Yeah, I think of myself as an experienced designer who happens to work in games. And if the experience isn't good, you try to make it better. And it's seeing video playtesting, which is something that Matt said we should do, and he was 100% right. I swear by it now, is great because you can just see all of these little moments, and then you get that aha, like Sherlock, where you go, wait a minute, we're tracking the wrong thing. We're all focused on getting this to work, and people are giving up here, and you wouldn't see it at all from any sort of written report and things like that. You see people in incredible pain from their gallbladder, ready to explode, and they just continue through. And you're like, we have something here, because this woman needs to go to the hospital, and she's still playing. We're like, okay, so it's working.
I'm not sure if I represent the medium of the bell curve there, though.
Just a hypothetical I'm throwing out. I'm not saying that actually happened.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm continually surprised by what we see on video.
I know,
yes.
Right? I'm actually seeing if Eric, I don't know if you've been following the chat on. Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm going to.
So I can have this on. While you're looking at that, let me just mention, you mentioned that Pandemic Legacy 3 will be the last of the trilogy. So what was the initial idea? And did you have a trilogy in mind or an arc for where you're going? Or how did things develop from the originating concept?
I'm trying to think where that came from. I think
I
we were working on
remember.
season 1 got labeled on there, and we're like, oh, yeah, I do remember that now. It's like, oh, this is season 1. There's going to be other seasons.
We finished the first one. We turned it over. It's like, hey, here's Pandemic Legacy. And then Z-Man put season 1 on it. It was like, we think this is going to be big. Start working on season 2. At which point we had to sort of step back and say, okay, there's going to be how many? And we thought maybe 3. And we started working on 2. And about 2/3 the way through season 2, we just kind of spec'd out the third one and tried to figure out, like, okay, where are we going to go here so we don't completely paint ourselves into a corner. And that really helped us when we started on the last one. And so we had a little bit of a story arc going from the beginning of the second one. And luckily the first one didn't really put us in any sort of bind where we couldn't get out of.
Okay.
Designing with overlapping helped. Sorry, what was that, Eric?
You avoided the Star Wars problem. So that was good.
So,
plan,
so far.
For where to go. Yes.
Look, I talked about this with my friends last night until I said, we're arguing about Star Wars at 11 p.m. on Zoom. It's time to go to bed.
If you guys,
I think that was for me.
I can read it.
It had a couple of my games.
Great. Yep, there we go. Pandemic Greater. Any ideas, plans to improve other games?
Well, my company, Restoration Games, is what we do. We take old games and we restore them and put them back in and try to make them as good as you remember, which often means making them better than they were, because memory is a tricky thing. So yeah, with Restoration, we just find games that should be brought back either because they were great or they were a missed gem, and we then do an adaptation and modernization of it. And I spend a lot of time doing that. It's not what I expected my career to be, and I still do games from scratch, but I enjoy looking at a project and saying, I like what's going on here. How can I add something interesting and new to it?
Notice I got a little guest star Volcar over my shoulder here.
There you go. There's Fireball Island. Yeah, I'm like the pit bull of board games. I just come featuring, me coming in and shouting over a very nice game that someone else made.
I'm sorry, Eric, you had a question.
I was just going to say my answer to that was just yes, and I really can't say much more than that.
There you go. Well, it's good. I was just going to mention that hidden development work of making things better lots of times is invisible. It's kind of nice that Restoration highlights that, or it's showcase if it's actually done, or what might have been missing in the first case, and now you're going to add that finishing 10 to 20% that just improves what was there.
Right. I wish it were 10 to 20%.
Well,
we're trying to get better at that. We're trying to not take projects where let's keep the name and make a new game, because that kind of defeats the whole purpose of what we're trying to do. And we are looking at ways of maybe taking one project and being more transparent with it, like actually doing some live streams or some live blogging and kind of going through our process and, showing people over the course of 9 to 15 months, what were all the false paths and things that go wrong. We're not quite sure we're going to do it or how to do it. Because making mistakes is usually something you don't like to do in public, which is what game design is, but we're kicking around to see if we can make something happen.
And Matt, I think you, sorry, I was going to say that, Matt, when they released the 10th anniversary edition of Pandemic, there was, you had put in some original sketches of when it was still just an idea on a piece of paper and mostly in your head. I love that was that little window into that development piece of a game now well established 10 years later.
Yeah, that was really fun to do that little retrospective and show the original board, which looks nothing like Pandemic. It's just some scrawls on a piece of newsprint, and to look back at that journey. Yeah, I enjoy blogging about the design process. It's sort of just a way that, we can kind of show behind the curtain a little bit for people who are excited about that.
Matt and I have done that. We have gone back when we finish up a project and looked at it like our first version, which we still have. And we're like, oh, we thought this was the right direction. And we're like, well, that little bit right there, that was a good idea. And we say that when we're designing, like, we get so excited about whatever we come up with, and we'll go, 90% of this is being thrown away. We're like, yep, but being a game designer is just having that memory of like, nah, this time we got it. Knowing full well you don't.
Yeah, there's so much self-deception involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, we're just about at the top of the hour, so I want to take this moment to thank you both for joining us and just giving us a little insight into what's been, what is, and what's to be. So thank you, Rob. Thank you, Matt. And I appreciate you giving us some time.
No problem. Just lounging about my tie. So.
And your beard.
And my beard. I want to be like Eric.
Don't we all?
We all want to be like Eric.
We're going to disappear for just a moment while we get ready. Coming up next is the OP with Ross Thompson and Jake Davis, and we'll be back in a moment. Hi, my name is Beth Hiley here with Ross Thompson from the OP, and you've brought us 2 games to show, the first of which is Hues and Cues.
Yeah, we've got Hues and Cues right here. Pretty cool, huh?
Which that game in particular makes for a very excellent overhead.
It really does. It really jumps out, right? It's pretty rocking.
Now, would you describe this as a party game or something a little bit more psychological?
I mean, a bit of both, right? So Hues and Cues is definitely a party game. So in this game, what you're doing is it's a whole, everybody's around the table, and the clue giver gets a card. It'll have 4 colors on it, and it'll be anywhere on that full spectrum board right there. So let's say if you've got like one of the red square right there, right? So you've got a cool teal, a nice kind of green, a purple, and like a pink or a maroon, right, kind of thing, right? So if I wanted to pick, let's say D24, I'm going to give 1 clue, and that's going to go around the board. So I would say Welch's could be my clue. A 1-word clue is going to be the first one you give, right? Kind of a neat one. So that everybody will take their cone and then put it anywhere on the board where they think that would fit. So they're going to take their one thing and put it on there. We're all going to go around, kind of a nice purple, right? I like it. So then once everybody's gone around once, then the person that gave the cue is they're going to give a second clue. So then I could be, okay, they're going toward the purple, but we got to pull it back a little bit. So maybe I could say, oh my gosh, I'm trying to think of the name from the guy that was, I'm trying to think of the purple guy. Oh, the Grimace, right? So I could say the Grimace, right? As a clue. So now you got to figure out where to go with that. A little lighter on the purple, not too dark, kind of thing, right? So those are my clues there. So once everyone's gone around twice and it comes back, then we'll take the score square there, and we'll put D24 right in the middle of it. And if anybody was in there, which we're a little off, nope, we're just a little. Nope, so we want to put the middle of it in D24. Right, so super close. Only got 1 person in there though, which is fine. So everybody that's inside the square, I know, wrong purple, right? It's all good. So, so everybody inside the square, they're going to get 2 points, and then everybody right outside the square would get 1 point, and then you get points for everybody that's also inside the square.
Okay.
And Ross, why don't we actually play a game for real? Because we've got Lincoln and Nikki there too.
Oh, I'm so down to do it.
Yeah, maybe Lincoln and Nikki, if you want to draw a card, or Ross, if you want to just kind of pick a square at random in lieu of having the deck of cards in front of you, if you want to give a clue, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, I could totally do that. Give me a hot second here. I'm gonna write it down so I don't forget here.
There you go.
Okay, I got one. For my first clue, oh man, what do I want to do with that? I'm gonna say. Oh my gosh, I'm totally blanking here, right? Let's say Barbie.
No. Wow.
So was that Lincoln's guess? Is Lincoln the blue
That was
pawn?
Lincoln's guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know though. He could be.
Yeah, he could be talking about all the
He could be
pink,
talking about
not the
all
flesh.
the pink and not the
and
flesh
Barbies are a lot
color.
of colors, so that's silly.
Yeah.
I went pink.
I'll be the green pawn, and I'm gonna do F10. I'm gonna kind of make it more of a peachy one. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so we don't agree.
So now that everybody's gone twice, then I need to think of a second color that could be very similar to that. I definitely want to kind of off the board with this one. Let's go with a. I'm going to say hot Corvette.
Oh my.
But that doesn't work with.
Oh, she did, didn't she? Can I talk out loud like that?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. It's definitely a party style game, right? So you can kind of have that
convertible
discussion.
It was a convertible pink Corvette. You are correct. Arr.
Okay, I'm going to go right next to both of you and say C17.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, Ross.
Cool.
How'd we
So
do?
my square I had was B18.
Oh, one over.
One over. Oh, so close. Awesome.
Boo.
No, you scored. You got 2 points.
You didn't.
I got one.
I'm saying boo for
Boo
you.
for me, it doesn't matter.
All right. So
Well,
Lincoln
you're still going
gets
to get 1 point. You're
1,
still going to get a point.
and Beth and I get how many?
2.
2. Ta-da.
Ta-da, ta-da.
Ta-da.
Okay.
It's interesting how that second clue, like, we not only drifted, but we actually started to condense.
Right? Yeah, it's very interesting as that kind of goes, because everybody perceives color a little bit differently, right? And so what colors do you associate with different words? What different stuff makes you think of grape? You know, so it gets kind of interesting.
Lincoln is preparing.
This is a terrible one.
Lincoln's
preparing.
preparing.
While
This
Lincoln
is
is
the same.
pondering up, I'll read the comment at the bottom saying it works for colorblind players because they see tones on the board similar. Unfortunately, I
Right.
can't see the rest of that quote, but yeah, that's an interesting twist that we've been talking a lot about colorblind, this important board game, over the last couple of years, and
Okay.
tone is definitely
my
something
clue. My clue is going to be pumpkin.
Pumpkin.
Go, Nikki P.
Pumpkin.
What's Ross? He hasn't.
Pumpkin. Ross?
Ross, when you give clues, do you score?
Yes, you do. You get points for everybody that's inside the square with you.
So you get 2
So-
points. You're gonna be pumpkin colored. So you're right
Yeah,
tied along with them.
I believe it's 2 points for everybody that's inside. So
I'm gonna say E Echo 6. And then the green.
Dude. Right there.
Yep.
Ross.
let's go with D7.
Okay.
Just like my battleship. Sorry.
What else could this be?
Try not to.
Home Depot.
Ooh, that's a really good clue.
Home Depot. I'm gonna go here.
Okay.
I don't know if that's the right kind of thinking.
I kind of like the region that we're in. I'm going to do D5, Delta 5.
We will be fine.
Ling.
And it's my guess.
Yep, Ross. Yep.
Yeah, Ross.
Oh man, let's go with a C6.
Okay, here we go.
Uh-oh. Dun, 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 dun. What? Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Is that right?
What?
I think that is correct. But there's a bunch of adjacent, so I only get 2 points, but Ross gets 3.
Okay, you're gray. I have to get up to reach.
I'm blue. I'm blue.
You're 1, 2 points.
No, I only get one point, I think.
Okay. I get 1 point for one cone. My other one's too far away.
And Beth gets 1.
And Beth gets 1.
And then Ross gets 3.
And Ross gets. You hopped in
So,
late,
Ross,
and look at that.
He didn't hop in late. It's one more, yeah. He was given a clue.
That's true.
What triggers the end of the game?
We play to a certain amount of points usually, so.
I imagine this kind of game that you could just say, "Hey, we're having a good time. Let's just keep going."
Totally, just kind of keep going, right? So we've got it goes up to 35, so we can totally keep playing to that point, which is great. I like playing roughly where everybody goes around twice. I'm pretty sure that's the actual rules. Once everybody's gone twice, we're good. So
Nikki, it's your turn since Beth can't look at the card.
Okay. So that
I
I'm
could just
sure
pick a
you
square
said
like
this.
Ross did.
That's true.
Okay, do it.
Okay. I'm gonna try to think of a clue first, so I don't sit here in silence, and then
I know it's kind of an interesting way to do that.
let's do. Oh, I got it. Okay, let's do peridot. Peridot. I don't actually know how it's pronounced, but the gemstone.
Okay, Ross, you go first.
So wait,
And I'm writing it down so I don't forget what color I picked.
What was the cue?
Is it
Peridot.
peridot or peridot? I don't actually know how it's pronounced, but the
think it's
gemstone.
Dot. Peridot.
I think it's dot.
I have no idea what that is.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah, I know. Beth's too smart for her own good here.
No, it's
I
all
know
good.
it.
I'm like, oh,
I'll tell you.
Look
Look up birthdays, and you'll know why I know it.
Oh,
yeah, that is, yes, Nikki got that.
I'm not going to Google anything. I'm not going to look it up. I'm just going to take a guess. I'll go with C10.
Should I let Nikki go first? So that I
It'll
can say-
give you a big clue.
I'm gonna go over here.
Second time around, that'll be really helpful, right?
This is worth it for the clue.
Maybe there.
Okay, second clue. Let's do Mountain Dew.
So Ross, I mean, if you really want to angle, I mean, you're ahead of the game. You need to just go over here somewhere and don't let her score. No,
Yeah, right. Well, the thing is, Mountain Dew. I know it's gonna be a green, but also there's LimeWire and there is Baja Blast.
I don't. Beth probably doesn't drink Mountain Dew, so you probably don't.
No, that's fair. Let's probably go with a lighter green then. Let's go with an L9.
Okay.
How about that?
That doesn't look right to me.
It's also not good for you.
Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
Okay, what letter?
No, not at all.
M10.
M10. Wow, we're only Ross.
M.
Yeah. Yep.
What?
Hey. Nice.
Okay. I've always seen it kind of yellowish.
Well, I mean, this is me interpreting colors over camera too, though. So who knows?
Okay.
Right.
Sure. True.
Chartreuse. What?
Sure. True.
Also, I might be terrible at giving clues. So there's.
Well, Peridot. I don't know.
Over a camera. I forgot. Okay.
Nikki, it's your turn. Then we'll move on to.
Then we'll move on?
I think Scooby-Doo Escape is not going to show too much. It's just going to be talking about it because.
All right. Let me think about this.
Yeah, we can keep going. It'll be good.
Well, let's let's do. You want to do one more turbo round?
Yes.
Or should we
Let
move
Nikki
on?
do her turn.
That was a hard
We won't
color.
the problem is you won't be revealing things from Escape from Escape Haunted House from Haunted House.
Oh.
It's an escape. It's an adventure
Not
game.
today, so.
Exit.
This
Okay.
carries over from other clues we give in
Okay.
other games.
Okay. Oh, Prince.
Prince.
I love that you said it before.
That one's tough though. We've been playing colorful a lot, and whenever Prince purple comes up, it's always a Prince clue. Beth, you go first.
Someone
What are
may
you
not
gonna give?
think that. You just gave it away.
Oh no, it's
I'm gonna say B26, beta 26.
B26. We didn't score the last one. Only Ross got it right.
Yeah. And I
Okay.
didn't feel like giving Ross any points.
You didn't feel like giving Ross any points. Okay, Ross, where are you going?
Let's go with how about C25?
Wow.
Man, the board really fills up the screen. It looks so cool.
Next clue, Nikki P.
Okay.
What do you got?
I should have been thinking about another clue. Prince is just so strong.
It's a good one.
No.
We already used the grimace, so.
I know.
I was almost
And
going to
Greg.
say it again, but I can't.
While Nikki is thinking, Ross, is there a card for every space on the board?
There is a card for every space on the board.
Well, Nikki, why don't you just throw one of the cards up there so people can see it? When you get a card, you actually have a choice of 4 things to choose from.
Yeah.
Just a little. Hey, M10, look at that.
I don't know if
because that was mine.
Quickly,
I don't know. That would be the wrong. Now I got raspberry beret in my head, so that's not quite right.
Are we the raspberry brain?
Sure, why not? This is just for demonstration.
Oh boy, I think she's leading us astray here, but okay.
It's still a reddish purple.
Go ahead, Beth.
Oh, let's do.
It's a Prince song. I'm just reinforcing Prince.
That's right. Delta 25.
Aren't we there? Oh no, we're just below that.
Yeah, just below.
Okay, Ross.
Let's go with a E24.
And I will go right here. What is it, Nikki P?
All right, so it was the E28.
Oh, wow.
Woof. Okay, E here? No, like this.
All right.
So you get a point and I get 2.
Okay.
There you go. That's
nice.
cool.
The second clue was terrible, so you know.
No, it happens. Getting put on the spot. Yeah, but that's Hues and Cues. It's a really cool game, designed by Scott Brady. I think one of the fun things about this game is just how unique it is in the way that like everybody perceives color a little bit differently, right? As we saw, like with different clues and stuff like that. The game's already out, so it's available now. You can get it on the op website. You can get it at your game store if it's open. Be safe, obviously. And so it's $24.99. It's available for 3 to 10 players. Plays it for like 30 minutes, and 8 is 8 and up.
And then another op release coming up, which is the officially branded Scooby-Doo Escape from the Haunted Mansion.
Totally. So we are really excited for this. There's a lot of fun things to cover with Escape from the Haunted Mansion. First off is Scooby-Doo, which is like the best. And like they just had the movie come out, which is really nice for Scoob. And there's a lot of Scooby-Doo stuff happening this year, so it's really fun that we get to be a part of that. But with Scooby-Doo Escape from the Haunted Mansion, it's an escape room game where you're playing all as the gang. There's a mystery that's happened. The van is broken down right in front of this mansion. You go up to help out, see if you can get some gas, kind of like the classic episode. And then all of a sudden, boom, a mystery happens and you need to escape and figure out what's going on. And so you're not playing as individual players. So I'm not playing as Freddy. You're not playing as Velma. We're all playing as the team together. So as you're going around and doing different things, there'll be different numbers that are on different items in the room, door handles or pianos or statues, which you can investigate. So depending on which character is interacting with which item, there's a part in the book which you'll read, and it'll kind of say what happens, whether it's something interesting that'll lead you to the next clue or nothing. Right. So as you go around, like Shaggy eats things and Velma investigates and Daphne interacts. And so everybody's kind of got their own little thing they do. It does not come with Scooby snacks, but it really should. But it has a very good kind of like take me through it. And so Senfu Lim and Jay Cormier worked with Cami Mandel at the op, and we really built this really cool. Coded Chronicles is the brand name we've been giving this. So we have another escape room game that we're going to be announcing later this week, which would be super cool. So that'll be a part of our Coded Chronicles family. We're really excited that we can kind of play around with the escape room genre. It's been really cool to see all the different games that are out there for that. And we love that we can jump in and kind of put a really nice op spin on it too. It's true. People would have gotten away with it for those darn kids, which is nice. Also, what's really cool with this game is there's no pieces that you rip up or you tear on or you write up. Everything you can pack up, right up again, right back into the game. So, and it tells you how to do that at the end of the game as well. So, if you want to pack it up for a friend.
In terms of difficulty, who are you targeting for as sort of your core audience? Is this slated a little bit younger to be more for single-digit kids, or is it pretty broad that, or are we talking like really, really difficult where you're probably with a group of adults?
So this is definitely, out of the two that we have so far, this is on the easier end of them. That being said, I've still been stumped plenty of times with this. So I would say it's slated more for the gamer that wants to play with his family, right? So there's definitely things where you can play with kids, but I wouldn't let a bunch of 8-year-olds just run wild with it. There's definitely going to be times where you're going to have to kind of walk through and do that. That being said, though, like if you're a regular group of gamers that loves doing puzzle games and stuff like that, you're totally going to enjoy this. There are some clues that definitely make you think and try to figure out, oh my gosh, this was from this last room over there. We got to go and get that and go over there again. So that's really neat. In all these different parts. So it's kind of fun. I like how it plays on the classic Scooby-Doo as well. So you have all the traditional characters you know and love in that good art style. So there's also 2 parts to the game. So is like an intermission in the middle, essentially. So it's like a 2-part escape room.
Now, is there a lot of, if people really are a fan of the show, are there, aside from just, having the characters and having them be in a situation that they would typically be in an episode, are there lots of little Easter eggs? Like, is this really steeped in Scooby-ness here? Or
This is very deep in Scooby-ness. This is super Scooby. As we were playing, it literally feels like you're in an episode. Sen and Jay did a great job really diving deep on that Scooby-Doo. And there's a lot of really cool parts to this that really makes it feel like it's a Scooby-Doo adventure. It's funny because like when we were playing at the office, it's fun because you totally refer to people as the gang. Okay, gang, what are we going to do with this part here? And do all these things. We just started saying it without even realizing it, right? So
that's a pretty good sign.
It's a super good sign, right? And so it's fun, and definitely when like Shaggy eats some different stuff and things like that. I don't know if I want to tease it too much, but because there's parts where each character has their own book. So Velma has her book, and Shaggy and Scooby and Daphne and so on. There's little Easter eggs inside that too, because sometimes certain characters may not be the active character happening. And so it'll be, if you want to find out what they were doing when they weren't in the active part of the room, if you read through their book, you can find out what was going on. But you should wait until after you've solved it, obviously, for spoilers.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's probably a marriage made in heaven of people who like those escape room, puzzle room games, and people who like Scooby-Doo are probably just going to be like, that sounds great.
Yeah, it's super fun. I actually haven't played all the way through yet, just so I can play it with friends, which is going to be kind of nice. But our team back at the office, they've ran through it, done all this great stuff. So I'm super jazzed to kind of dive into it now that it's out as well. But people have really, like, everybody internally, we've been rocking and rolling, and all the team is working really hard to make this happen. So I'm super jazzed that we can have, like, in an era where we have a lot of Scooby-Doo games that are kind of out in the market, it's fun that we can have this unique take on it and really kind of capture that nice feel. So.
Well, Ross, in the last minute we have here, was there anything else from the op that you wanted to talk about or share coming up for the rest of 2020?
So we have a lot more stuff coming out. We're going to be announcing a new game later this week, and we've got a couple more things that still haven't been previewed in that. So be sure to stay tuned to our social media. We're on the Op Games at Facebook, at Twitter, on Instagram. If you're playing our games, please tag us on Twitter. We love sharing and seeing what's going on there. Our website just got a full revamp. So if you want to find out about a lot of new games and previews and check stuff out, you can go on our website and find out different stuff. We've got games available and all good things there. So I'm really excited for the op. I know this year is much different. We're not going to be at shows, and we're not going to be going to all these things, but we're going to be doing our best to make sure people can be involved. And I'm glad that we can be a part of Board Game Geek here for BGG.CONline. And so it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm excited. So follow us on social media. It'll be great.
Fantastic. Well, Ross, thank you again for not only allowing us to take a look at Hues and Cues, but to come right along and play with us, and for showing as much as you can for Scooby-Doo Escape from Haunted Mansion. And thank you again.
Thank you so much. Everybody have a good day.
So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be having, you're going to see Eric's beautiful visage with Clay Ross from Capstone Games.
Hello there. Welcome back to BGGConline for May 2020. I am here with Clay Ross from Capstone Games. Great to have you here, Clay, from beautiful Ohio, somewhere in the middle of Ohio. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's Cincinnati. Yeah.
Cincinnati. All right. So today we are looking at Crystal Palace, which was released by Feuerland Spiel at Spiel 19. And now you have the version being distributed in North America that has just arrived at your warehouse recently. I know.
Yeah. Spiel 19, back when things were good. So. But yeah, we've got the yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I hope you can give an overview of the game. What's the setting of the world we're in? What are we trying to do? Who are we? And then hope you can give an overview there and then possibly lead us through a couple of turns.
Yeah, so Crystal Palace, it's a pretty big game. I mean, Feuerland, they're known for Terra Mystica, Gaia Project, A Feast for Odin. And this game is going to sit pretty well with those other titles as well. It's a nice, heavy game. But yeah, so what you are in this is you represent a country. And there's going to be the first World's Fair in London in the year 1851. And you're going to represent your country. And so you have 2 years to prepare for this event. And what you're trying to do is have all these cool prototypes and inventions built using the help of certain characters. And it's it's kind of whimsical. You got like the climate changers, one of my favorite inventions you can make. And you can have the assistance of like Sherlock Holmes, Levi Strauss, and all kinds of other different fun characters out there. So, but yeah, you can see the board here. There's a lot going on. And, but yeah, you're going to be playing over 5 game rounds and trying to accumulate the most victory points, which will cement yourself as the best nation in the first World's Fair. So that's kind of like the overall approach to what's going on in the game. So,
Okay.
do you
What's
want to
the
jump deeper? Or?
player? Yeah, I mean, we can lead us through it to a few turns. I wanted to see, first of all, what's the player count, and do the countries have any differences in how they special powers or backgrounds, or is that more thematic?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so it is. It's going to be. So we'll start with that. The first one was it's 2 to 5 players. So it has a wide player range. We are looking at doing a solo mode for this as well. But anyway, you've got 2 to 5 players. That's a pretty nice player count, and it plays very well across all player counts because, as you can see on this picture you've got here, these rectangular locations on the top center of the picture. These are all the action locations you can go to in the game, and they are all player dependent. So sometimes there's multiple locations for. Like number 2, the British Museum. I believe there's a couple different tiles in the game that come with it, depending on the player count. And so, however you have the game set up for the number of players, you'll have the corresponding player boards. So, and then with the nations, there's 5 game boards in the game, but they're all double-sided with each unique nation, and they all have their own asymmetric objectives in this game. What you're trying to do for that nation. So. There's so many different ways to play the game. Like if you have a certain way you like a certain strategy type you like to play a game with, there's going to be that in this game for you to kind of explore. So, but yeah, it's at its core, it's a worker placement game driven by dice. The dice that you have are, there they are. You don't roll the dice in this game. You're going to be setting the pip values, and that's going to determine the strength of that worker essentially. And the higher the pip value, the more likely you are going to be able to take this action. However, it comes at a cost, and for each pip value you have on your die, you have to pay $1. So it can get quite expensive if you're putting all 6s out there. So, but yeah, that's kind of like the high level thing. Do you want to talk about some of the actions and like what you're doing?
Yes, especially you say you don't roll the dice, but are you determining which side you're turning them to, or why are they dice in particular rather than something else?
Yeah. Okay. So this is really cool. So again, you play over 5 game rounds, and what you're going to do in the first phase of every game is you're going to secretly, everybody has 4 dice to start with. You're going to secretly select the value of each of your dice. So you're kind of looking at the different locations that you can go to during the game, and you're also paying attention to how much money you have, because you have to be able to pay for each pip value that you assign each dice. And so you'll secretly select the values of each of your dice, and then once everybody's ready, you reveal, you pay whatever value it is. There's some benefits for, like, if you have the highest value, cumulative value, you're going to be the start player that round. If you have the least, you get what's called a newspaper. It's one of the 4 major resources in the game. Yeah, it's newspapers. So
okay, yes.
So in this case, yellow would be paying $8 for their dice. And then we would go around the table, starting with the start player, placing 1 dice on any of the 8 locations that you want to potentially partake in. So for example, let's see, we're going to go to the Reform Club, and you're going to notice that there, in this case, was it 5 locations that you can go to down there. The value of the die that's printed on each space is the minimum requirement to enter that space. So you barely just meet it with that. You're going to get a bonus action because there's a little symbol above that. I'm not even going to talk about that, but You get a bonus assistant action, which is really cool in the game. But yeah, so you can place a 4, 5, or 6 in that spot. Everybody's going to go around placing their dice at various locations. And so like, let's do a red one. Go ahead and put the red one in the Reform Club as well. Yeah, 5. So they put a 5 there. And so let's pretend like the entire round was over of placing dice. We would start at the patent office, which is in the top left. That's location 1, and you're going to resolve that. All the dice there would get resolved, and so forth. Then we would jump to location 2, then 3, then 4. Once we get to location 5, in this example that I'm showing here, we have 2 dice available. How it gets resolved is whoever played the largest value dice would go first. So in this case, red gets to play first. And they would slide their dice into the leftmost available spot below. Yes. And it triggers, there's a benefit to going first on this location as well. You get a buzz, what's called a buzz. And that's going to be on the administration track there, all the way in the top right corner. So it's always good to generate buzz for your country before going to the World's Fair. People are going to start talking about you and anticipating what you're doing. So then red would be able to carry out this action. And this one specifically is acquiring a character. And you would be able to choose any of those 4 characters. The only catch is you have to immediately pay for them, whatever's in that red banner on the top left of the card. So most of them, I think, are like 1 gear. The guy on the right is $2, I believe. That's an energy. Yeah, that would be an energy. That's another. So those are the 3 main resources. You have newspapers, gears, energy, and dollars, or British pounds in this game. But yeah, so then after red chooses a character, then yellow would be able to go and take a character. There's some benefits to getting a character across the bottom of the card. Yeah, so that would be resolving the actions in that way.
So you're mapping out a plan for that round ahead of time, starting even with the initial choice of dice. And then ideally where you want to go and do everything.
Yeah, exactly. That really hits the nail on the head, because before you've even taken any actions and before you've decided where to go, you have to set your dice values to something that's A, affordable for you, and B, you're like, okay, I think I need to go here. You got to like plan which areas you want to go to, and then everybody reveals their dice, and now you're like, okay, well now Sarah over there has a really powerful set of dice. Like where is she going to go, and like is she going to beat me to the certain locations that I'm going to go to? Because you're going to notice each location, especially the third one there, the Bank of England. There's 4 possible locations. Like people could place 4 dice. However, when you go to resolve the action, only 2 of those dice that were actually placed there will be taking the action. So you can really cut some people out of valuable actions, and they've still had to pay their dice. So it can get kind of nasty if you're not careful. So,
all right. So you mentioned that the boards change based on the player count. So you're going to have a different number of die spaces available on the various boards, I assume, in order to keep competition roughly the same.
Yes.
Yeah. How else does it change?
Shrinks down. What's that?
How else does it change? Usually with 2 players, it's a lot more. Games in general tend to be much more in your face 2-player, because any way I can hurt you is good for me. But
yeah, that's
4 and 5 players that doesn't work.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. In this game, because there's always going to be 8 locations, you don't have too much headbutting in a 2-player game. You can play that way though. It just depends on your play style. Do you want to be aggressive and try to figure out what your opponent's doing and then go out of your way to prevent them from achieving their goal? Or you can swing for the fences, looking at your current player board and your state of play, and try to really have the highest possible score you can achieve. The buzz track, I did briefly mention that before, but that little administration board on the top right corner, for a 2-player game, that can get kind of really cutthroat because you always want to be you want to be the furthest ahead on that buzz track. It'll give you a lot of points at the end of the game. But yeah, it's just honestly your play style. How do you want to play the game, and what position do you find yourself in? That's what I really value about this game, is just the different play styles that you can come to the game with.
Okay, for character cards, it looks like they have lots of information on there. You mentioned the cost on the left-hand column, benefit on the bottom. Are they multi-use cards with different other aspects?
This is what's cool. Yeah, I don't think I've seen this what I'm going to tell you. I don't think I've seen this in a game before. So there's two types of cards. At the patent office in the top left, location 1, those are the prototypes. These are your ideas of inventions you want to make. Or they're patents, I'm sorry. You're going to make prototypes later on in the game. But these are your ideas. When you flip it over like that, that is now a complete prototype that you've built. Each card has a little banner along the middle right-hand side of the card. It'll have a name, and it'll have a name of a certain character. Each card is linked to 1 or 2 characters on the red deck over there. So
in the Reform Club.
Yeah, in the Reform Club. So if you by chance build a prototype and you have the same matching character card, you're going to get some nice bonus points. It's a nice synergy bonus for you during the game. Also, what's really cool when you build a prototype is when you build it, the bottom of the card, the effects take effect immediately. And what's really cool is you choose the player that those effects, every single one of those effects apply to. So you can either choose yourself or you can choose anybody else. Obviously, you want to choose the really good benefits for yourself, but sometimes there's a really nice benefit on the card, and sometimes at the same time, the other benefit is really bad for your situation. So you might want to offload that to somebody else for them to deal with. So it's really cool how the cards tie together.
The benefit being bad for your situation seems interesting. That it would be.
Yeah,
I mean, you almost never think of a benefit being more money or more something, or options, whatever it is. Yeah.
Like, for example, some of them, it costs money, and you might not have the money you can take loans in this game. It's a game with loans, and you can take them at any time, but there's such a huge penalty on you that, you have to pay $2 for this card, but the other benefit for paying the $2 is really high for you. You might, and let's say you only had $1, you would end up having to take a loan. Is it really going to benefit you that much to have that secondary effect? So it's, again, depending on where you are in the game. So the economy is super tight in this game. If you like games with a lot of tight, like a tight economy where your cash strapped, resources are really tight. It doesn't give you handouts, which I really like in games. It makes you really work for your as you build your engine, essentially. The characters, when you hire the characters from the Reform Club, there's a bunch of numbers along the bottom in those different squares. That is how much money you have to pay that person every single round. It goes down as you progress to the right, and that ties directly into location 4. So if you look at location 4, everybody has a marker on the leftmost spot. As you progress on that action track, one space at a time, you're reducing your payment for each red card you have at the end of the round, because you got to pay these guys for helping you out prepare for the World's Fair. But also progressing on that track will give you some nice benefits along the way. So everything's tied together in this game. Everything is so neatly knitted together that it is really cool. Yeah. So you're
getting points from. Yeah, you're getting points from everything, or here and there, or is there a focus of what you're trying to do, or just varies each game?
Ways to get. I got to pull up the little rule book, because there's a nice section that really talks about. I'm going to show it real quick. here's the 6 main ways of getting victory points. And it just kind of covers, let's show it right there. So I'm a little delayed, but it shows basically the different ways of getting victory points. It's got a little bit of Uwe Rosenberg. I don't know. I like to call this mechanic the Uwe Rosenberg mechanic. On your player board, right in the middle, you've got these 10 locations that have a -2 star symbol. You have to cover all those up, or you're going to lose 2 points at the end of the game for each uncovered location. And what those are research tiles. You can get those in various ways through building prototypes, going to location 2 on the game boards. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Getting loans can cover them up, but it'll give you even more negative points. But but yeah, there's so much going on in this game. It's a very intricate network of different mechanics, like tightly sewn together, where there's no loopholes in this game. I mean, you can't. There's not going to be one overarching strategy that everybody does. There's so many different ways to play the game. Everybody starts with 4 dice. You can get up to 6 dice if you have the money to really pay for each one of those dice to place them out there. There's a lot to offer in this game. It's such a blast to play. It's very interactive, and I've just been really enjoying it lately.
So I'll mention Crystal Palace seems very much in the Capstone Games wheelhouse. I mean, you launched your company with Arkwright. You've done some of the Ruhr titles. It is very much on brand for the other titles you've released. Of course, you have expanded your line a bit over the years. This year as well, you plan to release New York Zoo and Stickum, in addition to Ride the Rails. We looked at Ride the Rails at Gamma. I don't know if you can talk a bit about Stickum and New York Zoo.
Yeah, so Stickum is one of those card games it's been in, it's a German game called Stickeln, I believe is how you pronounce it, but it's a very, very popular trick-taking game in Germany, and it came out in 1993. So we're bringing over the English language version of it. And if you like games like Euchre, I would even throw in there Hearts or Spades, any kind of like fast trick-taking game, but has some ability to, how would you say it, Eric? Like shoot for the moon kind of thing, or just possibly.
Sounds good.
Really, you can really stick it to people in this game. You can really hinder their ability to do certain, basically screw over their entire round. So as we experienced in Reno.
That's right. So each round, just giving a short description of the game, you're dealt a hand of cards. You have a number of different colors depending on the player count, and you're going to choose one of those colors as your pain suit. And so every card you take of that color is worth negative points equal to the numeric value of that card. And every other card you collect is only 1 point. That's it.
Exactly.
So
yeah, just 1 point. But the thing is, that pain color is public information. Everybody knows what your pain color is, what you do not want to get. And I like to play aggressive and give people their pain color because I feel like they need that. But yeah, it's just a blast. It's a fun, quick 20, 30-minute game. So.
And a quick overview of New York Zoo.
So New York Zoo is Uwe Rosenberg's next game coming out, and what you're doing is building a zoo with a bunch of different types of polyominoes. What's really cool is he's combined his polyomino elements from his game designs of late, plus the typical animal breeding that you're familiar with an Uwe Rosenberg game. And as you're populating your zoo, you have to have this certain amount of animals on your tiles in order to build it even further, to be able to populate your zoo. And it's essentially a race game. You want to be the first player to completely fill up your game board with the tiles, and you'll be the winner. So it's a nice game for casual gamers looking for a little bit more strategy and a little bit more depth of complexity to their game. So that's coming out. That was going to be our Gen Con release this year, but unfortunately we'll be doing it online. But we're still coming forward with it in probably July timeframe.
Okay. It's definitely been an interesting year. I mean, interesting is one way to put it, but definitely challenging for a publisher because, of course, you don't start manufacturing now. You had a plan months ago for what you were going to do.
Absolutely.
How has that changed
Yeah.
over the past several months?
Yeah, it definitely has an effect. We have to go to market different ways. Conventions were a really great way of promoting the titles and getting the buzz out there about our games. And now we're going to be looking at doing things online. And I'm considering doing like little capstone events where we'll have little intimate gatherings of people online and just teach games and show them how to play and just kind of grow together that way. So,
okay.
But yeah,
I don't know if there's anything else you want to say. That someone asked about whether the misprints in Crystal Palace have been corrected for this edition of the game.
So in the second printing that's here now, there was a very, very, very minor misprint, and that has been completely corrected. It was on one of the character cards, I believe. One of the numbers along the bottom was incorrect on one of the sides. So, but yeah, that's completely fixed now. I do want to mention. Can I mention two things about this game real quick?
Sure. We got a couple more minutes. So.
Number one is we have a promo card coming out, a couple of different promo cards for the game. So we're going to be giving that away on our website soon. And then also number two is if you're interested in Crystal Palace, we have a coupon code to enter on our website right now. It'll give you $20 off, and it's I love BGG. That's just the coupon code you got to enter on the website. I love BGG. And yeah, we completely redid our website, so go there, check it out. But yeah, that's what we got going with Crystal Palace right now.
All right, I appreciate the proper propaganda. The code there. Yeah, we still have a minute. I don't know if you want to talk about reworking your warehouse. Of course, you're working alone right now.
Yeah, so we're with Ohio, we're slowly being able to get some resources back. I think some people are going to be starting next week. We have to do a ton of things with like social distancing and everything. So we're preparing for that. But yeah, I have a new warehouse down in Cincinnati, and we completely enhanced it with some nice pallet rack infrastructure and got a new forklift and everything. So it's been pretty exciting, even though given the current climate with everything, but lots of fun.
All right. Well, it's good to know that things are going well enough that you make that sort of advance in the infrastructure that you have for your company. I mean, that's definitely a good sign of things. So I appreciate the overview of jump in.
I was just going to say, like, I'm planning for the long term. I think we're all going to come back from this, and we'll be healthier than ever once we come out of this thing. So, yeah.
All right, good to hear, Clay. Thanks very much for the detailed overview of Crystal Palace, and I look forward to. I didn't beat you in Stickum when we played together, but it is definitely fun inflicting pain on one another.
It was close, man. Yeah, we'll get together one of these times. I don't even know when it's going to be next, but it'll happen.
Happen again. All right, take care. We will be back in just a moment. Thank you again, Clay. Take care. We'll be back in a moment with Cassidy Werner from Ravensburger looking at Villainous, Perfectly Wretched, and Wonder Woman. Hi, this is Eric Martin with Board Game Geek. I am here on day 2 of BGG.CONline. We are now guested with the presence of Cassidy Werner from Ravensburger. How are you doing, Cassidy?
Great. How are you?
Pretty good. Yes. Glad you're here to show off a few games. It's not about me. It's about you. Yes, that's what's important. So glad to have you on here. And we get to talk about 2 recent releases from Ravensburger, which has a lot of releases lined up for the year. See a few on the shelf behind you. But hoping we can talk first about Villainous, Perfectly Wretched, the 4th title in the Villainous series.
Yes.
Maybe you can give a quick overview.
Wretched. Sure. So this introduces Cruella, Pete, and Mother Gothel to the franchise, which we're very excited about. Cruella's goal is, of course, to collect puppies. Mother Gothel wants to start her turn with trust that she earns from Rapunzel, and Pete has many goals based off the shorts that he was in. Villainous, of course, if you're not familiar, is a game where you take the role of a Disney villain. Each of you has your own objective, and you move within your realm, do the actions within that location, and you have a deck of villain cards full of generally helpful things like allies and items, and you also have a fate deck full of obnoxious things that will get in your way, like heroes and other items and effects.
Okay. All right. This is very straightforward. I love the individual touches that Ravensburger puts in the game, such as Pete, of course, being only in black and white is a very nice callback to the original shorts. And Cruella's token being half black, half white.
Yeah, that one was a lot of fun. But of course, we had a Target version as well with the speckles. It's also the first Disney Villainous game that includes Mickey.
Is that for any particular reason? Was Mickey not allowed previously? And now I'm not here. Awesome.
Hey, Eric. I'm here. The hands are here.
Awesome.
Your hands are here.
These 3 different things. So, I missed your answer because I was somehow cut off. Was Nikki appearing for the first time for any particular reason, or just it was the only way it made sense this time?
This was the only villain it's made sense with so far. He classically faces off against Pete, so the first time we could include him. Yeah.
Okay.
He's real annoying to come up and play too. He stops Pete from completing any of his goals while he's out.
So each of the Villainous titles can be played with the other. Each of the Disney Villainous titles can be played with the other Disney Villainous titles. You can interact with anyone. Was this obviously the plan from the beginning to create this entire world of all the Disney villains?
I think that was built into the game originally in the design. I don't know if they envisioned Villainous having the success that we've had with it, although certainly we're happy that people love it as much as they do. But you can mix and match any of the villains up to 6 players is what we recommend, although we've seen people throw up to 12 villains into a single game. It just goes on forever. So you could have Pete face off against Maleficent or Jafar or Yzma. You can mix and match any of them. It's a lot of fun. Each character stays anchored within their own story. So when you interact with each other, you're playing heroes from that hero's movie or realm.
Okay.
So there's still some interaction despite being locked in with their own story.
Okay. I don't know if you just want to give a 1-minute example of how a game turn works and how a player works towards achieving their goal.
Sure. So you'll have a hand of 4 villain cards from your villain deck. You'll move your piece to a new location on your realm. And then the icons on that location tell you what you can do. There's a handy reference card. So you can collect power, which is what you use to play cards. You can play cards from your hand. You can fate other players by playing cards from their fate deck. That's how you mess with them. There's also vanquish actions, which allow you to get rid of fate cards from your own deck. So if you want to use an ally to get rid of a hero, there's an action for that. Each character has a unique gameplay twist and their own unique goal. So Cruella, for example, has the puppy tokens that you have to put in, and all of that is explained in each player's villain guide. So that goes over strategy for each villain as well as any new gameplay twist that we've made to make sure that the gameplay ties into that villain story.
Okay, excellent. Is this the end of the Disney Villainous line, or is that something you can talk about at all?
We would be very curious who people would like to see come next.
Okay, so no, not the end. Okay, I believe we're talking about Wonder Woman, Challenge of the Amazons as well. So I don't know if you have anything else you want to talk about Disney Villainous in terms of further gameplay or interactions between these particular villains.
No, we can move on to Wonder Woman. Here we go. Reverse camera. There it is.
Okay.
So Wonder Woman is a fully cooperative game.
Well,
not sure if you have it out there.
Yeah. Well, while they're transitioning, we'll give Lincoln and Nikki a moment to change the boards. And while we're doing that, we can talk about one of your upcoming releases, which is Marvel Villainous, which was announced at New York Toy Fair. There's not been much said about it now. I don't know if you can talk about the current plans for release or give some sort of teaser for it.
It'll be available for pre-order on July 6th, and then be available in stores on July 26th. We haven't announced all 5 villains. We've announced Ultron, Thanos, and Hela, and the other 2 villains will be announced later in June. You can see I have a factory proof here, but that's all we can say at this point.
Okay.
Gameplay-wise, there are a few differences from Disney Villainous, whereas in Disney Villainous, each of the characters is anchored within their own movie. With Marvel Villainous, that didn't make sense since they share a universe. So there's more interaction. There are some new card types, like events that villains can face off against together. There are also specialty cards, which allow you to become stronger over time. And there's a lot more interaction. There's a shared fate deck, so Thor can face off against any of the villains included in the game, for example.
Okay. Viewer just asked about the Villainous puzzles, which is over your left shoulder. If you mentioned Ravensburger, of course, very well known for their puzzle line. Maybe you mentioned the Villainous puzzles.
We have a series of Villainous puzzles. We released the first 6, matching up with the green box already, and there's more to come.
Okay. Is there any shortage in the actual manufacturing of puzzles right now? We know that puzzles have gone crazy, or the market for them has definitely gone crazy as people are looking for more things to play on their own.
There was a run on puzzles. We're working to fulfill the demand, but right now there is a shortage in puzzles industry-wide because no one anticipated the demand for puzzles given the current situation. We're glad they can be there and provide comfort in this time, but it's been a couple of months.
It's probably not a line in your business plan for the year where you're going to be like, anticipate worldwide pandemic, increase puzzle production. I mean, yeah, that's...
No. If you know someone who knew this, you should tell us.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they would then stop the pandemic instead of doing that.
They had a DeLorean,
Okay.
They might have been able to.
Yes. Oh, a nice teaser for our later game. Well, Wonder Woman set up. I don't know if you can give an overview here. This is a cooperative game in which you're representing Wonder Woman or one of the other Amazons. And what are you doing?
So you are defending Themyscira, the home of the Amazons, from one of 3 classic Wonder Woman villains. You can face off against Ares, Circe, or the Cheetah. It is fully cooperative. And the thing I like about this game is that it's in 5 phases. In one of the phases, you are given more options that you can't discuss with other players. So if you've ever had a cooperative game where someone tries to run the game for you, this takes that away from them. They can't do that anymore. I also really like the miniatures that it comes with. You can see there in the center. Going through a turn, if you'd like, on the first round, the enemy advances. So Ares might deploy Servants of War or corrupt Amazons that you have on the board to help you, or deploy blockades that makes it more difficult for you to move around the board. You'd then be given some cards, 2 cards face up to each player. And these cards you can discuss with everyone. So you can strategize and make a tentative plan for how you want to face off against Ares and the other villains. So you make a tentative plan, and then you're also given 3 cards face down. So in the next phase, you are able to pick these 3 cards up and look at them, but you have already entered the battle. And of course, in the middle of a battle, you don't stop and strategize. So then you have to make some decisions on your own. You pick 3 of those cards, play them face down into your battle plan there. And then in the 4th round, you would reveal those one at a time and work together. You can combine the emblems, which let you do different things. You have a little reference card. So if you have Vigor, for example, that will let you get rid of Serpents of War. You can use Leadership to summon more Amazon warriors to help you, which increases your emblems. You can also team up. Since this is a cooperative game and you're working as the Amazons who work together as a coordinated fighting force, you can team up, which will be useful. Ares takes 4 damage to reduce his health by 1 point, for example. So you'll need to do that over time. So you can see some of the different options there. And then finally, your island's defenses are reduced depending on the number of obstacles you have.
Okay, and the villains scale up. So you're only one at a time and choose which one you want based on the level of difficulty, yes?
Yeah, Ares is by far the easiest, in my opinion. He has a base level, and you can also increase the difficulty by increasing his health. And then Circe and the cheetah are a little bit more challenging. With Ares, he's just trying to do damage to the island, essentially. Circe polymorphs the Amazons, so you have to keep some of the obstacles apart, the pig Amazons and the wolf Amazons apart, or they do damage to each other. So in addition to trying to damage her, you're also having to run around the board and keep all of these things separate. And then the cheetah, you have to team up and do a lot of damage to her at once. She's trying to find different artifacts. And when you damage her, she runs away and drops some more obstacles. So you have to team up, do a lot of damage to her, and then she runs off and leaves more obstacles and burns through her enemy deck really quickly. So for me, the cheetah is the most challenging. And then, of course, you can increase those even more by increasing their health. So the game will scale in difficulty. As you have it down to a science, you can increase the difficulty and have another challenge again. You can see there some of the artwork on the enemy card decks. Each enemy has their own deck that will allow them to move around the board, deploy obstacles, and do different things. And of course, all of those are tied into that villain story.
Did we lose Eric?
Goodbye, Eric. The cheetah got him.
Oh, okay. I guess we did lose Eric. I don't know. We were rushing to get this stuff done really quickly, the changeover, but we actually played this on game night. It will be coming out as an episode soon, and it is really fun. Although I did not think Ares was that easy. I can't remember if we won or not, but we did play Ares. That is the one we did do, and it was great. I do love the aspect that you can't really alpha the game. I mean, obviously, sometimes you've got people that just know the game better, but you're still making your decisions because you're only revealing these one at a time and hoping to, like, hey, I'll be able to, because you have to plan in advance. And you're like, well, I mean, what can we do here? And you can't reveal too much information other than you might be able to help with something. And then you reveal them and deal with what happens on the island. But the forces that keep shifting around and blocking you are what's really amazing and tough. I really, I'm really blown away by the game. I thought it was had the theme going, and it was a lot of fun. So,
yeah, I like it a lot. I think we played all 3 villains last night just so I could refresh my memory on how it went and how quickly the cheetahs enemies, the obstacles escalate. We had in the training grounds just a field of lycanthropes and wounded Amazons. And after a while, we're going to ignore that. There's nothing we could do about it.
Yeah, we got to focus on this. And that was part of we ended up letting parts of the island, I mean, because it overflows and things spread. And we ended up letting things go for a little bit because we were definitely targeting something and hoping to be able to take care of that before because I think I can't remember exactly, but I believe Ares was really raising a ruckus down in the south, and we had a heck of a time keeping it under control. And it's fun to you're because there's stuff on the board. There are units on the board that will shift, and if you don't, so you're taking some guesses where you think things might go, and doing your best to like, well, let's hold our force here. That we did have one relic that allowed us to move around very quickly. That was very helpful to where Ares was located. Yeah. And that was fun.
Yeah, I like that one. I like the lasso too. That's handy for when you're facing off against Cersei, because you can just lasso all of the pig Amazons and the wolf Amazons into 2 different regions, so that you're not having your health reduced as quickly.
Yeah. It's very, I mean, you know, you think, again, this is a really wonderful design, but you think like with these IP games, that you always have this, even though we've been proven wrong over the years lately, that the IP games are not going to be very strong, they end up being, you know, this is thematically really fun. The art is I love it because it's actually like modern comics. Every element of it looks, you know, the character stuff, and then the card art itself is really wonderful. I didn't really show a lot of those. But it's all really beautiful. The really wonderful production and a really fun game. We actually would love to play it more. I mean, I'm sure it's good with 2. We probably should just play with 2, since it's all we have to play right now. I do not know.
Yeah, I think the care that Ravensburger has for our games really shows through, as well as our development partners for this game, Prospero Hall. We are fans of the IP. Like in the office, you'll definitely find a fan of one of the IPs there. Sorry, is that
You're going to have to ask that question. It is backwards for me. So, any fun promos for Wonder Woman? Okay. It is reversed for me. I can't read that all, but if you can read and answer that.
Especially with conventions being canceled, we don't have any promos. But if you have an idea, you're welcome to tweet it to us, and I'll see what I can do.
The other one that I was excited about, which was not designed by Prospero Hall, was the Back to the Future one that I read about recently, and that is exciting. I know you're going to show me, and I'm going to be jealous, but it looks fun. I love the time travel aspect of that. So, do you guys have any other games upcoming soon that we'll be able to get access to besides that one?
Yeah.
You can show us that one too. I'm excited about that one. Believe me. I know it's not available right now, or it would be here, because we were going to do Jungle Cruise and that game, and neither of them are available yet for retail. So Eric chose to do 2 that were available.
We just got in our top samples, so if you want one, we can send one out.
Oh, you know I do. We'll play it. I'm very excited. It'll be fun.
Yeah, my favorite part are the DeLoreans. This copy is still sealed, and I can't take that one down because that'll reveal my very nerdy collection of role-playing games behind it. But the DeLoreans, they're really cool. I can show you the back of the board or the back of the box really quickly.
Yeah, it looks great. I was really excited. I mean, I know that you guys will have it'll be fun regardless. I mean, because we've got this expectation that Prospero Hall does all these great IP games, but it'd be nice that others end up doing that. Well, we already have some of that with, we had restoration games on talking about Unmatched. Is that my brain? Is Eric back? I'm hearing breathing.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I let people know I'm here.
Yeah.
I just breathe on them. It's awesome when your camera just goes black in the middle of, and then it's telling you that you can choose this camera that doesn't exist to try to go back on. It's great.
Oh.
Yeah.
That doesn't exist. It's very spooky.
Yes, very spooky. Well, yes, people are asking about what's coming up. They're hoping, can you show like Marvel Villainous? Is that just tucked in the side there? Is there anything to show at all in terms of imagery?
I mean, they've seen the front of the box, and that's pretty much all I can show right now. That's a factory proof that we made a few tweaks, so that's not a good representation of the final product. But well done spotting it.
I know that Scott's excited for that.
Yeah, we just got in our final production copy for review, so hopefully I'll be able to send out some press copies of that soon.
Okay. I don't know if you can talk about working with IPs in general. I mean, I should mention, I will disclose, just I've done this before. I was hired by Ravensburger to edit the rules for Marvel Villainous. So I just want to put that out there. I will not say anything about the game either. But maybe you can just talk about working with these different companies, with Disney and Ravensburger, or sorry, Disney and Marvel, Back to the Future. How does this all work? What's involved with that?
Well, you have an extra layer of approval in everything that you do. We're really lucky in that all of our partners, WGB, Universal, Marvel, and Disney are really responsive. But everything you do, you have to submit a concept. They need to see the artwork. They need to see the gameplay and make sure that whatever you're doing respects their IP and ties into their vision for their characters. Then you need to be respectful of that. So it's just another element to take into account when you're developing a game, because you might have an idea that you think is great, but for reasons they might not even be able to tell you sometimes, like if there's a movie coming up, you can't use a certain character or a certain element that you were excited about. So there's more give and take, but then I think when you bring the game out, being able to serve those fans and that audience is really rewarding to see how excited they are, especially when you work for a company like Ravensburger that really cares about the IPs and takes the time to get to know them and get to know what the fans want. It's really rewarding.
Okay. I know there's been a big interest as well in Germany, where initially the IP games seemed to be more US based, and now they are going the other way. Whereas previously things seemed to come from Germany to the US, and now you're going the other direction.
Yeah, Villainous is going into several European countries. Jaws, of course, is going into Germany this year. And then Back to the Future will be available in Italy and Spain later in 2020. And Minecraft, of course, was released, I think, in 6 different languages. So,
right. So you have the additional challenge of, I guess, license rights in each of those countries in order to figure everything out.
Yeah, Maria and Megan are 2 licensing managers in Ravensburger in Europe and the US, respectively, and they do a great job coordinating all of that.
Okay. We have a couple more minutes. I don't know if there's anything else you want to talk about. Disney Hocus Pocus, someone was asking about. Any other future titles or just things going on?
Disney Hocus Pocus. I wasn't expecting that one, but if you hold on a second, I can grab it.
Oh,
I'll be right back.
All right. Now we got a minute of time to talk about what's going on here. It's interesting just to see the lineup and sort of how things have changed. I know Ravensburger put out a press release where they're talking about sales of Villainous, where I think it was up to 850,000 copies across the line, which is a huge response. It's interesting to imagine trying to introduce something like that to a larger audience and sort of build it out from a hobby core into a larger market. It's a very different approach than what's done with the Leia titles.
Yeah, I think our mass market partners have learned to trust us in our licensed products. So it's good to get it out there and have kind of a gateway. Here is the factory proof of Hocus Pocus, since folks were asking. Very excited about this. This is a cooperative game. You're working together to try to ruin the witch's potion 3 times before the sun comes up. And my favorite thing about this game is the Binks meeple. I'll hold him up there so you can see him. And Binks helps you out in the game. So if you play an ingredient with a Binks on it, Binks comes out, you can reveal your hand, which gives other players more information, which helps you proceed in the game. So,
okay. It seems like that is something you should sell separately in packs, because I can imagine people just wanting cat tokens for use in whatever game they want.
Just cat meeples? Yeah. That'd be
yes.
good. And this
Carcassonne with cat meeples?
Sorry?
Yes. Carcassonne with cat meeples would definitely be better. So
anything with cat meeples, I think would be better.
So how does something like Hocus Pocus come about? We only have about a minute left, but it's just curious because that is not a recent movie. So how does something like that come to market?
I mean, you always consider nostalgic licenses that people might want to see when you're in product development meetings. And Hocus Pocus has a very passionate audience. It's been around for a while. And of course, they were talking about doing a sequel on Disney Plus, so it seems like a good opportunity, and people would be excited to see more. So, okay.
All right, there we go. Anything else to share in the last minute?
This is Jungle Cruise. It is available for pre-order now, and you can see Rodney teach you how to play it on Watch It Played, and you should go watch that thing.
There you go. Very simple and straightforward. Go watch it. Watch Rodney. Watch It Played.
Watch him catch a
Yes.
box. Yeah.
That's right. Yes, you have to practice that as well so you can take us out. As you say goodbye, you should definitely be throwing boxes in the air.
I would injure myself. I'm sure it'd make for great streaming, but probably not today.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Cassidy, for joining us. And Lincoln, thank you for stepping in as well, serving as, alternate host at the last minute when I disappear in a void. It happens.
Thanks, Cassidy, so much. I hope that we're comforting enough for you there. She was nervous.
And it'll be great to have you back as well, looking at Back to the Future, Dice Through Time, when that is out, and Disney Jungle Cruise, because I am looking forward to, and Marvel Villainous when the time comes. So much to look at. Nice to have you here, and take care.
Thanks so much, you too. Bye.
Okay, we are pausing for just a minute, and then we'll be back with Stefan Bersad from IELLO, looking at Break the Code and Little Town.
everyone, I'm Steph Hodge here with Board Game Geek. And right now we get to talk with Stefan from IELLO, and we get to look at Break the Code. Is that like an escape type game? Because that's what it sounds like.
Okay.
Here's
Steph. We have a huge feedback. Okay. All right. So, hey, Steph. Hey, everybody. Okay, I'm still hearing myself.
Okay, we're going to start again. Okay. Hey, everyone. I'm Steph Hodge with Board Game Geek.
Okay. Well, while we're waiting, I'm excited to see this game. It's a new version of a game called Tag Iron.
Hello. Yeah. No, my stream is not on. I don't think so. Oh, was it maybe?
Break
okay.
the
That's what it is.
code.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, that's it.
Sorry.
So I guess
sorry,
Stefan was
everybody.
watching the stream while trying to stream, so that was probably what is slowing us down.
Okay. Is the sound good now?
Sound was good on my end.
I can hear you. Yeah, it's great.
Take 3.
Take 3. Okay, Steph, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Steph Hodge with Board Game Geek, here with Stefan from IELLO, and we're going to take a look at Break the Code. Now, it kind of sounds like a escape the room type game, puzzly game. Am I on track here?
Yeah, it's more like a code name. Oh, no, not code name. Sorry, mastermind kind of things. You know, you are trying to deduct the code. So basically, what it is, it's a game for 15-minute game for 2 to 4 players, age 10 and up, designed by Ryoki Kurashige and co-published by Jelly Jelly Games. It's a Japanese company, and IELLO. So as you can see on the picture, I don't know, are we seeing Link's hand or
Those
Nikki's?
are my hands.
That's Link. Okay, so so as you can see on the table, this is the setup for 4 players. Each player has a little screen, and behind the screen you put 5 digits. Actually, Link, you need to take 1 tile from behind each screen and put 4. It's 4 for each player on a 4-player game, and you have 4 in the middle. And so randomly take 1. Yeah, there you go, and put them face down next to the question cards. There you go. Thank you. So this is the setup for 4. So as you can see, let's look at the player at the bottom. We have 4 digits, and they need to be so in the game there are a total of 20 tiles, 20 cue tiles. Some have number, some have white number. There is 1 of each number, each digit in each color, and then there are 2 green 5s. Okay, we randomly distribute those tiles to the players, and then we put 4 in the middle. That is the code that people are trying to guess. So in the middle of the table, we have 6 question cards. On your turn, you can grab a question card. So Link, if you can zoom on one of the question cards to show, say, for example, this one says, what is the sum of your black numbers? Okay, so, and you see they are double-sided, they are upside down, so everybody can read them from the screen. So now let's zoom back in. Thank you, Link. So I'm going to grab that card and I'm going to ask it to the left player, which the left player only have 1 black digit, which is 8. So I'm going to say, left player, what is the sum of your black number? And that person is going to say 8. So I'm going to use my little pad to write it in a way that I can think of. So you have 1 second for each player, and I can say, okay, there is 8 black. Okay, but now Link choose to put this in the A position, so that might be misleading. So I will just put it in the right where it says clue, because I'm not sure that the 8 is actually in the A position. Link, if you can show the inside of the screen of the little player screen. See, you have a position A, B, C, D. So since we are playing 4 player, we are only using position A, B, C, D. If we are 5 player, we'll be using position A, B, C, D, E, because everybody will have 5 tiles and there will be 5 tiles in the middle. So That's what you are matching with your notepad. You are matching those A, B, C, D with where you think it is. So at the moment, I have no clue where the 8 is, and I don't know if it's 1 8 or it's a 4, a 2 and a 6, for example. So I note whatever, and everybody else around the table has received the same information. So everybody is writing those information. Then we pass to the left player, and he or she will do the same. Grab a card. So when you grab a card, you replace by a new card. So this one says, how many of your tiles have the same number? So let's, thank you, Link. Let's zoom back to see who would be a good person to ask that, since we are cheating a little bit, since we see everything. Well, it seems like nobody has the same number. So our left player will ask to top player, and top player would say 0. So then left player would write somewhere 0 same number or something, some mnemonic way to remember that. So you are gathering information as turn goes, and on your turn, when you think that you can guess, you can make a guess, and remember, you're not trying to guess someone's number, you are trying to guess the stack of 4 tiles that Link put aside at the beginning of the game. So if you think you can guess it, you can make a guess. When you write your guess on your paper to have a proof that this is the guess you are making. You check yourself on the guess, and if you are correct, you won the game. If you are incorrect, however, you are still you lost the game, but you are still participating in the game as far as questions are concerned. People can continue to ask you questions and so on. So there are variations for 2, 3, and 4 player. This setup in the 3 player, we have 5 tiles.
So the numbers in front of us don't necessarily matter so much. We're just trying to find out the hidden tiles that are presented in that stack right there. So we're trying to gather basically what the other people have to deduce what those 4 tiles are. So it's a pretty cool deduction game, right?
That is correct. And the variation in 2 player, we don't put a stack in the middle. You take 5 number. You take all the number behind. You divide all the number between the 2 player, and then you are trying to guess the other player code. And that's
okay. So that's a 2 player. That's totally different. It's a different dynamic.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, you are still using the same deduction process of elimination concept, but instead of having a common number in the middle, I'm trying to guess your number.
All right. And so you said this plays 2 to 5 players.
2 to 4.
And 2 to 4. I thought you said if there's 5 players, you use a different number of tiles.
No, if you have 4 players, you use 5 tiles. That's where you.
Okay. I misunderstood that. Thank you for clarifying. And so, how many different rule cards are there? And so there's going to be a lot of different questions that will be asked. It seems
there are actually 21 question cards, and if the player exhausts the deck before anyone guessing, there is no winner. So once you have exhausted the deck, your only option is to try to make a guess. And then in the 2-player version, you keep making guesses until one of the player get the numbers. So some example, where are your number 1 or number 2 tiles? Also, one element that I forgot to mention is that when you lay your tiles behind your screen, there is a requirement to order them from left to right, and always put the white number first. So if I have 2 1s, I'm going to put my white ones first and my white black second. So they will. So it's easier for the other player to guess. Otherwise, it makes too many permutation if we can invert the colors.
So you put them in from low to high, and then white to black if there's a duplicate.
That is correct.
Nice. And so it seems pretty simple and straightforward. It reminds me of some other deduction games with the twist. So that's really cool. Definitely one that we want to be looking at. So what else where did this derive from? Where did this theme and topic come from?
So it was actually a game published by Jelly Games in Japanese, and our R&D team picked it up, and they really liked it, and they decided to go with it. And so that's why we did. I mean, as usual, we did our yellow treatment, and we changed the look of it, but it's pretty much the same core engine as the original game. It works pretty well.
Well, that sounds great. And so this is available today, right?
Yes. So the price is
the price is
$16.99. It's available in the Geek shop, because I don't want Chatty Boy to get mad at me. So there you go. It's in the Geek shop. It's also available at retail. And I'm going to do a shameless plug, because IELLO have been supporting our retailer partner that are in difficulties right now with the virus. So since 2 months now, since beginning of March, we've been running an operation where we offer free shipping on the IELLO website, IELLOUSA.com. And when you check out, if you mention the name of a retail store in the note at the checkout, we will share the proceed of the sale with them at 50%. So it's our way to help our retailer friend in difficulties. But go to the Geek shop, because I won't get in trouble with the Geek
no, that sounds all great. So that's great to hear, and you can get this game and all that good stuff that you just mentioned. But we also are talking about Little Town today as well, right?
Exactly, we have a twofer. And if I may, before, because with a general request, where is it? So I was asked by people to show leaks, so here are some leaks.
There you go.
That's my dad. Sorry. All right, so Little Town. So Little Town is not a new release for IELLO game. It has been in the catalog for quite some time already, but I feel like it has been overlooked because it's a really neat little game. It's a very good way. It's a very good introduction to worker placement. So if you want to introduce some of your friends to worker placement, it's great to that's the basic. That's really what it is. It's purely worker placement. You are builders. They're gonna build. They're gonna gather, and that's all it is. So it's a 40 game for 2 to 4 players, age 10 and up, and the designers are also Japanese, Shun and Aya Taguchi, and it's co-published by Studio GG and IELLO. So the goal of the game is to score the most points at the end of the round. So you have a scoring track at the bottom around the market that you can see that goes all the way to 59. And if you go over 59, you get 60 stars on top of the screen. A round is made of each player playing all their worker as a builder or a gatherer. So everybody receives workers. They are the little dude with the little hammer that we see on the right of the screen. There are 4 different colors. And so each player will have an opportunity to place their worker and builders. And that will mark the end of the round. We keep the track of the round with the 4 trees on the lower left of the board. And as a note, the board is double-sided. On have a different distribution of resources. The board starts empty, as you see, and you have resources. You have rock, which provide stone. You have trees, which provide woods, and those resources are up here. Obviously, you can see gray is rock and brown is wood. Those are going to be used to purchase building. We'll get to that in a moment. Then you also have those little lakes on the board, which are providing fish. Fish are represented by the blue cubes, and they are food to feed your worker at the end of each of the 4 rounds. If you cannot feed your workers, you have to pay 3 victory points to feed each angry workers. The 4th resource is the yellow cubes. Those are wheat. And this is a building that you see on the board right now, below the tree trunks. You have to build those in order to gather them. So now, Link is gonna put some tiles in the market. There you go. Thank you very much. So we always have 12 tiles in the market, but there are 24 tiles available in the game. So there is a good replayability since we are randomly spreading those. The game changes differently each time. So on your turn, you choose to either grab a worker and send it to the building site, which is allowing, and if you have enough of the resource necessary to purchase the building, you grab that tile and you put it on the board on an empty grass square. So you cannot cover another building, you cannot cover a resource or anything like that. So this building, for example, costs on the upper left corner 2 woods. And when activated during the game, it will allow you to exchange 1 money for a wheat and a fish. So that's a way to convert your currency into food for your worker. You can see also, it's hard to see, but on the upper right corner, there is a score in a little star. That is how many points you are going to score by building that building. So it's 4 points, exactly, 4 victory points. So cost 2 woods, give you 4 victory points when you build it, that you score immediately. And ulteriorly, everybody who uses it can trade a money for resources. And because, let's say, yellow was the player or orange, blue was the player playing that building, we put a little blue house on the victory point of the tile. So that house, thank you, is going there. And so now I own that building. And so Link, if you can spread a few other buildings on the board for me around this guy, this one, there you go, thank you. With different color houses, perfect, excellent. You're doing a great job. It's awesome. All right, that's enough. So now do me a favor and grab the blue worker and put it in the middle of those tiles. So on my turn, I'm going to use my worker as a gatherer. And when I gather, I am collecting resources and or building effect from the 8 squares surrounding me. So in that case, going clockwise, starting from the bottom, I have a tree. So I'm going to collect 1 wood. And then I'm going to use the building that belongs to me because it's a blue house on it. And I'm going to trade a money for a wheat and a fish. Sorry. And then there is nothing else on the other tile. And then the next tile is belongs to red player. So I'm going to have to pay red 2 money because I'm borrowing their adding. And I'm going to score 3 points, which is the 3 points we see at the bottom. And then finally, I have a square that's going to provide me an extra fish. I'm going to gather. And then I can't see the effect of that building because it's behind my my interface on the screen. Yeah, thank you. So this one has a special building. It has a little clock on it, so it's only activate at the end of each round. And basically, it will provide us, it will allow to reuse one of the buildings surrounding that building. So that's how you gather. So again, either on your turn, you send a worker to build a building, or you put it on the board to gather resources. We play 4 rounds. At the end of each round, we resolve them that have round. At the end of the game, we resolve building that have end of game effect. And that's really what it is. So it's a very pure, simple worker placement.
Yeah, and as you go each round, there'll be more and more buildings, there'll be more and more spaces and things to do, and money gets really tight, as I recall. So you'll want to do it all and you just can't. But yeah, it's really well done, and I love that. So I have over here, I have the original little town builders, but you guys have added a big board and a nice score track and all this extra stuff, so it looks really great. So that's really excited. And this is also available today at the Geek Store. And a special recommendation for Spiel des Jahres. Congratulations is in order. So that's exciting.
That is true. That is true. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. That's a very good little game. As you say, it's in the shop and available at retail store also. And yeah, your point was correct. You mentioned money being scarce. it indeed depends of the selection of building, because you can only get money from some building, and if you get a draw where there is only one building providing money, is getting hard. And also your comment about the more the round are progressing, the more you are building engines, because I'm going to put a situation where I'm going to connect a wheat that's going to be able to be traded for some money that I'm going to turn into victory point, etc., etc. So placing your building strategically is really key, because you can really start generating a lot of victory each turn.
Yes. So building those buildings that you want to gain like the benefits from is much better than having to pay people to use their buildings. So you definitely want to do that.
Yes, for sure.
Well,
all right.
What else do you, we have a few minutes if you want to mention. So we got a little comment here. Sorry for off topic, but what the really pretty game box behind you. So on your shelf behind you to the left, the blue box looks like a pill.
The blue box looks like a pill.
US Dino?
I don't. I'm not sure.
I didn't see the comment PIL, but you have a lot of blue boxes behind you, so I'm not quite sure.
Hold on, because I have to think on my left. So
it's probably the Pillars of Light. It's probably
here.
It's probably the
Mountains of Madness.
Mountains of Madness.
Probably.
Mountains of Madness. Yeah. Okay.
Rob Daviau game. Oh, boom.
That's Mountain of Madness. It's a cooperative game that we released 2 years ago at Gen Con. It's quite a challenging one and quite a silly one, because you become crazy as you play the game, and the game forces you to do things that or limit your action. You cannot say some words. You cannot do some action. It's a very interesting. It's fun to watch people play that game.
That one is still on my need to play games. It's so many, but it looks amazing. So that looks great.
I'm sure we can do something about that.
Oh no, yeah, it's just you guys have great games, and so I'm sure you have more coming from a lot of different ways. Is there anything in particular special that you wanted to mention?
Well, people have been asking me leaks, so I know I joke with my picture of vegetable. I have something I can show you. So I know there are lots of King of Tokyo fans amongst you guys, and so I want to show you a little dude that we haven't seen yet. So.
Oh my goodness, he is adorable.
To focus, and his name is Chupacabra.
Chupacabra.
Okay, I know I'm going to be flooded. I'm going to be flooded with demands. So before you all ask me one. I can't help you with that, because this is part of a new promotion that we are doing with our international partner. So IELLO is a French company. We have distribution worldwide. And this monster has been with a collection of national monsters. So this is the monster for Brazil with our friend Daviau. So that's part of their promotion. And those monsters are only available in the local countries.
I'll ask you a painful question. Is it going to be in the dark edition?
We are working on the American monster. I'm very excited about the American monster. So the idea is to have a national monster for many of the countries where we have distributors. So you guys can start exchanging and trading from other countries and all that. We're thinking about making a collector box for all the monsters and all that. So more King of Tokyo craziness coming up. We have a question. Will there be an expansion for King of Tokyo Dark? Not at the moment, because with King of Tokyo Dark, we tried something new. It's a one print run. So I actually ordered one print for the USA, and it's all we have. And when it's gone, we will not reprint it. And so in that sense, we didn't implement any expansion in the programming of King of Tokyo Dark. Again, all the King of Tokyo books are compatible with each other as long as you sleeve them. Will we ever see 3D King of Tokyo monster? That is very likely. I have seen 3D King of Tokyo monster. but that's all I'm allowed to say.
Well, I think that we're at the top of the hour, so I want to thank you for coming on and showing us some games, Stefan. It's been great, and Yellow always has amazing games, and it's exciting to see what's in the future and what's available now. So I really appreciate your time and stopping by.
Thank you very much, Steph. And I want to give a big shout out to the entire BGG team. I've been watching you guys, and I've been bombing your chat for the last 2 days. I realize how much of an endeavor it is to run that thing. You guys are awesome. I'm sure you must be exhausted. And so kudos, all of you in front of the camera, behind the camera. You are doing a great job. And I'm very happy to be able to participate. So thanks all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stefan.
And we will take a quick break and come back with Chad Elkis from 25th Century Games. It's exciting.
Bye, everybody.
Hi, I'm Steph Hodge with Board Game Geek here with Chad Ellis from Chad Elkis. Oh my God, I'm getting it all wrong. I'm so sorry.
It's been a long day.
From 25th Century Games. And I'll just call you Chad. How about that?
There you go. There's no need for formalities. We're all friends here. It's fine.
And we get to look at the amazing Winner Chicken Dinner, and it's so much fun. I've played it several times now, and you get to tell us all about this.
Right. So, yeah, actually, I guess we played it back at Tantrum Con. I guess back in
January, which seems like a million years ago.
That feels like forever ago. But yeah, so Winner Chicken Dinner is it's definitely a family game. So it is very light. I wouldn't say light-hearted. It is kind of light-hearted to some degree, but there are some light elements that take that to it. But what people have said, it's like a super deluxe kids game. I think when you look at the components that are in it, it definitely feels and seems like a game that would be for like older or gateway audience, but it is definitely it is a light kids game or light family game. But,
and it comes with the rubber chicken.
And it comes with the rubber chicken, which is so the rubber chicken is interesting because I felt like it just needed one. You know, we're playing the game like this game is neat. And I actually had one in the playtesting and the development of the game. You know, I threw a couple just in the box and carried around and people play around with it. Like, now I've just got to find a way to put rubber chicken in the game. And we never made any design rules around a rubber chicken. Like that was really just had no purpose for the game. I still built one in the game. That's it just needed. Yeah. And I think the rule book even says if you make it all the way to the end of the rule book, which is not very long, but literally the last statement pretty much says, if you're wondering what to do with the chicken, like just do whatever.
Make your own rules for it. Keep it on your shelf.
Which is what folks do.
You know. Yeah. It's great. It's fantastic. So tell us a little bit about this game and what you're going to be doing and how did you get this idea and stuff like that. We want to hear about it.
Yeah. So let's. So we'll start with the idea. Just a kind of quick story. It was a few years ago, actually, really before even the first game was published by 25th Century Games. I had a friend of mine had posted. He's an artist. I worked with him at a video game studio, and he just did a sketch, illustration of this fox, like in a suit, just eating fried chicken, like in front of a chicken coop on a farm. And I don't know, it's the most crazy, like just interesting image that you don't think about. Foxes, they do eat chickens, right? But and literally within like a couple of hours later that night, I was like, man, like that could be an interesting game idea. And I just went to work sketching on a pad and writing down crazy just thoughts about it. And actually, I shared an image literally of that page in my notebook because I still had it in my old journal from 4 years ago, I think now. And that's where it was born. And a lot has changed and evolved over the years. It really took a long time in design development. So I kept getting distracted with other projects. And yeah, that's where it came from. So you are literally trying to do just that. You are a fox. All players will take a fox character card, and those are the oversized cards you can see on the right-hand side of the screen. The game is absolutely beautifully illustrated by Shauna Tenney.
It's beautiful. It really, really is a fantastic art.
It was one of those things where when we were looking at how do I bring it to life visually, I had to figure out. I mean, basically, I need to find an artist that can take fox, just a fox, and how do you go make a lot of different variations of foxes that have their own personalities and they're all and they're unique in their own ways, and not just a rinse and repeat of the same fox over and over. And I remember a game that I had, backed on Kickstarter years and years and years ago called Wizards of the Wild. And she had done a lot of animal illustrations that were like wizards and just really brought those personalities to life. And so I contacted her about the project, and fortunately she was very interested in helping out. So she did all the illustration work, and then a few folks helped out with a lot of the graphic design work, which is Matt Paquette and Chip Cole, and actually Shauna's husband Warren helped out as well with that. But yeah,
so great. It's so great.
Yeah, it's so good, and you're one of those fox characters, right? And they have a special ability that's just for that character. It persists throughout the game, so if the situation arises where it applies, then you would get to do it. But what you're trying to do is steal chickens from the hen house. So that you got on the farm mat. Those are both neoprene mats in the game, so they're not boards. So those are both rubber-backed double-stitch mats. So on that farm there, you pull the chicken tokens out, and what you're going to do, it's basically a kid's fun Yahtzee style dice roller. So you've got a series of dice. You got 6 dice. Each one of those die have a unique facing on them. So there are 6 options. You have a single or a double chicken. You have a single or a double cook, which is the chicken leg. You have the dog, and then you have a fox, and they each so they each do different things. What you're trying to do game-wise is steal chickens from the coop, put them into your little burlap sack, still, leaving the coop, heading home with them. And you're trying to then get them home and then cook them into chicken dinner that's it. So When We Were Chicken Dinner seemed like a very, apropos name, right? So it's a dice roller,
perfect.
so it's which is an old Vegas saying. It's like the dice and the chickens and the dinners, it just kind of worked. But so the dice, so you roll the die. So if you roll a single chicken, then you can steal, and you get up to 2 rerolls. So if you roll a dog, this is where the press your luck piece comes in. If you roll a dog on the die, it's frozen, so you can't re-roll that. So the more you push your luck on trying to get the things you need, the more likely you're going to possibly roll a dog. So if you roll a dog, the dice is frozen, and at the end of your turn, you will move the dog up basically the bark track, essentially. And so that is one potential way the game can end. So in a 2-player game, if it gets to 20, then that will trigger the end game, or 30 for 3 or 40 for 4. But if you roll chickens, so if you roll a single chicken or a double chicken, then at that point you would take that number of chicken from the coop. So right now you've got 3 singles there. So if that was the end of your turn, you would then take 3 chickens from the coop and put them in your bag. That's how you cook chicken. Once you've stolen them, that's how you cook them into your bag, or take them out of your bag and cook them. So you need to pair those. So cooking's a little bit harder. So you need 2 single chicken legs to cook 1 chicken from your bag, or you need 2 doubles to cook 2 chickens from your bag. So when you do that, you actually take out your bag and you flip it over. So the flip side of all those, fun derpy chickens is a cooked chicken dinner. And then the other item on the die is the fox, which is what you have showing there. So if
Lincoln,
in your
the
turn,
tokens.
foxes, do I know?
I was
Yep,
just telling Lincoln the tokens with all those chickens in the coop. All those chicken tokens. Yeah, all those. So the chickens are in your bag, and once you get them into dinner, you turn them over in front of you, and so these become your points, or more points, if you will.
More points. Yeah. So at the end of the game, you're gonna total up the total number of chickens in your bag, plus which count for 1 point each, and then the cooked dinners in front of you. Those count as 2 points each. But what the key is about the chicken dinners is they can't be stolen from you, or you can't lose them.
Stolen. Yeah.
So that's where the action cards comes in. So that's where the fox facing on the die come in. So you can see on the map there, you've got the red, blue, and yellow columns. So if at the end of your turn, you lock your dice down, you're done. If you have 3 foxes, you can purchase the card on the yellow. Or if you have 3 foxes, you can purchase 1 red and the 2 blue. Or if you have right now on the die, you just have 1 fox, which means you could purchase that 1 fox character in the far left. Some of the abilities happen immediately. They also play immediately. Some of them you can hold and choose to play them at a later time. But this is where all the action comes into play and the interaction between players. So most of these are going to be stealing chickens from players. So which is why if you can cook chickens into chicken dinner, those can't be stolen and they're banked. So you don't run the risk of losing the points, from the chickens you've collected. So these things can be, swap entire bags with a player. You could shift all the bags left or right. You could.
If you don't have any chicken in your bag, that's a great opportunity.
That's a great opportunity. Yeah. So so where some of the choice comes in, how you resolve the dice is up to you. But you have to resolve everything about that block at one time. So I could choose to steal chickens first and then resolve my fox or the dog. Or what I could do is actually resolve an action card and get rid of my empty bag to a player, because I bought an action card. And then I could draw my chickens. And then there's some goofy ones in there that get a little more interactive. I think you just showed one of them.
We just saw Cluck Off.
Right.
Which is probably the most entertaining one of them all.
It's funny when you see it at a convention or like in a room with a lot of people, and so what the Cluck Off? There's a Cluck Off and there's a dance off, a chicken dance party. Sorry, Cluck Off, chicken dance party. What those mean is if you played the card, you're the judge. So you're the judge in this chicken clucking contest, basically. And so all the other players have to do their best chicken clucking impersonation. And then you as the judge get to choose the winner. And then the losers owe the judge and the winner a chicken from their bag. So it's not a huge loss if you lose, but it's it's all kind of lighthearted, very fun. It's a lot of silly and kind of fun, very cute art. And kids kind of love taking chickens from people, and certainly like the chicken dance party and stuff.
And it plays out pretty quickly because you either run out of chickens because people are rolling lots of chickens, or maybe the dog's moving along really quickly. So a game could really just end if people are rolling all chickens and you just have all the chickens in your bag. Or
so
maybe you're really
triggers.
bad luck like me and you get the dogs just all the time.
Right. Yeah. If you got a group that's like really pressing their luck, you are going to trigger that dog a little more because there's more chances to roll it. But so the two in-game triggers are you run out of chickens from the coop, or the dog reaches their thing. So that's kind of how the game would end. And the chickens scale just like the dog track. So it's 15 chickens per player. So it's, to your point, it's one of those games where you might be done in 10 minutes, even in a 4-player game, or 15 minutes tops, and then you can just reset.
Depending on how people roll. Yeah.
Yep, it's all about the rolls.
And I love the push your luck element. That is like totally my kind of thing. I'm like, keep going. We can do it. I can do it.
Because you want that dinner.
No.
You're like, I've got a double.
I need that dinner. Yes. Just so you know, you're getting a lot of love for the neoprene mats because that's really a great feature to have inside the game. Just roll it out. It's so nice, and so that's exciting.
Nice.
Somebody asked about the. Yeah. So someone asked about the bags. Is that a chicken dinner bucket on the bags? I think it is.
It is. Yeah. So it's the same as the card back. So we did the little bucket. It's got little chicken in it.
It's so great.
It was funny. Like the only art direct, very limited art direction I gave in this game. And the one statement I made was, whatever chickens we have, if they're like on the bucket or they're on a card, they just need to look just crazy and derpy, because no one's going to care if those chickens get eaten, kind of a thing. You don't want to feel bad for the chickens. So if all the chickens in the game just look like whatever. So
No, they're fantastic. Did you want to mention anything about the sketches? I think you posted something on Facebook about some sketches that happened maybe prior to the game. I'm not quite sure, but it was a question.
So on our Instagram feed for 21st Century Games, you can actually, I think on the Facebook page too, I posted literally my journal book that had kind of the initial, where I was scribbling and making notes and trying to do basic kind of premise flow for the game. So you can literally see, like, the first night I sat down to try to make this concept of foxes stealing a chicken from a coop, trying to bring that to life into a game. Like, you can see that journal from that night. And literally I had a very, very rough paper prototype like that same night. I was up really late and I was already cutting stuff out and writing numbers on dice and trying to see if I could make something kind of function. And just 3 years later, finally we started moving on the path of art and kind of out. And this is my design, which is not normal. So most of the stuff we do, this is the only the final design probably from me, I think, for a long time for this for 25th Century. But which is kind of why it took a little while, because I started getting sidetracked with other projects, like Kingswood and Jurassic Parks. And
understandable.
Yeah.
But because of it, you have this amazing quality game. You got it funded on Kickstarter, right? So like all of the tokens were upgraded for that Kickstarter version. I mean, you got amazing art. Everything about it is just like top production. So I think you did well in waiting and getting the quality of what you wanted for your game, and it really shows. So
yeah, thank you.
You did that really well.
So yeah, even for the releases to retail like right now. So we're kind of launching retail along with BGG.CONline. And that is available in the Geek Store. So the new Geek Store, which is awesome, by the way. So it's available in there.
Geek Game Shop.
Or Geek Game Shop, yeah. The Geek Game Shop versus the Geek Bit Store. But if you order the game in there, so it will ship with 4 promo character cards, and it will ship with a enamel pin, a soft enamel pin. So you'll get those if you order it through there.
That's awesome. So definitely perks for getting it through the Geek Game Shop, and it's available now, as you said. Now you have a ton of games in the works, and things that are happening. I mean, you want to talk anything more about those, or is there anything else to say about Winter Winter Chicken Dinner?
No, this is. I think we've kind of covered it all. It's a very light game. It's silly. It's fun.
It's great.
You're gonna have a lot of laughs, as people play it. I mean, it's just to watch your friends or your kids or a family stand up and do a chicken dance off or cluck or whatever. I mean, it is really silly, and it plays super fast. I think MSRP is $25. I think for the quality you get in that box for $25, it's very worth it. So
it's fantastic.
We can talk about other stuff probably.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Knizia game in the works, right?
So announced that just yesterday. I guess we finally kind of showed off some of the first components the first time, also to kind of coincide with BGG.CONline. So it's addicting. You can't not use it. You just have constantly.
I know that chicken's amazing.
It is amazing. And it just got this just terrible look. It's just like this weird kind of look on his face. And if you look at the insert, the plastic tray inside the box, I don't know if you can if you have that handy, but the insert of the actually has a spot for the chicken. So there's literally a insert that we shaped out the chicken butt thing inside there. So.
It's just so fantastic. I think every game needs a rubber chicken.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah, that just serves no purpose. There you go. So if you look at the insert, it's got a chicken spot, and it's like molded to his butt. So it just fits right in there. I mean, why not?
No, it's absolutely perfect. And I remember you telling me a story where somebody asked you to sign their game, but on the chicken butt.
I did. Yes, it was.
I won't forget that. It's so funny. It's just so great.
It's really weird, it's very flattering. It's very, you just don't expect it. We were at Tantrum Con, and the game was like had limited copies there, and a few folks want to get their game signed, which is awesome. Again, it's very flattering to have someone want that. And so usually you just sign the front cover of the box. And this one guy was like, "Would you actually mind just signing the chicken?" And I was like, "Okay, yeah, okay. Where will you sign the chicken then?" It was like right on his butt. So he turned it on with the flat. Just signed this chicken's butt, right there on the fly. So that's a special request. You gotta contact me for that kind of level of attention. But so
anyway, it's
chicken
a
butt
game.
aside. So TutanKhamun, there you go. Let's talk about that real quick. Just announced that will be the next game coming. So that's the promo cards, by the way. Look like those are the 4. So if you order it, you will get these 4 characters.
Ooh, promo cards. Nice.
Yeah, so, and that is very much not Indiana Jones. That is very much not James Bond. There you go. And then that's definitely not Colonel Sanders. And then not a ninja from a other action movie. So okay.
Nice.
We're coming. We keep trying. But we're just gonna get there.
You're trying. You're trying. We're gonna get there.
Yeah, so TutanKhamun will be the next game coming to Kickstarter from 25th Century. We just kind of announced it and kind of started showing off the cover art. So TutanKhamun was originally, it's a Reiner Knizia title. So we're bringing it back. It was originally released in the early 90s in Germany. And it was a Spiel recommended game back then. And then it had an English printing in the early 2000s. And it was out of the box. And so we basically worked with Reiner, and we were bringing that one back to life. We have all new arts. We've revised some of the gameplay elements to it. Jackie Davis, who's done a ton of beautiful stuff from Ex Libris and Viticulture and Euphoria. And
oh, wow. Yeah.
Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, just absolutely fantastic artist. So her and Matt Paquette did all the graphic design work for it. And so we're bringing back this game. It has all new kind of component layouts. We've kind of reimagined how the game kind of sets up and the storyline behind it, and it's gonna be really fantastic gateway game. Very approachable for families as well. You literally just do one thing on a turn, so it's easy to teach and get players, and it plays up to 6. So it's a really great game to bust out when you get some friends over. So that comes up to Kickstarter this summer. We are locking down, and you can go to the BGG page and then get a link to the Kickstarter notification page for Tutankhamun, so you don't miss it. And then we've got Kingswood, which is coming to backers. Will start getting their copies here in about a month. So we're locking the late pledges down at the end of this month, so you can go find links to that from our site or through Kickstarter. But this is designed by Henry Audubon, who did Parks and Space Park. So this is really fun, really fun, clever, rondel game. We actually talked about it, I think, on the BGG feed might have been Origins. I think it was on Kickstarter at that time. It was Origins or Gen Con, but really, really great game. Very
I think we always need, more rondels. So that's exciting.
Yeah. And it's like
I love games with rondels.
Super easy. Like, it's not complicated. It's very the turn flow is very easy to figure out, and it doesn't bog you down. So it's a very, very approachable game. And if you've played Henry's other games from Parks and Space Park, he's very great at just making these simplistic style decisions, but they're meaningful and they're complex, but they're very, very easy and approachable. So that game is no exception. So don't miss out on that, because the Royal Edition, which is the deluxe version that you can get through the Pledge Manager, I think we're almost out of them. And it has coins, and it has wooden resources, and really nice. And then Jurassic Parts was the most recent one we did. This was on Kickstarter not too long ago, so late pledges are still available for that. This one will come. So Kingswood comes to retail in July. This will come to retail probably around September, I think, is the time frame we're looking at. But this is a tile laying game. So this has art by Andrew Bosley. So Everdell, he's done a lot of beautiful games. And then designer here, this is Kevin Lansing. So he did the Flashpoint Fire Rescue games. Really great designer. This is a tile laying game. So it's a tile laying area control game, which is very approachable for families and filler gateway type games.
Yeah, I mean, we got to play that at Tantrum Con as well, and it's actually pretty cutthroat. He was vicious to me, but I got him back, so it worked out.
I was not vicious, and you crushed me, if I don't remember right. You actually destroyed me.
Well, at the beginning, I'm like, okay, I'll help you do this. I'll help you do this. And then you're like, do. I'm like, all right, it's on.
That's one of those games where it plays up to 5, so we did expand it to 5 in the Kickstarter campaign. But it kind of plays, I think, a little bit like if you play Blue Lagoon from Knizia. At 3 and 4 players, there's a lot of push pull and give and take, but you're spreading it out across different players. But when you play a 2-player game, even in that one and this one as well, it's very it feels cutthroat. So it's very you're just head to head, battling for stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's still lighthearted. It's still very.
It was great. Yeah, I mean, we had a good time. All your games are fantastic. I love the Winter and Chicken Dinner, so definitely check that out if you want a rubber chicken. It's a great deal. So that's available in the Geek Game Shop. And thank you so much, Chad, for coming on, giving us your time.
Thank you, Steph.
It's been a pleasure. So.
Absolutely. Look forward to seeing you again. Thank y'all so much for watching.
Thank you. And we will be right back with our final segment today. Oh no! Pandasaurus is on deck. Hi everyone, I'm Steph Hodge with Board Game Geek, here with Molly from Pandasaurus Games, and we get to play The Mind Extreme. This is very exciting for me because I love The Mind so much, and the extreme version is just so complicated and very hard, and I love it.
It is definitely a crazy, crazy next step. It's like level up, up. Yeah. Should I just go over it a little bit? Does that sound good?
Yeah.
All right. So like Steph just mentioned, this is the Mind Extreme. Floating here right now. So the Mind Extreme is the follow-up to the Mind. For anybody that doesn't know about the Mind was kind of like a global phenomena. It's by Wolfgang Warsch, and it just kind of took the world by storm because it's incredibly, incredibly basic. Literally, in a nutshell, all you're doing in the Mind is that you're trying to place your cards. Everyone's working in a round. You're trying to place cards in ascending order from 1 to 100 without communicating. Well, communicating just in a certain way. You can't speak, you can't do gestures, so you end up basically mind melding with everybody around you. So it sounds silly, but like once you play it, it's just
Or trying to mind meld. That's what you want to do.
or unsuccessfully, and absolutely not mind melding. So that's the Mind, and so the Mind, if anyone has played, as simple as it sounds, and I think Steph can tell you that this is true, it's really hard. And I mean, I guess it depends on kind of what the group that you're with, but you have to kind of, the more you know somebody, the more you can kind of, play with them and read their mind effectively. But so the Mind Extreme, so the Mind Extreme is, like I said, the next step. And it definitely ratchets up the tension. So like I mentioned, the Mind is just a deck from 1 to 100. The Mind Extreme, you now have 2 decks, like you can see right here. So this is, yes, there's a red deck and a white deck. The red deck the white deck is going to go in ascending order from 1 to 50. The red deck is going to go in descending order from 50 to 0. So similar to the Mind, you're going to have to be placing these cards in the right order, but you're doing it in tandem on both decks. So you're staring at each other and trying to figure out, wait, is it safe to place something on the white ascending deck, or is it safe to place something on the red descending deck? And you're doing all of this, of course, without speaking, without doing gesturing. So suffice to say, much more difficult ratcheting up the difficulty level there. So it's definitely like a head patting thing as it's going on. However, as if that wasn't a challenge enough, it has another hilariously fun wrinkle. So certain rounds are actually played blind, which means you have no idea as you are placing cards what is going to come up. So basically, if I had 40, I could place that card, but it's going to be placed upside down. So Steph would have no idea what I had just played, what she had just played, and so we're just kind of going into it, hoping and praying, and definitely just prayer hand emojis.
But it's exciting to have like a big reveal.
Yes.
To see if you did it, and if you do it, it's amazing.
It totally is. It totally is. And, it's funny because when you just explain this, like you just said, it's kind of like, okay, that just seems like nerve-wracking and I'm going to be sweating the entire time. It is so fun. Like when you actually have figured the entire thing out blind. So some rounds will require you to play both of these blind, and then some it'll just be white deck, some it'll just be the red deck. But yeah, whenever it happens, especially the double blind ones, it's like if you get both double blinds open, it's like, yes! Like I am a god. So it is like much more difficult, but in my opinion, like even funner, and it's more satisfying when you get it right too, because it's more difficult. But also, if you're into kind of the gamification of it, because it's there's kind of more things going on at the same time, it's really rewarding in that way.
Like, oh, I have all these white cards. I don't need to worry about this red card until you do.
Exactly. Exactly. So everything else plays this. I'm sorry.
No,
everything else plays
if you wanted the same.
Oh, around, yeah. Show it.
Yeah, well, if we could play around, maybe Nikki and Lincoln would want to demonstrate a few rounds.
Will do. Let me shuffle them because we only get one card.
1 card in the first round. It's gonna be fine.
Should be easy.
Ha.
He said arrogantly. Okay, Nikki.
All right.
So first up, we're gonna play. It's level 1, so we're trying to do both 0 to 51 in 2 different piles.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
Are you gonna be okay?
I'm trying to think what that would be. Well, I'm gonna, since this is revealed, I'm gonna do that. 'Cause I feel, is that bad? Are we going the wrong way?
Well.
Oh, red is down, is it not?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, we failed already.
We already failed.
We already failed. Boom. Okay. Let's do that again.
That was just a demo. That was now you get how it works.
There you go. Let's try it one more time. So if it's
So I don't know if it would help, but you guys can put that deck with the 51 and 0 in the middle. So I usually play the red cards to the red side and the white cards to the white side.
Yeah.
Are you going?
I'm gonna wait because we're going up in my mind.
Yeah.
Well, you. So he might
Okay,
have a white card.
I'm gonna do it.
Okay, hooray!
Yay!
Much
So
rejoicing.
level 1, yay.
Level 1 complete. Shuffle them up again.
That was a little bit too much table talk.
For sure. gotta get associated with this new
Funny to
version
see
of the
the
game.
mind play.
Okay,
So
2
level
cards.
2.
We get a
All
star
the
if
facial
we make it.
Oh, yes.
Well, that was
if
the,
you make it, you get a shuriken.
Nikki and
You guys can do it.
Kevin were
2
great.
cards.
2 cards.
This is
each.
better, maybe.
Maybe.
We believe in you.
We got to wrap our brain around what we're doing. I think is really what it comes down to.
Okay.
So you can play on either side. I'm going to start. I'll go over here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hooray!
Yay.
Round 2. We're pros.
Well, it helps
All
that
right.
you only had white
I know,
and I
that's
only
a-
had red.
I know.
That does help.
Hey, we get a star.
Certainly helps.
In case we feel terrible.
melting is
So now
happening.
what does the hand mean?
Hand? Oh.
Yeah, the hand means you have to play face down. That is the symbol
Face
for playing
down,
it
okay.
Uh-oh.
in the dark.
I hope you have white and I have red this time so we can just
Probably not.
Probably not. It's going to be 3 cards.
Gonna have to stare at each other.
That's
I don't
right.
know why the hand was the symbol for that. I'm curious.
But only on white. So yes, the red you still play face up.
3 cards?
Yep.
Yeah, and
Okay.
you should have 2 lives and an extra shuriken to start the game. You get those things as well.
Okay.
Okay. And
So
Yeah, those
face
now I have
down.
2 shurikens.
Face down?
yeah,
Face down on the white. Yeah.
for the white. Yep.
Well,
I think I
I
should
guess
do that.
we don't need to take
The other one
turns, do we?
is
It's
face
like
up.
I'm doing that too.
Okay.
You don't need to take turns. That's
yeah. I'm just I'm telegraphing information.
Seriously, I gotta stare at you.
Wait.
17.
Is that right? We're going. Which way are we going on this one?
Oh,
yes,
you're
down.
going down.
Yep.
You're going.
Yep.
Well, but we lost.
We did. You had red. Oh, okay. Well, you got to go, man.
That was really close.
Okay.
You just lose a life.
What did you have on the
right?
other
So-
side? 2. Okay, there you go. You had the low numbers
You,
there.
you need to sync up again.
I know. It's like
This is
we
bad.
gotta put our hand on the table.
Well, you
So
didn't
you're
look
not
at me.
dead yet.
Well, I don't know what
You
to
did
do.
get to
You
level
were going over
4.
there. I needed to do something, didn't I? Seems like
So
you
what
need to play
happened?
everything.
Not
We lost a life.
We did lose a life,
You
but the
lost
thing
one
is,
life.
the
But you get it back.
yeah, we do get it back. Well, did we make it? You should have played everything, right?
I think I should have. I almost did,
You
and
can
then
also
you.
have shurikens.
You almost did while we sat there. I guess we need to look in each other's eyes because we're not really syncing. Shurikens. Yeah, we should have bailed. Nikki should have if she was nervous. She was so eager to play the whites. I'm like, okay, she doesn't have any red. I was wrong.
Oh no, it was because I had the low whites.
Right.
So, like, I better get those out of my hand.
Okay. So we're now on level 4.
Yep.
But we wouldn't have been, correct?
No, you
No.
would.
Because
Yeah,
you
you
didn't
would.
make
We
it.
did it
You
correct.
just lose a life.
Yeah, we
Oh,
want to
okay.
try to
This is
survive with what we have for lives, right?
Oh, come on.
I know. Oh,
Who
boy.
shuffles these?
I did. I will admit
I
that.
don't know.
So we're going in
I'm doing
ascending
this.
order. Okay. Well, that is
Oh,
not
it's
hands
hey,
down.
no hand,
Yeah,
but
that's-
that is.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking about. I will do this then.
Mm-hmm.
And I will do that.
Okay.
And I will do. Oh, we lost.
Fart.
I need to go faster. I need to go faster. Okay. I needed to go fast. Okay, we're gonna fake like we did it there.
Fake.
Okay.
We're gonna fake it.
Keep going, Nikki
Okay.
P. I'm just gonna sit here.
I would
You're
mention
gonna
this is
sit?
difficult.
I only have one card, so. Hooray! Okay.
Yay.
Even though we cheated on the white stack.
That's because I looked at you.
You looked at me. Okay, we looked at you, and we got
Look into
we got
my
the single red
eyes.
card correct. Look into my eyes
had
to
the
know.
moment.
So we got nothing that round.
Now you did lose a life though.
Yep. And then
You
let's
should use a
shuffle
shuriken
again.
this time
Yeah, we should use a shuriken.
if you need to.
Oh, I know. I thought we knew. Well, I should have moved faster. That's what really should have
If
happened.
you've got it, it's okay.
I haven't played a regular mine in such a long time.
We have a question. When you play a shuriken, do you still play? When you play it in the dark, do you flip it up? So if your cards are face
You're
down,
fine, you're
is it
fine.
revealed?
Yes.
Like no. At least the way that we were playing it.
Okay, so these are face up.
Sorry. You do. You reveal the one that you actually put down, and then the other ones stay unrevealed. So it is a certain amount of knowledge that you have. So you actually do want to play those as often as you can because it gives you a lot going into it. Because the rest of it's blind. So it does, yeah. So that's something that when some people are playing, they're kind of, I'm going to save them to the very, very end. But yeah, you got to be a little bit free with those.
Yeah. Yeah. I like to hoard them until we're really well off, and then we're like, okay,
Wow. Okay.
now's the time.
So you're a professional, though, Steph.
Oh, yeah, it might be true. You guys have a lot of red cards.
Too soon. Yeah, we did, but we also lost.
You're
there.
like, focus on the red.
Yeah, we did. That one we got
I
right.
had a good feeling about the red.
Yeah. You had the bulk of them, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. You had a good feeling. This is where we dropped the ball. Though.
Yes, 38 and 33.
And I had 43.
Pretty
44.
close,
That was what I
though.
was struggling with.
That wasn't bad.
But we lost a life, and we lost the game.
Boom.
Yeah, and there's a lot more to go.
Yeah, how many levels?
12.
12.
Oh my goodness, there's
two players is
two
12.
face down.
No.
Yeah, 2 face down is the next round.
It's happening. But you get a life at the end of that one, so.
Right.
So, if you survive, you're good.
Blind.
Yep,
I
another
can't
blind
hear
one.
them, so sorry if I'm talking over anybody.
Oh,
No worries. Oh, you can't hear us? Oh, that's too bad. You can hear us marveling, struggling. Oh, let's do one more.
That's too bad. Okay.
We'll reset 5.
Do you want to go
Try
back?
one
Okay.
more time. We're gonna reset 5.
Creek.
You got this.
You think we do? I don't know.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, because it's 12 rounds if you're playing 2-player, but you take away, I think, 2 rounds per player you add, right?
There's a difference
if
in the
you're
number of rounds?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
if you're playing 3 players, you play till 10.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's different per player count.
Okay. So let's
Yeah,
try
like
one
the
more
base
time,
game.
Nikki P.
Okay.
Look into each other's
Woof.
eyes.
Look into each other's eyes and to look into my eyes. Well, I'm going to play this because I feel real comfortable about that.
You do?
Well, I hope that you don't have 50 or 51.
Okay. There.
Hey, I'm going to go to that. Okay.
Look at you guys.
Okay.
So when I think 25, I'm like, I should be on 25 with white at the same time. I'm like trying to think of both like
Are we
ascending
going
and
up on
descending,
that
and then
one?
my mind just goes like
I'm
crazy.
sorry. I was like, I thought.
I'm like, what's happening?
I was finishing up
There's
I had
like
I
no
was. See, look at that. You had the 13.
I
that
did
should've
have the
gone there.
13.
Had you done that, I would have played one of mine.
I was trying to mix it up. Like,
Sure. I
Can
understand.
you be playing only red?
You can do whatever you want.
You can do it
If you feel comfortable, here's the deal: we're both tuning into each other both directions. We need
Well,
to know.
you didn't tune in.
I know you played a 41, but I didn't know you were getting out of it. This is like an obvious one. I don't know what to tell you. But look at that. That would have been tough.
Have like a bit of a caveat that he doesn't want you. Wolfgang didn't want people to play absolutely only whites and absolutely only.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you might have to do that.
That's
obviously.
the idea.
Yeah.
But I had all my numbers were high numbers on that, and I thought, okay, 30-something. I was thinking potentially there was a lower one. She played the 41, so I blew it on my 30s there. But I was thinking red, I think.
It's very easy to get confused with going down in one column and going up in another column. I know I've messed it up a whole bunch.
It really is. It really is.
Are we doing 5 again?
We're gonna try 5 again. Come on, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get
This game
it.
is addicting.
I know.
What is
really
addicting? It is so addicting. I want to play it right now.
Yeah, it's a matter of thinking about, okay, if we're at number 10 on the white side, then we're at 40 on the red side, and managing your hand appropriately. It's very, yep. I try and organize my cards in that way, so it's like, okay, this one.
And then being worried about who is playing which one on each side. You're like, no, I was looking at a white spread. It should stop it. Okay.
Wow, that was a lot of close calls.
Oh, look at you guys. You guys are champions.
You should shuriken.
Oh. We should?
Boom.
Why?
Yeah.
But why?
I have one
You're
card.
Not feeling it. Oh, if you have one card, then
I have one card,
it's
Nikki
gonna be
P.
great.
Just one.
You can't screw it up.
I mean, don't you want to play a
I'm
shuriken?
gonna blink. Tell you how many. No.
Well, the shuriken would save you.
All right, I'm doing it.
Go for it.
You're gonna regret it.
I'm not gonna regret it. I'm telling you. I'm not gonna regret it at all. Hooray! We did it
Oh wow.
once.
Okay. Cool.
Nice.
Because it was a low
I
number.
love that shuriken after all.
Nope. So we get a life after losing 2
Get
or 3
a
there.
life.
And let's go to the next one. We got to get a life. Hey, we did it though. We can do it. I played with Eric.
This is blind and
blind
blind.
both directions. Yeah.
Blind,
this
blind.
is where we definitely would lose another life.
Blind. Hey, you want to use shurikens here?
Anytime you feel any tension.
Carmela Solis commented, noisiest game of the mind ever.
Because we're talking. Yeah, it's true.
This is a sacred space. Please observe it.
All right, these are both face down. Moment of truth.
Yeah, this is
It's
where
not
we
gonna
definitely.
happen.
But like she said, we should use the shuriken if we really need it.
No, for sure. It really helps.
Well, I guess, except we don't know whether we're dropping the ball. So
Wow, sir.
That seems solid first play.
That was pretty solid. A solid belief.
It's been more than 10 seconds of pausing.
All right.
Okay. I don't really think I don't think we're in sync on this one, but
No, we're not.
okay.
You can resync at any time.
Yeah, shuriken
So-
to save your butt.
I know, but I have no idea what the shuriken about. Right? It's when it's both double blind. It's
What are
pretty
you going to
painful.
shuriken about?
What I'm shuriken
guys
about?
should
Let's go with that.
You guys should resync. We do this all the time. Like just everybody
Resync.
stop and then you put your hands on the table and like look at each other. It sounds so stupid, but I'm really into it. Like you just have
Well,
to
we
be
did
like,
we did it
"No,
plenty when
we're
we did
good."
the video. It was great.
It works.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's see what we did.
Okay.
Yipes. So let's.
Do the red first. Dun dun dun.
42.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, hey,
Oh.
Right.
Wow.
Oh.
Ah, boo.
That was pretty great, though.
That was
Okay, let's do
good.
the next one.
It was not bad.
There's a lot of red there.
5. It's good.
Okay. Oh. Whoa.
Look at that.
Ooh.
Oh,
hey.
Wow.
They did it. On that side, anyway.
I know. One mistake, right? Yeah, that's pretty shocking. But we were telling, when we played the game, the Mind, we get confused with the two. We played it with Kevin on the show, and then we were telling Aaron, who's on the show, about it, and so we played it, and we played a few rounds, and he was freaking out, and then we told him about the dark mode, and he said, oh, that's ridiculous,
no
that's
way.
impossible. So then Dave dealt up 3 cards to each of us just to do it, and we did it, and it was exactly correct. We flipped it over, and we just lost our minds because, we had no idea. It's weird that it does work.
The theory behind the dark mode, like when you hear about it, you're like, no, that is just, why would you ever do that? It's like walking through a bed of nails or something. But it does work. I don't even know why. It's some kind of weird Wolfgang Marsh magic, but it does. It's not as terrifying as it seems like it is.
No, I mean, we actually did okay there. I'm surprised with 16 and 19. That's an easy fella.
Easy one, because they're so close. I think the closer your numbers
are. But
are.
my feeling is how do you even have an idea to use a shuriken, right? I guess if you're sitting there and really thinking about it, you would probably...
We're half concentrating.
I know. We got people talking in our ears, too, so it's definitely weird. But, I love it.
If 2 people are kind of moving in for a play, that's a good time. I'm like, all right, let's do this because you don't know. It's close in value.
Exactly. If there's too much of this, like, ooh, yeah.
Right.
Shuriken time. That's my face entirely.
We just need to do it where we don't lose any lives or use any shurikens. That would be amazing.
Goodness. There you go.
Never use a shuriken.
Extreme. That version is just no shurikens.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's possible. This is available in the Geek Game Shop right now. So if you like the Mind or if you want a good challenge, this is a fantastic addition to a collection. I love it, of course.
Yes.
Just released yesterday.
Oh, really? Wow.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
It did. Happy birthday, the Mind Extreme. Yeah, well in the US, but yes. Happy Pandasaurus birthday.
Yeah.
Happy Pandasaurus Mind birthday.
Mind Extreme birthday.
Extreme birthday.
Molly, did you want to tell us about some of the other releases upcoming?
Yeah, totally. So I actually have some... coincidentally,
Sonora looks. You demoed that for us at Nuremberg. That I cannot wait to actually play.
Yes, so this is Sonora, which is the world's first flick and ray game. Just to show you this, guys. This is basically.
You're flipping the tokens. That's right. Yeah.
Yes. You're actually flicking these off the end. So I would say it's Crokinole meets a roll and write game. That's this game in a nutshell. It is really, truly, truly fun. So you're basically trying to score in these different quadrants. You're picking which strategy you want to based on the quadrant, and you're trying to flip your disc, flip other people's disc out. It's really a blast. So yeah, that is Sonora. Sonora is out in June 8th, I want to say. And then this guy right here is our other biggie coming out. This is Control. And Control, you want to see this guy? So happy this finally came together. But this is an area control game of sorts. Total abstract. It is so much fun. Incredibly easy intake, but a lot of strategy does unfold as you're using it. This is not played right. We actually just got our first NPC copy back from the printer, so this is not the way you would play this game. It would be, the colors would actually be coordinated, but yeah, this is really fun, really a $25 SRP, so really snappy. So we do have these two just super fun, snappy family games coming out that we're super stoked about. And the last one, not in the family game realm, is this beast over here, which is Godspeed. So Godspeed is our big box release for this year, and it is super fun. It's I would say maybe it's a mid-weight game, but like a little bit more streamlined. I would say it would be the weight of probably like Wingspan, so something that is even a step maybe below Dinosaur Island, which is to say a lot of people can play this game, is so stinking fun. The idea is of an alternate history in which the space race was a lie. You're trying to figure out why you're on this uninhabited island or uninhabited planet. So yeah, super fun, and that's kind of what we have in store for right now. But yeah, there's a lot coming up. Even with everything going on right now, you guys still need games. We still want to get games to you guys. And I think games are more important now probably than they've been in quite some time. So happy to supply.
That all sounds amazing. I cannot wait to play both Sonara and Godspeed. I think I played like an early prototype of Godspeed, so it's very exciting to see this come to life.
When it was
I'm very
Alpacalypse
excited for it. It was.
Did you play it when it was? Yeah. Believe it or not, this game was called Alpacalypse, and it was about alpacas during the apocalypse. But yeah, it's not about alpacas anymore.
I can see that. And it looks amazing. So it's very exciting times for you and all your games. And so I love, you know, you're still pushing forward with so much. Like you said, it's a critical time for all the games coming out, and we want to make sure we get everything shown positively, and it's just so great. And the Mind Extreme is so much fun. So just
it is a blast. It's a blast, and I hope everybody who plays it really kind of gets on board. And again, it's just like a thing to take your mind, off of everything going on right now. But it is like a nice just moment of this is ridiculous and it's really fun, and nothing else kind of matters in this moment. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Molly, for joining us today. It has been so much fun. And so we will see you in the future. And I'm just going to leave it with Lincoln to say, have a good day.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming on, Molly. It's great to see you again. And thank you to everyone
guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to you all for watching today, and thanks to everybody behind the scenes. We had some much more technical issues today, and I think we kind of worked it all out. Only Eric is the outlier here, and I don't know what the heck's going on. But thankfully, everything else was pretty smooth. And Nikki and I, this was a tougher day. A lot more board changes than yesterday.
Way more board changes today than
it's crazy.
Than yesterday.
But we will be back next week on Tuesday at 10:30 Pacific Daylight Time with Game Night Live, and all kinds of buzzing going on here.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Oh, we're doing the wrap up with everyone. Don't sign off yet. Okay, so this is the final. This is a wrap up. So I guess there'll be some people popping on. But yeah, Scott has been dealing with everybody coming in to the stream, and that has been So we did more of the questions today. That was we had to wrap our heads around that. It's a lot more complicated than we thought it would be, and so we basically had Scott dedicated to looking at questions that he thought would be good. The only downer was the one time it came up for me, it was reversed and it was behind the little icon that we have for controls. So I had no idea what it said except for the first few words. But I'm glad I was aware what was going on there, because Cassidy stopped speaking and nothing was going on. I'm like, did we lose Eric? And then the camera went to me, so I was pretty certain that we were having some technical difficulties. I'm hoping to see some other
But it
folks
worked out
coming on.
because you played the game.
Yes, I had. Well, believe me, I'm actually dying to play it. We'll probably, once it goes up as a game night episode, we will play it on our stream, because Nikki and I really enjoyed it, and I think we could probably play. I don't know if we could play with others off camera, not in the room, because I was thinking about Scott and maybe Derek playing with us, but I don't think you can, because you really need to see your cards. You secretly plan what you do and then place them. So it would have to be a two-player game, but that's not so bad either. I think next week we're talking about hopefully playing Second Chance. We had a user, because I couldn't find sheets. So that one's a challenging one, because if somebody can't use one of the cards, they have to have a Second Chance card. So we'll probably have everybody, wait to see if they can't do it, then see if anybody needs a second chance, then flip it. But because it's fun to play with the audience, but that one's a little more challenging because you get to choose between when it's in second chance you flip out 2 cards and you choose which one you want to play. And if you can't play either one, then you have an option, one last shot of keeping in the game. If you can't place that polyomino on your sheet, then you're out. But it's fun. It's funny. It's Uwe Rosenberg, and it's the same time frame. It was released at the same time as Patrick Doodle, and they are not alike at all. The mechanisms between the two actually make the games quite different. I don't know if anybody's joined us. Anybody have any questions for us? I mean, we don't necessarily have any answers for any of the games, but we can tell you about what's going on here with BGG and game night. I don't. Do you see anything popping up?
No.
No, everybody's quiet.
Well, this is yeah.
Let's see.
Second chance. That's been there since this morning.
No, I know. I stopped the stream of that. They left the game night post. Oh yeah, we did Colorful today. Colorful is fantastic. We've actually been playing a lot on the live stream, but we actually had an episode we filmed with Board Game Barrage, Kellen and Mark, which they're great to have. Mark actually lives relatively close to us, and the whole plan was to actually have Mark over more, and we've not seen him since we had them over. I believe in January they were here, so it's been rough.
Oh. I thought you did that this morning. Will you still upload a new game night episode today?
That episode has gone up. We did Colorful one up this morning, and I know people are watching it. And we actually, it's a quick game, but we played several rounds and really didn't sink until maybe near the end. And then we played an additional round where you do the 2 cards. I think my clue was something like mate or D or something, and I played 2 cards that I thought would identify that, and that was actually kind of neat. And it's hard to do.
There was asking about Dave and Aaron and the rest of the crew and how everybody's doing.
Well, Dave was here down.
Derek.
Dave was down last week to take care of just stuff around his home. He's staying with his parents, helping them out. They're even older than my mom, and he's doing good, and he's actually having fun hanging out with his parents, which is cool. Aaron is also in town now with his parents and his grandmother. Hey, there we go. He's in town with his grandmother and parents and one of his grandparents, and so he's helping them out too. And so we obviously haven't seen anybody. We're hoping that some of that stuff will ease up eventually, especially because we would like to do the SDJ coverage. We will be doing SDJ coverage, but maybe playing everything with 2 players, except for ones that we can potentially play on a stream, and we'll figure that out, do some analysis. I'm kind of bummed we played yesterday Hedgehog Roll, which was fun because you're rolling this little tennis ball, trying to pick up the items that you need to move along your path, and that was fun. And I think Dave would have a great time with that game.
Oh, he would freak out happy.
Well, especially because he would do some crazy rolls to make sure he gets what he wants. But that one's really fun. And we do not have we do have the 2 other children's games theoretically coming, Photofish and We Are the Robots from NSV. The other one's from Logis did Photofish. And we have most of the games for the SDJ and the Kennerspiel. We're just missing King's Dilemma, which we'll probably get from the BGG library, and My City, because Eric's copy has already been played as a 2-player game through the whole deal, so we can't reuse that copy. So we're going to try to get a copy from Kosmos and hopefully be able to do that, because it's not due until July in the United States. So hopefully we can do our coverage. And then Mike is already doing research, so we at least have 3 people in the discussion. We're hoping to have more, and we're going to try to figure out how to make that work. It's going to probably be a little bit more watching our videos and seeing what they think of the game, and some of them Dave he's obviously played the crew a bunch, and I think he played Pictures. I'm not sure, but we definitely want to continue with the coverage, so that will actually be probably shooting real episodes. I don't know about, we did Cartographers on the show, the live show recently, so we may just go with that, but I'm not sure. It would be nice to actually have real episodes, and then we can play it with 2. Or we can play that one on cameras, on the stream with Dave and everybody. So we will definitely do some of the games with the regulars. I know Mark would like to be involved. He's always involved unless he's out of the country. And Rusty, we haven't seen Rusty. I need to talk to Rusty. We were supposed to have him on for the 300th episode live stream that we did, and he could not work. He had some work troubles that day, so he was doing a database migration or something like that. So hopefully we'll get to speak with him again too.
How many game nights do we have left in the can?
We still have quite a few, amazingly enough. We knew that we were going to be busy, although we had been planning to shoot a bunch in May, and that is obviously not happening. So we still have. So people have been asking about Aaron episodes. Aaron is on an episode with. I can't read that. Where'd
you get your shirts made?
Where do we get the shirts made? These shirts here. These are Scott had them.
Scott.
They're part of the BGG shirts. This is the game night one that we had done a while back with the older branding on it.
The old branding.
And then these are the new branded jerseys.
I don't have one of these.
No, we'll have to get Nikki one of these. We have some episodes with Aaron coming up. As a matter of fact, I mentioned one earlier. Wonder Woman. We played with Aaron and Rodney, and that's probably Derek. That'll probably be the next one, or one of those. You can choose one of the Aaron episodes to edit, so we can have that maybe next.
Wonder Woman.
Yeah, go ahead and go for Wonder Woman. And then we have more episodes we filmed with Rodney and Rusty, and we have more episodes we filmed with Rodney and Dave, because Rodney was here just before we went to Gamma, which was up in Reno, and that was just before the lockdown. So when we returned from Gamma, things were definitely changing
over.
Quickly.
Everything was over.
Yeah, it was all over. Hey, there's Eric. Hopefully we can hear him breathing.
I think
Hopefully.
Fighting. Give me another call.
Oh, we're gonna get Beth in.
Yeah, hang on.
We're trying to add. So I think we're going beyond what
I
we did.
kicked Beth
We're
off.
trying to do everything with a small number of calls, and so we actually have to create more calls to make this work. But Derek has put a ton of effort into this and problem solving, and I know there was a lot of problem solving going on behind the scenes. As we started this morning, because we had to stop the stream, we were having a technical issue, so we went. There's a hardware encoding because there's actual physical hardware in our computer to do the encoding for the stream, and other software we were running was messing with that. So we had.
I don't even want to
out.
get into it because it'll just make me mad.
Don't be mad. Don't. You take a bubble bath tonight when this is all done, and just chill.
That's what Dave would do. He's the king of the bubble bath.
Rubber ducky.
Yeah, squeak, squeak. Well, you can take the rubber chicken into the tub.
Can you hear me?
Hey, there's
Okay.
Beth. Hooray.
Hi.
Yeah, I think
Forever
everybody can
Froggy.
hear everybody. No.
Yes.
You can't, Scott?
No.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, Scott.
How long until the next big online con?
How long till next what?
Online con.
So we're going to do next month or beginning of July, we will be doing the virtual gaming convention with Dice Tower. That will be organized through Tabletop Events, which is a great matchmaking software kind of a thing where you create an event and there'll be a fee for some of that. If you have attended either, if you were scheduled to attend either Dice Tower Con or BGG Con Spring, you automatically have a ticket to attend. But it's going to be inexpensive, but we do need to charge a little bit of a fee. And then you would be able to create events and say how you're going to do it. If you're going to play it on, we're teaming up with Tabletopia, so the events will be played through, you can play them through that, and anything else that you would like to do. There's some benefits to doing it with Tabletopia. I don't know what those are. Scott can maybe tell us.
Scott knows more
Also,
details.
the dates are actually June 24th to 28th.
Okay, cool. So definitely next month, about this time.
I'm not 100% sure if anyone can hear me on stream. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, you're going out.
Yeah, cool.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, 24th to 28th. If you signed up for BGG Con Spring or Dice Tower East, you will get a free ticket. Otherwise, you will have to buy a ticket. And we'll send that out. The pricing will come out soon. Number two, Tabletopia is a premier sponsor, and they are going to be offering all of their games for free, including the premium ones.
and still supporting the publishers.
That's
so
fantastic.
That's great.
Everything counts here, which is cool. That's really
And
awesome.
that's a really awesome thing, by the way. Like, that's really cool. So if you've been curious about Tabletopia, now is the time to try.
Yeah,
for sure.
They're going to be running tutorials pretty much the whole week. It's
Nice.
a 5-day event, by the way, 24th to 28th. As Lincoln said, tabletop.events we'll be scheduling events there. You can even schedule your own event if you
That's
want
right.
to play something. Want to play? Oh gosh, what's something we played recently? Let's play Just One. That plays really well on stream. You can make your own.
You could
event.
do
And then
cartographers,
you can
SD Kennerspiel nominated cartographers.
Right. We are going to have some premium events too. I know Ignacy Trubchuk is going to do a game show and he's going to do a panel. So look for that. We're probably going to do some special stuff out of the game night studio. Yeah. So it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
You should join us if you haven't already. If you're not already a ticket holder, that news will come out next week. The final pricing. Yeah. So I think everything went really well for our first BGG.CONline virtually. What did you guys think? I mean, I know Eric. Well, we'll figure it out.
You were trying, Eric. It wasn't. What can you do?
I mean, when the browser is directing me to a non-existent camera, I don't know what to do there. But yeah, Scott's just like reboot, wipe it.
Yeah.
And what happens is like that's like my biggest nightmare with every event I've ever done in my entire career is it's like, oh, I really would hate that like some problem comes up that's never come up in any other situation. You know, it's like a new problem that I've never faced before when I'm live.
Oh yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
What's that? Scott calls it his technical aura, the anti-technical
I have
aura.
an anti-tech aura. I have an anti-tech aura. Technology crumbles around me.
He's good with software though.
Metal
shocked.
plates.
The metal plate in his head.
The metal plate in your head.
How was it for you, Beth?
It was fun. John was threatening that he was going to army crawl along the floor in here, and while I was live, that the ladder would just start moving on its own, just to freak people out. And I'm very glad he got too busy and that didn't happen because I think that would have been spooky.
I would have liked that.
You should have.
And ghost noises.
Ghost noises. Ooh.
Oh, and a big thank you to the hand models. I was skeptical of how that was going to work. I'm not sure how it was going to work, but I think it worked really well. I actually started getting
everything
ASMR
looked really great. Everything
Yeah.
looked really great, and the board seemed to work really well. So I put big props.
Oh, the only trouble was that
Hand
today
models.
we had too many games
a
right
lot of-
clumped together that needed large boards, and we're like, we don't have enough. So yeah. Well, we should probably make some more and
Large
maybe
boards.
strategically organize them a little bit better. Because
For next
it's funny,
time,
though.
yes. We'll have to
We need to-
schedule things differently.
Well, I would have. What's funny is I would have thought Villainous would have been smaller, and I'm laying it out. I'm like, this needs a big board. This is just too darn big. And so that was terrifying because then I knew Wonder Woman was going to need a large board, and I was like, and then just before that was Crystal Palace, another large board. So
that got just dumped back in the box
it's like,
for
we
sorting
gotta go.
later.
And I was Nikki was looking at me with worried eyes when she was done with Villainous, and I wasn't done with Wonder Woman yet. I'm like, well, here it comes.
I'm like, oh no.
Thank you, Matthew. You guys are all great. Fantastic job. The interviewers, Lincoln, Nikki's handwork, laying out the games. Big kudos. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Matthew. Very kind.
Yeah, it's great to have him. He's one of the dedicated viewers. It's great to have him around.
So basically, in the span of this convention, Gen Con and Spiel were both canceled.
Right.
Yes.
Just before. Gen Con was yesterday, right? And Spiel the day before.
Spiel was the
something
day
like that?
before.
Yeah, so we know what we're going to be doing for the rest of the year. So get used to this.
Yeah,
Trying to try
that
to-
news, it's funny. Like, when I first heard it, I was like, oh, I'm not surprised. Everything that's going on makes sense. And then the realization that I'm not going to see some people probably for a year now.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's kind of like, I was like, oh, that hurts.
Well, we
That
have
hurts.
our
It's
friends
sad.
in Columbus, the Michael, who's Iron Spy on here, and his wife Christina and their daughter Erin. We see them. All of us look forward to seeing them at Origins every year, and we will not be seeing them this year. We usually go in and have dinner with them, and then they come and do the ice cream social with us. I guess that's what Eric's miming.
I think that was the ice cream social mime.
Jenny's and they like graters, right? Is that the one that they really like?
No,
yeah.
Handles.
Graters. Another name. Handles.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which you have
big
handles
shout
in
out to
Texas.
everybody, all the mods in the chat. Iron Spy, Trash, Kabuki Kid. Who else? Who else is here? Mods. Anybody? I forgot. Barb,
yeah.
And we got Trash made us emoticons, emojis,
Oh, nice.
and
Oh,
made us
nice.
badge. So if you're a subscriber, you can get a badge, and it goes all the way up to gold. So it goes. You've got an orange one, a copper, a silver, and a gold. So, and thank you for subscribing. We had like a record number of subscribers this week.
Anything helps.
Awesome.
We're not going to be making as much money this year because we will not be selling our bits at the shows. We still sell everything on the BGG Store, Board Game Geek Store, and then we have the new Geek Game Shop, which I guess they're flying in there. And that's you can buy everything.
I built that button. I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it.
Use it. And I animated that.
We'll probably be mentioning some of the stuff on game night as well, because we will be playing some games that are in the store.
I saw like at least half a dozen games that will work for game night, date night.
Yeah,
for sure. This week. And thank you, big thanks to Nikki. I basically had her working all night on the animations.
Yeah.
And Derek's staying up late past his bedtime. I mean, he's literally like, I can't. I gotta go to bed.
Scott
that was like I needed to take. I missed my medication and all that stuff, and my body was like being really weird.
Something that we did for this show that I really liked was there were always two hosts assigned. There was the primary, who's the one that you would see, and then there was a secondary. And as a host, this was awesome because I literally had like Steph and Eric just feeding me questions and information. I'm like, this is great. Like I sound so intelligent. Like I know everything that's going on. And
hive mind.
Was the plan to leave me hanging when Eric disappeared? Was that the deal? No, I wouldn't have known what was going on.
I was actually there, but Derek didn't see that I had a voice because I was on mute because I don't want to make any noise as a secondary. So I would have jumped in. However,
I'm glad I realized what was going on.
I'm throwing the Lincoln. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, and then I'm like, here we go, talking about the game night episode of that, which was good. I'm glad we had played it because I was not prepared for that. And I was funny because Cassidy stopped speaking, and then I'm like, did we lose Eric?
Yeah. Okay, something's weird.
Derek was good at focusing on the board. He just kept it on the board while I tried to reboot once, and then it went black again, and he's just on the board, and I'm just like, there's nothing there.
If I had Eric live here, I'm gonna imitate what you would have seen if I had taken Eric's camera when he was dealing with all that. You would have seen this. Oh, that's Eric. That's not me. There we go. All right, I'm gonna imitate it here. So it would have been like. It was just this. It was like a PowerPoint presentation of frustrated Eric.
Well, it's definitely a challenge. It's a lot of so today we were actually trying to solve Eric's issue by using another piece of software called Zoom, which everybody's using, but it actually messed with our machine that was running the software that streams. Yeah. And that was the beginning of the day. And so we're like, let's just go with the software version. And then Scott's like, it's real chunky, so we had to reset. So I mean, it's pretty great how quickly we were able to figure stuff out. But it is weird. I mean, this is all different stuff. Anybody that's going to be doing this stuff during the summer, I salute you. It's going to be challenging. It definitely requires people to do this. And we had, thankfully, a lot of people being flexible, and we had Steph jump in when Eric continued to not work, which is great. Zoom is evil.
Yes.
I don't know if Zoom is evil, but
I did see that.
it definitely. Scott was. Prior to that happening, Scott was very excited, and he's like, "This is the way we're going to handle the calls." And
we've been using Zoom a lot.
It dawned on me, and I didn't want to start the conversation because we were trying to get live, but it dawned on me in all of our testing, the one thing we never tested was doing Zoom while streaming.
Right.
Yeah. That was fun. Yeah, Zoom took over our hardware encoder. What's the game everybody's looking forward to play from this past couple of days?
Well, actually, I want to play Winner Chicken Dinner. I think we're going to probably. I mean, it sounds fun with the Yahtzee elements. I don't know that we'll be doing the. I guess we can have there won't be dancing, but maybe we can do the cluck off. But it's just
a cluck off.
But we do that.
I
on
was
live
setting
stream.
up boards, so I didn't hear
You
that.
have no. You have to do the cluck off. It is hilarious. I've had such a good time with that. So
Well,
you
we'll
have to do a
probably
cluck
play it with open cards and everything on the live stream at some point with folks. That'll be fun.
I'm excited about Hues and Cues.
Yeah, me too.
I think Hues and Cues looks great.
Yeah,
I'm just thinking we've been doing a lot of streaming lately, and I'm like, that is just that game is just
for that
right
one.
for streaming. Yeah.
Well, when I actually
I played it with my family over the internet, so it works really well. I just show the cards.
I talked to Rob about Ross about doing it on game night and live because we were doing live stuff at that time at Gamma, and because he showed me like a pre-production copy that wasn't as good as. I'm surprised it's like already ready to roll. So the one they must have just been waiting for them to come in, but that one will be a lot of fun.
I want to play Succulent.
You could actually do that looks fun too. You could do the chicken dance. You could do the whole thing. You could do the cluck off and the dance from Arrested Development. So there you go.
What else was there that
I'm excited for fairy season. You guys played a few rounds of that, and I think that's like right up my alley. I love those kind of games, card games, just easy to play. So that sounds very exciting.
The butterfly
plus the Fluttering Souls.
Souls.
I mean, the little bit that we played on the stream yesterday was fun.
I know. Then there's spicy.
Yeah, spicy.
Say it.
Spicy. Yeah, it looks fun. My bad tribute to Bill Hader. I couldn't remember Bill Hader's name the other day. I was disappointed.
New York's newest nightclub.
Yeah.
Spicy.
Break the code.
Now Design is saying they need a recap of all the games today. If you're on the BoardGameGeek.com/live page, the schedule is below the Twitch stream, so you can see all the games that were presented over the 2 days that we streamed.
And also, if I'm correct, these are going to be handled the way we always do, where we cut them up.
Yeah, we'll cut them up and put them on the game page. Convention previews. Yeah. So they'll show up we're going to have the full live streams on YouTube, on our Board Game Geek channel, and then we'll have the cut up ones on our Board Game Geek Express channel, which is where you should go and subscribe to see the new games. If you want to know what's new coming up, we're going to continue to do these through the summer, and if you can't watch all the stuff, you can go pick the ones we actually did individually and watch them, and maybe a little bit of trouble-free. I don't know though. We'll see. We don't see what's really going on. Nikki and I kind of see sort of what we don't see. We only see what the live audience is seeing, so we have no idea what's happening, which is good. I mean, because I would have been more worried than I was. Here we go. There's another one from Carp tonight. Right?
What?
Nope. Kabuki Kid.
Uh-oh.
Kabuki Kid.
Thank you, Kabuki Kid.
Thank you for all the subscribers that are coming in. I don't know if I'm catching everybody. I'm not catching everybody. There's a bunch.
Well, thank you for subscribing, everyone. It really does help. This is going to be a challenging year for us. I think it's going to be a challenging year. Anybody that does conventions, it's going to be a challenging year. I know that others are struggling.
Going to be damaged here.
Yeah.
What
were you saying, Eric?
I guess we'll have to figure out when our next one is because
we'll definitely be live streaming.
Are we doing?
Go ahead, Eric.
We have the virtual conventions June 24th to 28th. Are we doing any BGG.CONline then? At the same time, the week after?
No, we're just playing games, but we'll probably do something after.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We just need to focus on
regularly.
It might be slightly more in the window of Gen Con, between Origins and Gen Con, maybe.
When we would be at the convention doing that, or you guys would be.
Well, again, I like the idea that it's games that you can purchase right away, just because that's half the fun of doing a convention is going and getting the games. So if you want the games that you see, you can buy, and so we'll have to work all that out. We'll see what's. I don't know what Steph's doing.
What?
I guess she's buying the games.
It's fine.
Yeah. Well, all the games. That's Steph. All the games. Although I know she doesn't keep all the games. She just wants to play all the games.
I
do. Oh, yes. That one definitely
Oh, I know, Nova Luna. Well, we'll be definitely doing that one for the... That one's actually one we can do with others on... I know. I'm hoping to get a copy. I need to write Tom and see if we can get one for to do that one, because that's one of the ones I would really like to do for our coverage.
Well, what did other people want to play?
It'll be
I've said stuff.
the SDJ coverage pandemic editions. What?
What do you want to play, Eric?
What were other people's picks for games from this? I said a few.
Mostly I haven't played Spicy yet, and it's definitely one my family would play. Our exchange student's leaving Tuesday, so
she's
I gotta get a few more games.
You can go back home?
She is forced to go back. She doesn't have a choice. She's gonna have like 36 hours of flight to go back to Thailand. It's ridiculous.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I didn't know
you're gonna lose your gaming partner though, big time game partner.
Yes, my dedicated gaming partner. So I'm gonna have to strong arm my family into playing stuff. I don't even know if they're going to do exchange students. They've talked about enlisting people, host families for this coming school year, but I mean,
is there a school year? Yeah.
What? Yeah, and will people be allowed to come here? Does that even make sense?
Right.
Don't know.
Well, I want to play Break the Code.
Yeah, I knew you would. As soon as I saw it, I knew that was your game.
That looked interesting, yeah.
It should be like, it's going to be like an LSAT, right? I'm like, or SAT. That might not be kind of, but maybe Nova Luna for sure will be her kind of, because she likes Azul and she likes those kinds of things. So, like making patterns and shapes and stuff, that's right in. So,
someone was just asking me about playing Nova Luna with a shared space, and I was like, that would be really cool just to try that and see if it would even work. You put a tile and then you mark things that you complete, and you just build up one giant thing.
Right.
Yeah, how does that even work? So,
like a shared
something
board.
else to try. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rather than your own thing. Anyway.
Huh. That's actually a neat idea. Competitive, but you're doing it. You're angling for like the premium spot with your tile draws. If you want to spend the time.
Yeah.
Scott likes those time when you spend time games.
I love Time Track. Time
Yeah.
Track's my favorite mechanicism.
Well, I was wondering if it had any similarities to Samara, another Corny von Morsel game, which I love because of the Time Track thing. I know it doesn't, but it has that.
It's based on Habitats, right?
It's basically Habitats.
Yes.
Which had Time Track too, right?
Habitats.
Did that have Time Track? Can't remember.
No.
Habitats?
The
No.
Time Track, it was Patchwork meets Habitats.
Oh, so Patchwork Time Track with the Habitats grouping mechanism.
Yeah, so the first three options.
I was kind of surprised at how excited I am to play Reavers of Midgar. Like, Champions of Midgar is not my cup of tea. But as this crew well knows, I'm kind of obsessed with organizing things. And the graphic design of that board, I was like, oh. So I kind of want to play it because it just seems so well organized.
Well, and it's more Euro.
I love Feast for Odin. So I am kind of like a Viking themed person. So I was like, okay, like seems solid mechanics, awesome graphic design, Vikings, done. And I'm a 90-minute gamer, so that's my sweet spot. So something that's supposed to take 60 to 75 minutes, I was like, okay, that's right in there. So that was the one I was researching it before I went on with Lance and thinking, wow, I actually really want to play this.
It's got a lot of dice.
Traintopia too for me because of the non-standard tile placement. That looked really cool.
Tile placement.
I know, but that was me just trying to puzzle it while we were doing the live stream. I'm like, I wonder if there's even a piece that'll do this. That's right. He's doing his the noise thing too. We all have to be quiet for Eric to caress the box.
Oh, has anybody played Endangered yet?
What, Scott?
No, that was the other one I really want to play. No, that sounds really good.
That came out of left field for me. I think that will definitely be
Which one is that?
try.
Yeah.
Endangered.
Endangered.
Oh, Endangered,
Oh, yeah.
Cooperative.
Yeah.
A lot of good stuff.
Definitely
It
want
was
to
a
play
really
that.
A really solid list of game demos. I would play any of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
I really love. Oh, Scooby-Doo.
I know. That one looks fun.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can play 2-player.
I don't know. I peeked in the box. There's a lot of
It's
envelopes and
$1.99.
stuff in there.
I guess Eric's grabbing that one
It's
too.
1 to 99 players, so I can't
Oh,
play
wow.
two. I play by myself.
1 to 99.
Oh, a Jungle Cruise.
Oh, Eric's showing
Jungle
off.
Cruise.
Eric's showing
I want to
off.
play that.
Me
I
too.
love that ride.
Do you have do you have the new
Johnson?
Do you have the new Villainous too? Don't tell us. You're not allowed to tell us.
It's not printed yet.
Oh, okay.
Meaning he has
I
it.
do have Back to the Future though.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
Back to
want
the
to get
Future.
the Back to the Future
Well,
one.
that's
I wanna
coming
see
out
that.
soon, right? I mean, isn't that released now?
June.
It's released in late June, I believe, is the plan. What else is here?
What else is here?
Well, if anybody has questions or anything, you can write to us at boardgamegeek.com. Or media. Do we have a media at boardgamegeek.com email? Can't remember.
We have BGG show at game night. At
BGG show. It is the BGG show at boardgamegeek.com. Or Lincoln, or Albie, or Eric, or Steph, or Derek, or probably
Any of us.
or probably Lincoln or me.
I'll read your emails. I know that. Derek would probably read your emails.
Do that.
Scott might not. He's got so many
Busy.
emails. Just lots and lots of emails. I think we're going to find out something exciting here.
Yeah, this is the fun
Are
part
we?
about
We're gonna
working
see
from home.
something exciting.
I actually
don't
am
know
excited
about
about
age, but like,
I'm excited to play High Rise. We actually got our copy the other day, so I want to see how
Oh,
that works.
from Gil Hovis
Formal
company.
Ferret. Formal Ferret, yeah.
Forgive my eating on camera. I need a protein charge. So.
What is this? It's a
You got there.
Godzilla game?
Godzilla?
What? Did you full screen here, Derek?
Sorry, what?
Something for next time.
Full screen Eric.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
Whoa.
There we go.
Strategy game.
Oh my gosh.
Funko.
There's like a Mothra.
Mothra.
Oh.
Are you breaking embargo here?
No. I've no embargo breaking. This is from Funko. Funko is definitely, it's stepped out on its own. It's doing its own line of games rather than doing design for other people for the most part. So Godzilla is one of their titles coming out in 2020. They have about, I forget, 20, 25 different games coming out. It is a huge line they're doing. They have a lot of support. What else is there?
Wow.
Wow, wee wow.
This.
Wow.
I should definitely do this on camera, right?
That's hurts the ears. Hey, Pan Am.
Oh.
Pan Am.
Oh,
Now-
So it sort of seemed. This is all Prospero Hall. It's all
Okay.
Funko team doing their own things. This is kind of airlinesy Europe in terms of what you're doing. Buying airlines and then trying to get them bought out by Pan Am. And I did not realize that there was a huge crowd of Pan Am fan of the old airline. But then
people
looking
love
into
that.
it,
Retro.
there is a lot of love for it. And it's really interesting. I mean, Cassidy briefly talked about the nostalgia groups for something like Disney Hocus Pocus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then you have the Pan Am groupies.
They didn't help the TV series out, though. That didn't make it through a season.
Well,
Not a good show.
It's not a
yeah,
good show.
Remember how
sometimes
crazy we mentioned Monster Crunch? I mean, that's another thing.
Monster Crunch was fun.
Yeah, that was the Big G creative or something.
Yeah.
But it was
Yeah, but that's
Prospero Hall.
I think it was.
Yeah.
There's the other Back to the Future game.
Oh, my.
That's a link. Oh, that's the other Back to the Future.
Yes, this is the Funko one, which is it's extremely kind of uncomfortable situation. Yeah, just I mean, I know people at both companies, and I feel really weird the way they're sort of have to compete against each other with their designs. It's a very weird situation that I guess Universal put them in. Yeah, so Back in Time relives only the first movie, so you are just trying to do everything you need to do in the first movie to get the DeLorean at the clock tower at the right time in order to not have your picture dissolve. Because that's your tracker for how well you're doing. Are your siblings and you disappearing from time? If so, then that's bad. So don't let that happen. But then the Ravensburger one is all 3 movies, and actually has more time travel elements to it, where you are hopping your DeLorean backwards and forward in time and as well as in space. And you can leave resources for other players. So if I'm back in 1895 and I leave a resource, they can pick it up in 1955. So it's awesome. A very cool element in there.
Cool.
So
no more
other things.
No more surprises out of that box. Boo.
Not out of that one. Sorry.
Does the Pan Am have like a little Pan Am plane in there? Like, you know, those little plastic.
Likely.
They would give them out to the kids.
Yes, it has plastic plane bits, which you can possibly see if Derek flips over.
It says includes 52 airplanes. Am I reading that correct?
What?
Yes.
Whoa.
Tiny airplanes.
Oh, I really like the comment that
So
the
there's no
other
April
Back to the Future
2020
game
on
is
there,
like
too.
Day of the Tentacle, the video game, which is, you have to seed things in the past to pick them up in the future. Yeah.
Tentacles.
Yeah.
Tentacles.
All right. Any last thoughts, anyone?
That's
Anybody holding something they wanted to say?
Well,
all right.
Thanks to everyone for watching. It was really great. We had a very active chat. Stefan was in there husking his wares, I guess. Busking his wares. And
around 500 consistently watching.
That's
great. Between
cool.
500 and 600, yeah.
Yeah, we peaked at like 740, 739 yesterday.
Wow.
Today a little less so. I understand why, because, you know, it was new, first day.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think the crowd is here. People want to watch this stuff.
Yeah, and we'll rerun it and everything, and people can watch it again.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, thanks to everybody for joining us, and we'll see you again next week, 10:30 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time for Game Night Live, and then again on Thursday at 3 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And then we'll keep your eyes on the schedule for the convention coming next month, the virtual gaming convention, and then another BGGConline. And thanks to everybody that's on the screen for helping us out today. It was wonderful.
Kudos to the team. You guys did an amazing job.
Grid fives. Chat grid fives.
Yeah,
I thought it was
the Brady Bunch kind of thing.
We can do a real one.
Yeah, right. Woo! Raise the roof. Take care, everybody. And Eric's not. He's having the handsiest one of us is going to have nothing to do with that, but he'll do that.
Yeah, he'll do that.
He'll Vogue. Come on, Vogue.
Oh my gosh. No.
Okay.
Eek.
Take care, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Bye. It's been fun.